Why, hello there and good morning, or I should say good day to most of you because it is in the middle of the day in Europe. Hello there, hello, Ryotune, hello there, it's Ovins, that Kid Corp, CME Fall, and what do we have here? Up. Donor Kebab was actually poking in the stream here to ask if I'm actually gonna stream the second game or not. I think it's gonna be the fourth game, so we're not actually gonna get that one going. Never mind. This is. Did I lose weight? I don't know. Man. But it is something that I should be working on. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I should be working on. Like at least 10 kilos out of there. But I lost my how do you call it? At some point, I lost my not will hope that I'm gonna get it. Anyway, I do have to say that we're waiting for the lobbies here. I'm clicking on buttons and hopefully this is gonna be the correct link. I know they did a lobby earlier and I don't know what happened with it. Okay, there we go. Sharing the links here. Okay, this should be the link. Share the link with Potato, and I should actually open up the microphone here. Give me a second. Good morning. Okay, he's still muted. Well, when he's gonna get in, he's gonna get in. We do have 5 teams that will be playing against each other, and I was taking a look if we're actually gonna get all of them in. I do see 2, 4, 6, 8 players. Okay, so it's gonna be a 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2, not another versus 2. So it's not gonna be 10 players. It's gonna be 4 players. Okay, that's good. We got from Zone of Control, Golden RPG with Chuck. Looks like Alcoholic with the Bishop. I believe they will be playing on. I believe they're in the same team here, but I might be mistaken. Suomi with Curtis Love and Jiraki, and then we do have Mama Leto with someone that I'm not actually putting my finger on right now. Or is he Mama Leto over there just to moderate stuff? He might be. So I guess we're gonna need to wait for all of them to. No, look at that. He's in the lobby. He is in the lobby right now. Mama Leto showing up. Oh, he should be for the German team, Civ Germany. So who's the other one from Civ Germany? I guess he didn't show up because I don't see him in the list here. Well, hopefully we're gonna see him in the list. I do have to say it's an extremely tight race. Oh no, wait. Oh man, I clicked the wrong link. It's an extremely tight race between the first and the second place. I do want to put up the link over here on the screen so you guys can see what I see. And in the meantime, I do hope also Potato will join us. I think he has his microphone muted and everything. Let me see. It's 4 teams. Yeah, you should indeed. I should correct the stream title. There we go. I did correct the stream title. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Let's see. In the CCC 8 results over here, give me a second so I click buttons so I get you the correct screen. There we go. And we do have Zone of Control coming up with 1,090 points after 24 hours of games. Cars coming up second with 1,085. And oh, did that just change? Zone of Control. What happened with Zone of Control? Oh, Cars just got a lot of points. Oh my god, in front of our eyes over here, we just got an update, and it looks like Cars with 1,260 points coming up on the first place over here. Germans with 1,105. We got D2 with 1,094. Zone of Control with 1,090. Barking Cats with 1,087. It's gonna be quite a tight race. We've seen earlier, oh my god, 5 points between them. Can you imagine what's gonna happen after these games will be played? Unbelievable. I can't wait. I know there are right now updates being done, and we are still introducing all of the data for the games over here. Let me actually try to hard refresh this if there will be any updates. I think a game just got reported, so it got put over there. You can imagine this is gonna be quite a tournament until the end over here. We got so many games that still need to be played out, so many achievements by the players that need to be acquired, and I do believe, or redeemed I should say, and I do believe everybody is going to watch those finals for tomorrow, the 1v1s, the 2v2s, and of course the 4v4s. At the moment it looks like in the clan stage, Gilga Quit is in the FFA stage, Gilga Quit is coming up first with 635 points. In the 4v4 stage, we got Cards with 300 points, and in the 2v2 stage, we got the Cards with 300 points. Even in the dual standings, we do have two teams. Actually, Cards is tied with the Germans in 300 points here, and then we do have in the dual stage 180 points for both the Cards and the Barking Cats. Task Force Fish managed to be the MVP of Zone of Control with 340 points just by himself. Ogothi coming up second over here from D2 with 335, and then we got Propagandi 245, Jack the Ripper with 228, Rom 211. And I guess my cat wants to say hello. Hello. I'm gonna see if he's gonna stay over here because he's really gonna want a lot of attention. Okay, there we go. We're in. Oh, we got the Kakis, MCS Crag. Okay, we got Curtis Love, Alcotone, Jiraki. Okay, I think we're in the lobby here, the correct lobby. Is it a 2v2v2? V2 or is it a 2v2v2v2 V2? That's the biggest question here. I see 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 slots open. Okay, and yeah, my cat is winking at me. Let me out! Let me get him out. There we go. So I'm ready with water. I'm ready with coffee. I'm just waiting for potato sandwich to get ready as well. I think he's coming up here. Give me a second. Okay, he's okay. He messaged me. It's unmuting in 1 minute. It's perfect. Okay. Exclamation mark fish. Where is fish? Yeah, where is fish? We need to see the big fish. Can you imagine? I mean, I'm pretty sure he's sleeping right now.
Hello, Michael. Praise the fish indeed. Good afternoon to you, good sir. A pleasure.
Hello there, sir, and good morning. I cannot believe we managed to actually get another game going in this morning. Or middle of the day, though. I don't know how you woke up then, man. Like, unbelievable. What is your sleep schedule? You gotta tell us your secret. This is unbelievable. Like,
I went to sleep, but I was so full of energy. I basically like forced myself to sleep, and I woke up at 7 a.m. and all I could think about was casting more save today. That's why I woke up so early, man.
Oh, great, man. Great to know that. It was quite a marathon yesterday, and it continues today.
Man, a marathon doesn't even begin, and I'm amazed that our friend Mamaletto here is again to play another game. What were you going to
say? I wanted to ask you, what did you think about the games yesterday? Like overall, like after you got a good night's sleep. And second of all, I wanted to say that today it looks like we're gonna have 8 players, 2v2v2v2, not 10 players. I don't know what or. I don't know. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. No, never mind. They're 10. Somebody bamboozled and bamboozled me.
You got bamboozled.
Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Finally, Moisos sent me a message. Give me a second here so I can see the message. He's awake.
Amazing. He is finally.
We should invite him, right? Let's see.
No, we should go without him. Screw Moisos. Let's go alone, quick, before he gets here. Start the game.
He's 15 minutes late, man.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
That's Moisos for you. Never on time. Moisos, more like never on time sauce.
Not on time sauce, yes. Let me give him the channel here.
But while you're doing that, I will give you my impression of the games yesterday. The games yesterday really showed an extremely high caliber level of play in Civilization 6. The meta seemed quite rigid. However, even inside a rigid meta, there was a lot of room for maneuvering about how you go about your early game. I noticed that there was about 3 main builds that people were going for, but then we saw that 2v2v2v2v2v game, which we're going to see another one right now. And that one had like a completely different meta. So the really amazing thing that I took away from yesterday was that the meta for Civ is entirely dependent on the type of game that you're playing.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna depend on your resources, your land, your civs, your available allies, and so on and so forth. This is one of the beautiful things of civilizations when you are forced to adapt to the game instead of just playing out your own strategy over and over again.
Absolutely. Like even the difference between a free for all game and a 2v2 game. Because like yeah, the 2v2 game, basically what you do is you wait until a couple of people make themselves irrelevant, and then you eat them up, you gobble them up, and then you kill the people who are left alone. And then it'll come down to usually like a 1v1 with another guy, and he's the kingmaker. And whoever the kingmaker decides to attack, they lose. So that was the position of the Khmer yesterday. I don't know if you remember that guy, but he
Yeah,
was
yeah.
sitting there in third place and everyone wanted to kill him because that meant they secured first, but whoever he fought would lose the game. So it was a really interesting dynamic that they were forced into.
And nobody wanted to touch him. He was like, no, no. Everybody was okay, CC, but maybe we you go to war with him. Maybe you take him. Like
Yeah,
please
absolutely.
do, please do.
Absolutely. Everyone had a little bit of terror for that Khmer player. And you know what? Papa Chillin, he deserved that. Or, well, no, sorry, Papa Chillin was Byzantium. Who was on the.
Oh,
I don't remember who it was. Whoever it was that was on Khmer yesterday, they deserved that respect because they played a pretty damn good game.
on wait, on who? Sorry,
Uh,
was it Khmer or
the
somebody else?
the Khmer player was in a really interesting
Oh,
position
I don't
yesterday.
remember his name. I know what you're saying, but he was definitely one of the good ones there. I don't remember his name, so I can find out. I can find out. Looking at the reports, I can find out. I think
Yeah,
Moisos just joined us in the channel, and he had a few issues with being suppressed and so on, but he should be fine now. Moisos, are you here?
Yeah.
Moy sauce, more like late nerd sauce. How's it going, buddy?
Oh God. Oh God. No. Please leave me alone. Listen,
What
man.
happened, man? What happened?
So I don't want to say any excuses, but my
Here's an
alarm didn't
excuse.
go off. My alarm didn't go off. So the fact that I only woke up 10 minutes late is actually kind of impressive. But I do apologize for that.
I respect. No, look. Listen, man. Sometimes the alarm doesn't go off. Listen, I have trouble waking up. I totally forgive you. Now, whether or not the community will forgive you, that's a different thing. But I forgive you.
Okay, considering that a gamer is 10 minutes late, that's not that bad, you know? I feel like there's room for forgiveness. I think 10 minutes early, 10 minutes late, you know? I feel like it's not too bad.
You know what? I think I'm willing to give you that. 10 minutes late. You know, it's
Hey, man.
okay. And to be
Thank
fair,
you.
I think you gave us a message that you were going to be late too.
No, I did not because I
No,
was definitely asleep. So
He totally ignored us. I was an hour earlier. I was like, "Hello, Moy, Moy, Moy."
and he messaged me an hour early, and I was completely not there.
Yeah, it happens.
All right, Moy sauce. How much multiplayer have you casted? Actually, Moy sauce. I meant to ask you.
Absolutely zero. The only multiplayer I casted was Civ Give with you guys, so this will be interesting. So I'm the newbie here, so I'm gonna be asking all the questions.
Oh my God, Michael! We have a new kid in our posse. We can bully him. We can haze him. We can force him to answer difficult questions. It's going to be a great stream.
Amazing, amazing. I do have to mention that found out who that player was, and he is in the game, by the way. It's Alcoholic.
Alcoholic. That's right.
Alcoholic,
I
yeah.
recognize his name now. Alcoholic. He was the kingmaker yesterday, and I wonder if he'll
Exactly.
find himself being the kingmaker again. I think his teammate was Mamaletto yesterday, and actually it
And
was.
he
And
is
Mamaletto was
today.
on Greece.
Yeah, and he is today also. That's team 4 right now. So we got team 1 with Jiraki and Curtis Love. That's Suomi. We got team 2 Happy Dragon with the Bishop. I don't know exactly who they are, as in what the team name. I think it's CAW, but don't quote me on that. Then we got Golden RPG with Chuck. They are coming up from Zone of Control. Alcoholic with Mamaletto for Civ Germany. Kankis with MCS Krag. Again, not sure exactly. Give me a second. I'm gonna find out who the clan is. HOK. They are coming from HOK. And the first clan was CAWs. Okay, so I did say it out loud there. It's fine. It's fine. I did it. CAW actually looking at the spreadsheet over here, and I should actually give it to Moiso so he can actually see what's going on with the games. is one of those new clans that I was talking with you about. They just showed up one day and they started doing very well in our qualifiers, in our tournaments, and we were like, where were you all this time? You know, like what happened? And it looks like they keep on going. They keep on making surprises here. Right now, they managed to get in the middle of the pack over here, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the games have not been reported. Okay, let me see the voting stage. We need to see the voting stage. Moi, do you have access to all of the channels in CPL?
I think I do.
You're registered?
Yeah, I'm registered as a noob. I've been registered for a long time. I just never
I've never played
games, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any players in chat? No, I meant game players. Wait, I would like to take back that statement.
But a player.
Okay, so
Right, what do you need me to look?
The voting channel. Give me a second. I'm inviting you. Moi sauce. There we go. And potato. Both of you. So what happens now? They're doing a vote with our bots, and they're figuring out what map they want to play on. They're figuring out on what timer. It's probably going to be competitive. What kind of settings the map will have, like disaster intensity or regions definition, resources, strategics, and so on. And what kind of bans do they want to have in the game? If they want to ban any kind of civilization, that from what I can see over here, looks like Maori will probably gonna get banned. Basil, it's one vote off being banned, and Mongolia over there is the same with 6 bans. We just need to wait for the bot to catch up. They're also gonna be doing another one of those how do you call it, monkey drafts, the blind drafts, by the way.
That's right. So the blind draft basically means that everyone picks blind. You don't get to see what other people can pick from, so you can't counterpick your opponents.
Yes.
Like League of Legends, right? Same idea.
Basically. Oh well. Well, no, because I think League of Legends has open picking and banning.
They have blind draft too, I thought, or at least when I played way back in the day.
You're right. One of the game modes is blind draft, where you pick your hero without seeing the other team. That's right. Yeah, it's basically exactly like that. And the interesting thing about blind draft is, like, if you go for like a religious heavy domination civ, someone else might pick a civ that can snipe the religion you want. Whereas here, you're kind of going into the game rolling a dice a little bit.
Speaking of religion, is Russia not as good in BBG?
If I recall correctly, Russia have been nerfed in the Better Balanced Game mod. I don't remember what the nerfs are, but I know that they have been brought a little bit more in line, because I think Russia was one of those saves that was like super dominant and basically an auto ban in a lot of scenarios.
Oh, it got nerfed to the ground almost. So okay.
I'm not familiar with BBG, so I'm going to be asking a lot of questions about that.
Good. So Dance of the Aurora doesn't give adjacency from all adjacent tundra tiles. It only gives from flat tiles now. You don't get the faith on the tundra anymore. You only get it in your capital. Like it is quite different to play with Russia in this in BBG. Joke is joined the chat, by the way. I have to mention this, Potato, and he's saying we flamed him yesterday a lot in the games. He was playing Kree in the first FFA, and I remember we were talking about him and we were surprised about his game there, but he did quite well. I don't know why. Do you feel like we flamed him yesterday?
Listen, dude, I was flaming the hell out of him, dude. I was lighting their empire on fire.
Oh no.
I think sometimes it's difficult sometimes when you're in a casting position, because I'm not trying to flame the player. I'm trying to ask, like, is this person making a mistake, or am I just missing the bigger picture? And sometimes I misalign how I say that, and so it kind of sounds like I'm flaming the player, which And also there's a little bit of a hindsighting going on because like they might find themselves in a rough position, and then I'm like, oh wow, did they forget to expand 40 turns ago? It's like really easy to be hindsighty when you're in a casting position, so it is something you do have to be a little bit careful about.
Yeah, I do remember we did point out at the end that he did quite well over there. But if he would have been next to an opponent, it might have been like Aztec or something else. It might have been a different game. The only thing that we were surprised was about his. At some point, he stopped expanding. That's what I remember about the game yesterday. If we did get a little bit overboard, I do have to say I'm sorry. It wasn't something that we really meant to do. It was something that we just saw happen, and we got surprised by it.
Yeah, because sometimes when you're in a game, you can't see into the player's head, and so you kind of have to wonder, like, oh, is he making a mistake? Because, like, we know you're not a bad player, but like, have you just gone with a strategy that's not working this game? Is more the question I'm trying to ask.
Oh, wait, look, he's giving us some more information here. He's saying that he had 0 amenities when his every city was over 10 pop, so he couldn't expand anymore because of that. He would have gone down under. That was the reason.
That's rough. That's rough. I guess it is quite hard when you're in a free-for-all game and you can't rely on an ally to maybe get you a couple of those extra amenities.
Yeah, that is indeed quite rough. Still waiting for the players to finish vote over here. It looks like we got a few of them. Okay. Well, okay. There are 4 votes at once. That's why the bot is still trying to catch up. Unfortunately, there are some limits with the API, the link between the bot and the Discord, and he can do only X amount of queries per minute. So yeah, we're gonna need to wait a little bit
to see. I'm fully aware of limitations of APIs. I work with those every day. Once you said that, I was like, oh dude, I completely understand.
Yeah, it is. What can I say?
Nothing is more dangerous than an unlimited API, okay?
Dude, that's how DDoS happens, man. You can get completely taken down.
Absolutely. But we should see the results of this. So what are you... Is there a Civ here, Michael or Moy, that you're expecting to see? Is there... are we expecting to see maybe... Like, because if Byzantium pops up, are we expecting a Byzantium? Like, what are you expecting the players to make?
I was thinking about maybe we're gonna see Byzantium, but yesterday, did you actually see Byzantium like fully shine? They managed to kill a player, which I give them that, but they couldn't quite get up from the 4th place there. They're seeming sure it was all based around that one timing with the Tagmas. After that, he just didn't have the economy, didn't have the cities, didn't have how to get back up in the game. It feels like Byzantium, unless you play it in a certain way, it doesn't give you that flexibility throughout the game.
No, I would definitely agree. Moy, is there a Civ you predict or a Civ you'd like to see?
I mean, okay, so I've been told that France is a very good military. I don't see France being banned as well. I don't know if BBG has changed anything, but I would like to see France in here. I see that Gaul hasn't been banned either, and I think in a 2v2v2 you kind of have to worry about not only like one opponent, you have to worry about multiple opponents. So if you have a good defense system, I feel like Gaul would be a good pick to just kind of protect from all sort of borders. So I feel like they should be in there too. Lastly, as a little bit of a troll, I would always love to see an Eleanor. So
you would be glad to know that Eleanor got changed in BBG, and now no, it's a buff actually. You do get +2 resources of or I should say stats of the districts that you have on. So basically 2 for science, 2 for culture if you have a theater square or a camp, and so on. If you have a book inside of your amphitheater, so more books, more stats.
Okay, maybe. So, no more loyalty flips is what you're saying.
It is with loyalty flips as well. Very extremely rare.
What?
So, yes, it is extremely rare that you're gonna see that happening.
Oh, what kind of map are we on? I'm sorry, I didn't really get a chance to look.
That's what I was trying to figure out as well. It looks like Pangea has 6 votes and the 7 Seas has 4 votes. So I'm thinking Pangea again.
I'm trying to find the vote.
I was gonna say I
it's
wouldn't
a
mind
bit-
seeing Norway, but on a Pangea, I've seen some people play it. I've seen a lot of people play it, but I think it's not really as heavily favored, right? People don't really want it that much.
Yeah.
I think in a Pangea map in a non like full teamer game, you can't really commit to the coast like you want to. 'Cause
Yeah,
I feel like a
you've seen Portugal yesterday.
Oh my goodness.
no. It was Portugal was rough, man. But here's the thing: I think like the Portugal game could have worked if they hadn't spawned next to Japan. That was the problem. Two naval civs beside each other. It's just going to turn into galley spam, and they instantly get irrelevant.
Yeah, I still believe Japan could have definitely played that differently. I'm like thinking back on that. It's no, I can't. My mind is just not wrapping around the possibility of Japan dying to Portugal there.
I think I somewhat agree with you. I would have liked to have seen at least an attempt at a samurai push. Although I do want to make sure that like the players are really good at the game. So there was probably a reason they didn't go for it.
Yeah, it might have been resources, gold, or they had other priorities, or it might have been also the tagmas. Like they knew the tagmas will be there, so if they just focus on that, we had other expectations and they had other plans. So
For sure, definitely. The Tagma, man, I'm actually kind of a little bit surprised that the Tagmas actually worked against Portugal as well, because those Tagmas, he had nows and walls. He could have just popped those into his city and been extremely difficult to take, but we saw his cities falling quickly to those Tagmas. I guess they do full damage to walls, so
if they
it's
get
kinda hard to
converted,
hold.
yeah. Those scouts, those scouts.
Oh,
He
that's
killed the
right.
scouts and converted the cities. That was, I think, that was the biggest mistake over there. Because you're right. If he had nows inside of the city with walls, I think those cities would have been safe for the longest time.
Yeah, and actually,
What are-
since go ahead.
No, I'm changing the topic. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What are the rules on like diplomacy? Like I know normally I think you guys only allow 2 friendships or alliances. What's in this particular game? Is there any changes in rules?
So this is a 2v2v2v2, and it's all war. They can only do blanket peace. They cannot make alliances other than their own teammate.
Okay.
So, and probably all of them will go for the military alliance for that extra +5.
Now, I wonder if there's a situation in which you wouldn't go for the military alliance. Like maybe if you spawn right next to your ally, you do like an early science alliance to get ahead scientifically. I feel like there's room there to maneuver in the early game at least until everything breaks out in war.
That could be interesting to see actually if any of them would think that we still have like 20 turns 30 turns before we're gonna go to war. Maybe it's safe now to go for research alliance or a culture alliance or something to get some more bonuses.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me there would be is if I saw 2 of my neighbors fighting, and this is actually something else that Synth told me. In these big 2v2v games, it's usually considered like good etiquette to let, like, if 2 players are duking it out and you're a third player on a different team, you let them like finish up their war before you intervene.
There's good etiquette. Okay.
Yeah. Now this
I
is
don't
a
know about
tournament, so
that.
people might not abide by that, but there is sort of like some expectations that players have.
Should be like an unwritten rule that if you're that third person in, then everyone should gang up on that third person, right? Like leave those 2 alone.
Well, it's more like you give them a chance to at least like win the war. Like if they're at war for 30 turns and nothing's happening, you can just roll in with your tanks and take them over, I think.
I do remember yesterday we were talking about the players being split up over there. It was I remember you saying the piranhas are in the water. They smelled blood.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the danger. If you pull off a war that doesn't quite go well for you, those piranhas are going to come sniffing around for you again.
Yeah, you show weakness. Oh my god, that's not going to go well.
It was insane. Like the second that China started crumpling, everyone declared war on China and wanted a peace.
Yeah.
Although amazingly, that China player somehow I think they came like fifth or sixth just by like getting a cockroach city off in a random place on the map.
On an island somewhere, yeah. I do notice they actually started up a new vote here really quickly. Maybe they got, I don't know, maybe it was a problem with the previous one not going through. They didn't have
I think too
patience.
many votes were going on at the same time, and the API
Yeah.
just kind of crapped out. So it looks like there will be a new vote.
I do have to say that we did have quite a bit of an improvement over here in the bots for some time, but still the API is the one that is giving us some problems. There are so many options that the players want to manipulate every time, and if we take away those options a few months later, they're like, hey, like why don't we have a vote for this? I mean, 99% of the time it was going that way. Well, yeah, but at 1%, you know, we want to have that freedom to choose differently. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's for sure. But for some reason, people highly value the ability to choose, even if they never exercise that choice. It's like a weird human thing. It's like, you need to give me the option back, even if I never pick it.
Agency. Everybody wants agency.
Agency, yes. I also want to say that we got a few bans here. Maori is going to get banned. Looks like Basil this time is going to get banned. It doesn't look like Babylon is going to go through, nor will Genghis Khan. So we're waiting just for one single player over here, Kaki7, to finish up the vote. Map which will be Pangea. They are going for unlimited time, competitive timer. Wait, do they? Oh, they banned Military Alliance, by the way.
Ooh, military alliance not allowed and strategic
Yes.
trading. So
We got a
basically,
game.
yeah, definitely. Basically, all diplomacy is banned except for blanket peace here.
Well, I think you got your wish, Potato. Now we're gonna see them try to adapt to the game without a military alliance, without that extra +5.
And I think this is actually a great example of how limiting people's agency, taking away their ability to do a military alliance, actually opens up more interesting decisions.
Yeah, for sure.
I've always been a fan of taking away the obvious option to allow like the non-obvious options to come out. So like everyone's gonna take the military alliance. You get your +5 combat. Like why wouldn't you take that? So now you're gonna see a bunch of different strategies. You're gonna see economic alliances for those who want to fund the military. They're gonna see science alliances for those who want to get ahead in their military. You're gonna see cultural alliances for those who want to rush cores. It just allows for more interesting strategy. So I'm a big fan of banning this military alliance.
Oh, Babylon did go through, by the way. There was one more vote there. Okay, so we got 3 civs banned: Maori, Byzantium, and Babylon. That's it. All of the other civs are gonna be in.
Would you like to talk about those banned saves? So why do people ban Maori?
Way too adaptable most of the time, and I think it is one of the civilizations that is extremely annoying. Not really extremely powerful, but extremely annoying. It can destroy another player's game just by showing up next to his capital and, you know, settling a city there.
I think we got our own version of that during the Civ.
I was gonna say, I didn't want to say it, but I mean...
Exactly. It
yeah,
has
that was a bad
power.
one.
Byzantium.
How about Byzantium?
That Tagma timing is extremely hard to handle, and I still think players don't want to be forced to pick the Crusade ability to take it away from Byzantium, so they just want to take away the civilization instead of handling the repercussions. Babylon, it got nerfed. Still, the players like it. Now it doesn't receive like the full 90% or whatever it is for getting a boost. It only receives like 65%, but it has other bonuses. It's not that strong anymore, but still the players don't want to handle it.
Yeah, for sure. I would say Babylon in the hands of a good player, even nerfed heavily, can still do a lot of work.
Yeah, exactly. I am extremely surprised. the other civilizations didn't get banned. For example, Genghis Khan not getting banned, Kublai Khan not getting banned. Like Moisos over there said, Catherine de Medici allowed to be in, Persia, and there are so many I can't even name all of them. Sumeria, for example, like oh my God, there are so many possibilities.
Yeah, all I hear from people who play with BBG is how France is amazing, the best military civ in the game, and it's like they had to convince me because I wasn't sure, but then they convinced me with the whole spy thing and the diplomacy visibility. They give you the extra military combat strength. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And like, yeah, so highly praised. Like, people telling me auto ban every game, but then it gets through twice here. So I thought that was really interesting.
That is interesting.
Actually, yes, Catherine de Medici, the Black Queen, is a very good civilization. But the thing with it, its weakness is most of the players are accustomed to playing in Catherine de Medici style, as in trying to get that extra diplomatic visibility over your opponent, and you end up with only a +3, except a few turns. Because you get like the advantage with the castles, you get the free spy, and you get to maybe attack somebody with coursers at that timing. Otherwise, it's not gonna be an amazing intelligence. The same can be said about Mongolia. You also have that problem.
I think the big advantage, because I was talking to Synth a little bit here, is players like to have between like around about 15 combat strength advantage. So Catherine just gets 3 off the bat, and her Guard Imperial gets +5 on their home continent. So if you could do like a Guard Imperial push, which is kind of weak because it's an infantry unit, but it can still maybe pull off a really strong timing push with those units.
Oh, for sure. If you do manage to get... You said the big if over there. If somebody is on your continent.
That's the thing. Those kind of continent bonuses, they're very high roll. Now, I would guess in most games the Guard Imperial is just a really strong blocker unit, which I think is what infantry is mostly used for.
Yeah. The same I could say about the old Teddy, Rough Rider. When he got that bonus on his continent, everybody was like, no, ban Teddy, but it was only a +5 on his continent, you know? And there was a chance that nobody would spawn on the continent.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing. It made Teddy really hard to deal with if he was on your border, because he could just grind you down super early with a combat strength bonus. It was basically like going up against a deity AI that had a human brain.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even want to imagine that.
It was actually a fun idea that I'd wanted to do is try to get a bunch of people in a game where I have like the deity AI bonuses and they're all trying to kill me.
I remember that, dude. Oh my god, I tested that with you and you beat me in like 20 turns.
Yeah, we need to try that again someday.
I see the Civs got picked. We got Russia, we got Egypt, we got Spain, Netherlands, actually a big surprise over here, Hungary, Norway, Eleanor, England, Crete, Pericles, and Persia.
That is a really solid lineup. These are all civs that we've seen before. For example, Spain, Crete, a perennial favorite, as is Pericles and Persia. But there's a couple of new faces here in the Netherlands and Hungary. Tell me about those guys.
Usually Netherlands is actually one of the underdogs, least picked civilizations when you're talking about teamers, 4v4s and so on, because it is so reliant on those rivers. I still personally believe it has the best frigate in the game. So if they do manage to get some attacks, but again, it's it's Pangea. It might not go for a coastal war. It kind of feels like it's kind of a weird pick. It can have very good production with its industrial zones, and I think most of the time it has good stats. The problem is he doesn't have any war bonuses, so he's gonna need to make that up with his own generals, with other like his spies and so on, which is gonna be very tough to handle against, especially like somebody like Persia or Spain next to him and so on.
That's true. Wilhelmina feels very much so like a hard sim save that you want somewhere safe on the map where no one can attack her. What about Hungary?
Hungary, I like to call him the chaos maker because you never know when he's gonna levy a city state next to you. You know, that is so nasty to deal with. It's overall, it's a good civilization. It can have good simming. It can have.
I think they want you to ready up, Michael. By the way.
Oh, really? Okay. Sorry, I was alt tabbed.
But yeah, Hungary, because it seems like, they pop out those really, really powerful city-state levied units, and they get a combat strength, and then they get a unique unit that scales off of city-states. I think Chaos Maker is probably the right way to put it. My sauce, which Civ are you excited to see in this game? Which one has caught your eye?
Oh, Eleanor's in this game. How could I not be excited for this English Eleanor? It's like, this is my dreams. All my dreams are coming true right now. Oh my goodness. Can't contain myself. Also, I'm a big fan of Spain, especially after the I don't know what BBG does with Spain, but after like the April patch, the last April patch that Civ put out, I've been a huge fan of Spain with their whole missions on other continents and them getting a free build there. Is there? Do they still keep that with BBG? No, they got rid of it. Oh, that's sad.
They got rid of it. It's even his extra production. It's coming at early Empire, not from the beginning. So all of the early tempo is taken away, except the +2 science, +2 culture that you're generating.
Whatever.
Still a strong Civ.
Yeah. You still get fleets early, I believe. Is that what I'm reading?
Wait,
yeah, mercenaries. Yeah, you still get fleets early, and like you can dominate the waters really early with Spain, so they're a lot of fun there.
Wait, I thought you were talking about Maori for a second there because you mentioned builder. So Spain does get the trade routes, the +3 gold, +2 food, +1 production, I believe, trade routes, and you get double the amounts on +2 faith and +1 production. You get double the amounts when you're sending it to another continent, and then you still get the Conquistador, which is an amazing unit. Wait, I gotta stop this right here. Potato, remember yesterday I said Spain is amazing when it gets a continent split?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, babe. Oh, and Paiti's right there too? Are
and
you kidding me?
Can you imagine the missions on Paititi? Oh man.
Well, they might have to fight the Cree for it, because the Cree is only just to their east across that mountain range, although they might use this mountain range as a natural border. I love this start for Spain. Yeah,
this is good. Some extra food from the banana. We do have turtles. Very nice, very nice. When is he gonna find out about Paititi? That's the biggest question, because sometimes the players just don't scout in one direction.
That's right. This is why I think it's so important to go double scout and then scout in like a circle around your base, because how frustrating is it to learn that there was a hidden natural wonder in your fog of war like 2 tiles away?
There's some discussion on my stream between Eleanor England and Eleanor France, which is the strongest. Oh, rip. Potato rip. The great
my display drive, I don't know what's happening there. Hold on.
Yep.
I noticed that when my game is in full screen, dedicated full screen, I don't know if yours is, it crashes more.
I'm in windowed. I think I just have too much stuff open, maybe, because I'm on 3 screens and I got a game running, and
Fair.
I do have to say that this is not one of those a lot of Tundra spawns for Russia. Still can work though. He has the 2-3 tier. He has honey in the capital, so definitely can go Temple of Artemis here.
Well, when you don't have Dance of the Aurora anymore, is Tundra something that Russia still thrives in?
Yes, he can still thrive in. Dance of the Aurora is still getting some bonuses. Most of the time you're going to have a lot of flat tundra. For example, look at towards Vilnius after the mountains. You have a lot of flat tundra, so you can still have like +3 Lavras, +4s, sometimes +6s. It's just you're not gonna have them right off the bat without no effort. That was the thing over there, because Russia was not only getting half cost holy sites, he was getting +6 all of the time, consistently. In this scenario, though, this it's gonna look like a cage fight. Honestly, we got Crete to the southwest on the same river. We do have Hungary to the southeast, again very close. Like they're gonna settle one city and that's it. They're gonna start fighting each other. And looking at their options here, Golden is gonna be allied with Chuck. Chuck is very far away from him. He's like on
Yeah,
the
I was
other
gonna say,
side of the
where
map.
are like teammates? Are there any close teams that are spawned next to each other?
That's a good question. Let me see. Curtis and I guess
Hungary and Norway. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the closest you got, huh? That's not
Hungary
bad.
and
They can
Norway.
both go on Persia as well, because Persia's pretty close to Norway. And there's also there's two city states south of Persia that's the closest city states that they have. So Hungary can take over those and levy those, and then Norway can come from the east, and you're basically getting a full surround on Persia.
Oh, they're going
well.
for a remap? Okay. I don't know why. Everybody's
Yeah,
disconnecting. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to
Small map, 10 players. Jesus Christ. Weird.
that's why it was looking such a, how do you call it, such a cage fight. I was looking at Russia over there and I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
That's-
Russia got basically no tundra.
Yeah, and so close to his opponents. In a second.
I want to go get breakfast, so I'll be back.
I'm going to try and change my UI scaling. We'll load the game back up here in a moment.
Okay. Looks like we might have another host here. Okay. Just waiting for the lobby link. Let me see. Is this it? Is this it?
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Okay, I think I found it. It's this.
All right, great. Thank you for the lobby link. I'll join it now in a second.
No problem.
Appreciate you, Michael.
Hugs.
Hugs. Zug.
Smugu. Let me see. There was somebody that was asking me about BBG changes. I know there was a file somewhere, but I need to find it. There was a link with all of the changes that got made by the modders. Need a minute here. Devlog. Oh.
Have you moved further away from your microphone, Michael?
Me? I think I was talking in another direction. I'm sorry. Is
No,
it fine
it's
now?
okay. It just sounded like you were slowly and surely just getting farther and farther away.
Yeah, it was my how to say enthusiasm talking was being overridden by my thought process of finding out where the BBG stats are. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. You're totally forgiven.
Let me see. I need to switch slots here, bro. Where is this? Okay. So.
Yeah, I assume we're going to see the same settings. Basically, it's just a quick relobby to get the game going.
Yes, I hope so. Okay, I found it. Finally, I found it. Okay, it's on the cpl.gg website, but I had to go through a few links. Let me actually share it with you. Maybe some people want it also.
Yeah, I posted it in my chat there for people if they want to see the change logs to the BBG mod.
Okay.
I wonder if I can pin that message actually.
Oh, there are so many little things that Twitch chat can actually give us some more options on. I do love that they introduced the animated things though. I love those animated icons. It's so cool.
Yes, they are amazing. I have an app open that lets me have both your chat and my chat open because I can type to you.
Oh,
None of your
nice.
chatters can get past me.
Good. I do have to mention that I would love some more animated icons. I don't know why they only let us like 6 or something like that. Come on, give us more. Give us more.
Yeah, hell yeah. The animated icons are great.
Okay, so players are joining back. They are getting their sieves going, slots, and they want to make up. Okay, they want to check the settings right now. Everybody's waiting for the settings. I need to be careful to ready up this time. Well.
Yeah,
Last
you got a
time
little
I
bit.
got,
You got a little bit caught up in your alt tab and having a nice chat about the game.
Yeah.
I'm back.
How's the cat?
Cat's good. Yeah, I'm the one that feeds him in the morning. So if I don't feel like, I woke up and I came right to my computer, so I didn't have a chance to feed the cat. So I went down, I fed the cat, I made myself some coffee, I got a Cliff Bar. You know, I'm settled in. I'm settled in for the long haul here.
I would just like to criticize you. Should be ashamed of yourself as a cat dad, not feeding your.
I went to go feed my cat. What do you mean I'm ashamed?
You went to the computer first, dude. The cat needs to eat.
The cat. Listen, the cat can wait. He's a big boy as it is. Okay, so like teaching him how to wait for food is probably a good thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you should make him do a few laps around the house before you feed him if he's a chonky boy.
That I can't do. I can make him chase a laser, but he only chases it for like 2 minutes and then he's done. You can hear him like
like a mid-40s smoker trying to get back into running.
It's funny. Oh my goodness, I love cats. They're my favorite animal. Yeah, the whole cat versus dog debate, it's not even close. It's cats all the way.
Listen, dude, I reject your dichotomy of dog and cat, and I embrace the rabbit meta. Okay, rabbit and small furry creatures like hamsters, those are my bag.
I heard that rabbits are actually very hard or very high maintenance. Is that true?
Yeah, they are quite high in maintenance. Now they're pretty chill, but they do need a lot of exercise. Like they like to run around the room. Like you know how cats in the middle of the night they'll get zoomies.
Yeah.
Yeah, rabbits are kind of exactly like rabbits are really just vegan cats. Like that's the best way to think about them. Like they eat vegetables, but they have all the same attitude that cats have.
They're like cuddly and everything.
Oh yeah, they'll come over, and if you like, sometimes I'll lie on the ground, and my cat or my rabbit will come over, and she'll like lick my forehead, and she's like, "Okay, I did your turn," and then I have to pet her.
Ew. Is a rabbit's tongue as rough as a cat's tongue? I wouldn't let my cat lick my forehead.
No, because they don't have like the little serrated barbs, so it's actually like being licked by a tiny dog.
So it's like the best of both worlds.
Yeah, it's like it's the best part. Although, if you do annoy her, she will bite you. Like that's
like cats too. Yeah, no, I understand. It's like you have to just know the signs, right?
Yeah, although I'm gonna be honest with you, sometimes I like to just piss her off. Like I'll just like poke her with my hand, and she'll like turn around and bite me, and I'm like, and I'll scream, and then she'll be like, yeah, that's what you get.
If you don't annoy your pet a little bit, I don't think you're really a pet owner.
I based and true, absolutely. And here's the thing: the animals kind of know you're messing with them because they'll like pretend bite you. You know that thing, the play bite that dogs do, where they kind of go but they don't actually bite you.
Oh yeah, okay.
They know
So
you're playing.
Your rabbit does that. Your rabbit like fake bites too.
Kind of. She'll like basically like open mouth bite me, you know, with the mouth open type thing. But she won't actually like close her teeth.
You should post more your your rabbit on Twitter. You post
cat.
Sometimes. Yeah, your vegan cat. I feel like it gets good traction, and like if you're Team Rabbit, you got to showcase that you're Team Rabbit all over social media. You know.
Am I in the wrong lobby?
Yes, looks like everybody wants to host now, and we're getting like different links. Some were saying I host, some already put up the host from their game. It's like a mess. I relayed a new link there. I deleted the old one and put a new one.
All
I'm
right.
trying to keep up with the information that's flowing. But I was listening to you guys, and I was thinking, like, when is Team Raccoon starting? You know, we gotta get some raccoons.
The trash pandas?
Yes.
Bro. I don't know if like this is in Europe, but at least in Canada, like trash pandas are a common household pest in a way. Not like super common, but like I guess in the suburbs. And they are adorably cute. It's insane how adorably cute they are. They have those little hands. They got like thumbs and everything. They're incredibly smart. They know how to pick up objects. They can throw objects. They're like little humans or like little monkeys, but like furry and so soft. They look so soft, and then they hiss at you, and you're like, "Oh my god, please leave me alone." But they're so cute. If I can have a raccoon as a pet, I 1000% would. I would also have a fox.
Ooh, yeah, they would be really cool pets. I think any animal that has like little hands, I think that makes it like you know, infinitely more cuter than anything. Like even rats, they got those like little hands that they hold.
I know. Oh my god, I love rats too. Don't you have a rat?
No, I don't have rats.
How come you always have pictures of rats?
My girlfriend had rats.
Ah.
So you
I would,
basically
I would share
inherited
those
rats.
pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of.
You adopted them. Okay, got it.
But I love little rat guys. I'm fully on hashtag Team Small Furry Animal. Like hamsters, rats, rabbits. Everyone disconnected when I joined the game. What's happening?
You're disconnected. Not everyone, just you.
Okay, what is happening?
Just
Typical
rejoin.
gamer, blame everybody else.
It's never
Never
my
your
fault.
fault.
Okay, I'm entitled to be correct. I'm back in. I hope.
Yep.
You need to vacate first 2 spots.
Okay, got it. I think you need to swap with Curtis.
I'm trying to swap with him.
Okay. I do remember
There
watching
we
some
go.
videos with foxes, and I got so caught up with their laughing. I don't know if you saw those videos when they get excited, they laugh. Like they have like a giggle.
Oh
Like
yeah,
a
when they
hee.
do like the hee 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 type thing
Yeah,
they do.
yeah.
Yeah, they're great.
So funny.
Hey Michael, when you get a chance, can you stream to Discord? Thanks.
Yes, sir.
No,
Sorry, I
you're
closed the
going.
game
This
earlier.
is your first game. You have to cast a blind.
There's nothing happening at the moment. They're just picking up their saves.
I know, that's why I wanted to ask now, before
Yeah,
anything
good,
started
good.
happening.
Someone has a really good question here. How does the 2v2v2v2 matchmaking work for CCC? I think it's basically teams are just like randomly assigned so that every team plays in a bunch of 2v2s. But
Yes, basically. Yeah, we do have 19 teams, and they just split them up into different games. And again, whoever shows up also gets to play, because there are some players or some teams that don't have enough players to allow them to play in all of the games.
yeah, for sure. I mean, when you're running a tournament this big, where there's a new game being played every hour or two, and each game needs like anywhere between 2 and like 10 players, it's hard to make sure that everyone can be around, because there is games running literally 24/7 this weekend.
Yeah, and you can't really know for sure if you're gonna finish in 4 hours or 5 hours. You have the clan needs to adapt, even if you don't get the slot. It's that's why it's so challenging for each of the clans, and at the same time it's so hard. It's good. It's good. From the beginning I loved this tournament setup. It's the first time that I see this kind of a tournament for a game. Most of the tournaments, like, oh, we're gonna play only Swiss, or oh, we're gonna do like a group stage and so on, and then double brackets and blah blah blah. But none of the tournaments did go this hardcore when it came to all of the game modes, everything.
For sure, for sure. And there's so many different formats in this tournament. Like, it's kind of wild just how many different ways there are to play the game.
Well, it's all about Civ. It's all about Civ. It's the game allows us to do that. You can't have that in another game. By the way, newsflash: Zone of Control just got first place again with 1,325 points. Cards dropping to second, 1,260.
Awesome, well done to Zone of Control. I do have to ask you, Michael. Speaking of like the game formats, what's
Yes.
your favorite game format for Civ? Like 4v4, 2v2v2?
I would have to say I like the 4v4 most of all, but I do like the FFAs at the same time. It's the FFAs don't get that much attention because they don't get streamed that much, but they're awesome as a game style. The fact that you actually get to do some diplomacy with your neighbors, learn about players, also share ideas in the game, makes it a much more interesting game type for me.
Interesting.
In the 4v4s, you're only gonna talk with your team. You're always at war with your opponent. There's not much diplomacy happening there.
We have a very... What is this map shape? What is going on? It looks like a sugar glider floating through the air.
The little tail.
This is a squirrel.
God.
This is a flying squirrel.
Yeah, it looks like a
That's
flying squirrel.
amazing.
So we've got a new map, which means new starting locations for all the civs, and Russia especially over here in the top left. This looks like a much better location for them this game.
Indeed, they will actually get to benefit a little bit from that tundra, and they still have a Temple of Artemis. Oh, a strong temple. Oh my God, what is this Temple of Artemis? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Temple of Artemis. Oh wait, 8 Temple of Artemis. Like really?
Ooh. If
that
I
is a
was
strong
Russia
one.
this game, I'd be going like one city Temple of Artemis. I would be rushing that so hard.
You have to, like, this is, you have to 100%. You have to. I think actually I missed a few of them. It might be a 10 because there are like some truffles to the east, some another horse
Depends on where
to
you
the
put
south.
it, right?
Yeah, depends on where you put. I think to the north on that flat tile would be the best location.
I would think to the
hits everything.
east because you're getting more camps and pastures down there as well, right?
I mean, sure, to the east.
Because you have the
Northeast?
truffles. Oh, I guess the truffles hits the north one as well.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. Knowing me and you, I'm probably wrong.
It's fine.
I think
it's
that's a good rule of thumb is to accept that I'm also wrong all the time.
I can't
I
be
think there's
right
also
all of the time either.
I think we have a lot of really interesting things to talk about here. Not only do we need to talk about like starting locations for these civs, I think we need to talk about the starting natural wonders and stuff like that. So would you guys like to do a run through of those things?
Yeah, let's go. I see Fountain of Youth to the southwest, south of Fez actually. I guess it's not gonna
No one's
get
even
that
close to
used.
that though.
Yeah, it's not gonna get used by anybody. That gives you healing whenever you just, put a unit in it, or walk a unit through it.
Yeah,
Mount
I'm pretty sure it
Everest?
gives your unit a permanent healing bonus if it walks through that wonder, right?
Yeah. We got Mount Everest to the northeast of Mykhisy-Vouachik, Kree's capital, and again we got a good Kree capital. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 possible points of 6 possible points of food and gold. Very nice, very nice. Okay, I think we should have like 4. Oh yeah. Oh my God, Torres del Paine,
Oh, the
southeast.
2-5. Let's go.
Yes, 2 5s, 4 2s everywhere. This is gonna be amazing. This is one of the best Tauruses I have ever seen in the game. all hills.
I was gonna
around
say
it.
this is the best one I've ever seen. This is crazy.
Sorry, where's oh, there it is. That oh man, who spawned near that? Oh,
Nobody. That's the thing.
Well,
oh,
no,
yeah, it
no,
is.
no,
It
no,
is
no,
England.
Oh, okay.
It's
England and
England,
Hungary
okay.
kind of can compete. Yeah.
What
I
is
feel
Hungary?
bad for England. They sent their settler to the west and not to the north east. Oh no.
Well,
Surely they're gonna send a scout the opposite direction, right? Surely.
yeah.
Definitely. You've got to be looking for those natural wonders because getting a good natural wonder can completely define your early game. I think there's one more natural wonder up to the north over by Mogadishu, which is the Elysia Fjord or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Leisefjord, actually.
This one's unlikely to have an impact on a Pangea map because all it does is give you a naval promotion, right?
I was about to say, what does it do? I don't think I've ever seen that.
It
That
gives
new?
you a promotion on each of the ships, but it's kind of quote unquote broken and banned in the 4v4s actually, because not only it gives you a promotion, but whenever the boats change a state, for example, you get a promotion for a galley, and then you upgrade the galley in a caravel, you can move the caravel next to Lysenfjord and get another promotion. So basically, by the
Hey,
time
somebody
you
messed up their coding. Oh no.
No, that is the correct coding. That's the best way for it to work.
basically by the time you end up with like fighting with destroyers, you're gonna have everywhere level 4 destroyers on your units.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Actually, another interesting coastal wonder here in between Egypt and Russia is one of my favorite wonders here. It's the Pio Pio Tahi.
Oh yes, that is a good one. Some extra
And
culture,
another
some
thing-
extra gold.
Another thing worth mentioning is that Russia and Cleopatra, I think, are on the same team. So they have at least one angle where they can support each other and they don't have to worry about other players.
Who got the relic?
The Bishop, Netherlands, Amsterdam.
Ooh yeah.
Yes, he's gonna have a 2-2 base, no fresh water though. He moved off it, and it does look like. Actually, I do like his rivers over here, and they will get amazing adjacency to his districts. And he's so protected. Like he just needs to close that choke towards Athens, get a city there as soon as possible, and put some units in, and that's it. He's just gonna be free simming over here behind the mountains.
Yeah, I would go as far as to say this is a dream Netherlands spawn if he can get his border secure.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're saying, Potato. This is ideal position for Dutch.
Why would you move off freshwater on your first city?
I think he's basing on the palace that gives an extra housing, and he wanted the extra production from the 2-2 base. He also has
So it
access to a
has
better harbor.
4 housing default?
Yes. Should
Yep,
be.
and my guess would be Netherlands is going to rush sailing and get extra housing from those fish
Yeah,
resources,
okay,
and then
okay.
use the faith from the pearls to get the god of the sea pantheon to make up for that production.
Yeah, and then get the 2-2 start instead. Okay, all right.
He already got it. I mean, he was thinking like that before he got a relic. Now he actually has a relic. Like, this is even better. He's gonna have God of the Sea Pantheon immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to feel amazing to pick up that early relic and get a guaranteed first pantheon pick.
Yeah, whatever you want, you can choose. You can pick. Oh, another relic. Chuck this time. Chuck.
Oh, Chuck
is
must feel
Egypt.
so good right now. Probably thinking, yeah, man, I'm gonna get anything I want out of this pantheon.
I would expect Chuck to go for the Lady of Reeds and Marshes with all those floodplains in his capital.
I was thinking the same. Is he actually gonna do it though? That's the question. He does have a strong Temenanki over here in the capital. He does have multiple other cities with floodplains. Well, actually, I say multiple, but it's actually just one to the southeast where his scout is, and that's it.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Edamananki here for Egypt, which gives you science and production on marsh and floodplain tiles, would be a great opener for them.
For sure. I think also if you couple that with the Sphinx, that is gonna be so great.
Oh, that's crazy amounts of yields.
Let me see. So you get +2 faith, +1 culture, and +2 appeal on the Sphinx, and you also get an extra faith point and an extra culture point if next to a wonder. So basically, you just put down a Temenanki and place all of these around it. You know?
Yeah, I think Egypt is really happy with their starting location here, and I just hiccuped. I apologize.
No problem. Let's see Spain though. Does he have a continent split? No,
Not
he
even
doesn't.
close.
Oh
Oh,
my
my
God.
goodness.
It's so far away.
That's devastating to go from having an amazing continent split to having no continent split.
You know
Gotta
what
feel
though?
bad.
If he goes all the way through the water, there's no one on that other side of the continent.
That is true. I think you kind of want that Spain continent split early, though, right?
Yeah,
'Cause it
I
could
know.
be
I'm just
so
saying
many
it's a
advantages.
possibility that you could go all the way over there. And then he gets Fountain of Youth. He's got so many mountains as well for protections. Like that's open land for Spain. All that can be settled by Spain. It should be.
Yeah,
That's true. It's a little harder to pull that off on online speed, but I think it might be possible.
I think he can puddle jump his way with the city states. Maybe take out Valletta, get another city in between, and then go there. There's actually, you don't even need the cartography. There's like a one tile choke that you can go through, shallow water.
Beautiful.
Oh, you're
Beautiful.
right, actually.
Oh yeah.
He could settle this suspiciously sloped peninsula.
Yes. Yeah, this is the antenna.
The map's antenna. Although the map looks a little bit like a manta ray with that kind of tail. We haven't
Yeah,
talked
true.
about Persia's start location. How is Persia looking here with their start location?
He's getting bullied by barbs here from what I can see. He's not taking care of his barbs. And now he's paying the price. 2-2 base, a lot of 2-2s around it. Does have access to iron, does have access to horses. Looks like he's also going to have good mountains. But I think he's actually going to be
Spain's in
focusing.
trouble actually.
Yeah, he's going to be
Spain's
focusing on
teammate is
Spain.
all the way on the other side of the map as well, with Netherlands. So Spain has no help against Persia, and that's gonna be bad news bears.
Yeah, it looks like they haven't found each other yet, but Persia is on the verge of discovering Spain. In fact, they just found Spain.
Yeah, he didn't meet them. He's standing one tile away, so he's not gonna meet him yet. But he's there. He sees what's happening here. Actually, let's take a look at the. What is it? There we go. Yeah, there we go. It's just outside the range of meeting. I do want to see Norway, because Norway is another powerful civilization on the coast here, and he is to the north over there.
Oh, look at those trees.
We do have him with Reef Fish. Looks like he's getting a builder out. I do see him going for Animal Husbandry over here instead of going for his Monumentality. Norway did get a facelift in BBG, and it's mostly towards well, it's one of the hybrid civilizations, as I like to call them, because you can get faith and go for the gold on the coast at the same time. It's a bit slower at the beginning.
Yeah, so the stave church doesn't get from woods anymore. Okay,
Yeah.
I have it pulled up so I can look whenever you reference something.
Yeah, it's actually I do think it got changed in a good way, because you still get the extra naval production. You do get a 50% production towards holy sites, and the holy sites do get adjacency from the water tiles around it. But investing into holy sites early into your faith generation does slow down your science acquirement and everything else.
I'm just looking at all these like hill trees and just like, wow, he's got so many chops, right? So
Yeah.
this guy's got a really good early.
Yeah, he's going to be able to chop out some really important early game infrastructure, or even just chop out a whole bunch of settlers if that's the route he decides.
Yeah, just even if he wants to, he can easily get Lahore, for example. That whole island will be his on the east side. Just get the
And
3
again, the
longboats.
one tile choke of shallow water right there. Oh,
Yeah.
One thing
Talking
I would
about
like
this
to-
though. Yeah, go. Sorry.
I would like to quickly point out that Norway actually spawned on a 3-continent split nearly. If you take a look at that continent map, he's going to have access to more luxuries than he maybe otherwise would have.
ooh.
That is nice. That is indeed nice. You're talking about the red continent and then the white continent? Yeah.
Yeah, you see, he's a couple of jumps away, like a couple of settles, and he might have access to, there's rice over there. There's, although I guess that's kind of close to Egypt, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. At least he has 2 continents, which will help him out in terms of luxuries.
Somebody build a wonder?
Maybe somebody settled
You just
on
clicked
Wonder.
off a wonder, yeah.
Yeah, it's England.
Jirachi just started a holy site as well.
Oh, then maybe that's what.
I see Manchester got immediately placed inland with religious settlements on next to Torres del Paine.
Yes. Yeah.
He noticed it. His scout went there and figured out where it is. I see Hungary did actually wait a little bit for his second settler. I don't know why he's so late on the second settler. I guess he wanted a few more scouts than normal.
Who was late on scouts? Sorry.
Hungary. On settlers. He's barely now moving a settler to the west side when he should have already settled.
Yeah, I think it's maybe his positioning. He doesn't. I think maybe he decided that he spawned in the middle of the map, and so he needed a little bit more scouting. I think he might be right there. Although he only has 2 scouts. What was he doing? Did he build a monument?
I don't know. That's a very good question. He did not build a monument. Honestly, I don't know. It's maybe he worked some bananas instead of working the 2-2s. It slowed down everything.
That's what I'm thinking too.
1-2 turns.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I did notice we do have pantheons already picked up. Egypt is gonna go Lady of the Reeds and Marshes, of course. I mean, we were thinking this, and he already has a city next to Pio Pio Tahi. He's gonna settle that probably next turn. Russia went for
great early settle.
Oh my God! Look at Russia. Oh my God, we got God of Open Sky here already. 3 of those ship tiles improved. He has another builder going to improve some other stuff. And looking at his tech side here, he's going archery in 3 turns. So he's gonna open up that possibility to get Temple of Artemis here. But he put that Lavra exactly on the place where he could have put Temple of Artemis, like the best one. So, well, we'll see.
Yeah, I think sometimes you want to make a compromise and just place a good holy site and sacrifice the best Temple of Artemis that you can.
Yeah. He's not going to get a lot of faith generations, though. From what I can see,
what did he take as a... Did he take River Goddess? No, he took Open Sky, you said, right?
Yeah, Open Sky, yeah. He's going to get... I guess he's going to try to play around that faith generation here. At least he's gonna get the relic from Cleopatra. That's a bit more faith.
Oh, that's true. Players can trade those relics between each other. Is that something players do all the time?
Yes, but we had to implement a rule. You can only trade it after turn 20, because otherwise the team that managed to get 1 relic, it will just take all of the good pantheons away from everybody else.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Because yeah, totally. That seems like a totally reasonable rule.
God of the Sea here for Dutch, for Netherlands. We got pearls, we got fish already improved. Very nice, yeah, indeed. He also settled on a truffle tile to the northeast, so he's getting 2 amenities immediately. Very nice. +3 happiness level in his capital.
Hates fresh water, though, I notice. Just absolutely hates it.
Yeah, he's gonna get harbors, lighthouses.
Yeah, I know.
My personal guess as well is maybe they're fishing for a really good industrial zone with a double aqueduct play later, so they can get that extra housing if they need it.
Ooh.
That would be my guess.
I just got Pepega, by the way. My chat is putting me back in my place. He cannot place a Temple of Artemis there. I totally forgot to watch the camps, and he's right. He probably can put it on the iron or next to the deer to the south or to the east. So I'm Pepega this time. Yes, I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Happens.
I forgive you for being Pepega. Text W. Michael is Pepega.
It happens, man. It happens. I need another coffee or something for my brain to start functioning properly.
I would like to point out here, there might be a little bit of settlement aggression here between Greece and the Netherlands. Greece seems to be sending a settler towards that choke point with the volcano.
Yeah, and it looks like he wants to be the one that's gonna keep that way open towards Netherlands here. I do like how that volcano exploded and started improving the tiles around it. The 2 extra points of science, some extra points of production also. Oh,
yeah,
we got
there's
a war.
nothing more satisfying than seeing an incredible volcano tile.
We have a war already?
Yeah, Russia declared war on on. Wait a second. Girakis on Norway. Why? Okay, let's see what's going on here.
Did Clio or Hungary declare war on each other instead? Because they're the closest ones together.
I guess so. I guess Clio and Norway, but I mean, you say close, but they're not close. They're like 2 screens away.
They're the ones that make sense. I mean, I don't know why else you'd do it.
Yeah. I don't
Vengeance.
know.
Maybe there's some scout battles going on here. Maybe they were zona controlling for a tribal village. I can't see a reason that they would do that.
What are the other ones? Curtis and who is it? Chuck Golden. No, Chuck Golden. Maybe the other.
Oh, Golden did finish TOA. Maybe it was a, hey, you finished my wonder? Like, F you. I'm going to declare war on you now.
Oh,
or he started building it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
he started building.
it. Yeah. Actually, there are some notifications, new notifications in BSM. Now you get notifications when somebody starts building stuff, and when he finishes, and you get stuff for like first pop 10 city, first city somewhere else, found a wonder, settled on a wonder, stuff like that.
I think I've just spotted it. Cleopatra has a warrior inside Hungary City, by the way. I think that was it. And also, Cleopatra just dropped down the Edamananki.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that warrior was trying to achieve by punching that city. I'm going to be honest with you.
Oh, this is actually a weird placement for Edamananki. Is he not gonna try to use his sphinx around the wonder? I guess not.
Oh, I think I know what happened. I think I know why the war was declared. I think Cleopatra had a warrior next to Hungary settler, declared war to take it, but Hungary managed to settle the city before he could attack. I think that's what happened there.
Call.
Okay. That's why the warrior is a bit low in HP there. Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, and the city was damaged. I think it was an emergency click settled here going on. Interesting. We're on turn 21 and we've already almost seen a settler get snatched. It's exciting in the early game.
It's
I did see he was naked, but I'm like, this surely he'll be fine. These are really good players.
But yeah, the caliber of play that you're going to see today is going to be incredible.
Oh, Skycray is also telling us in chat that exact story that we were telling us in Hungary. So we got confirmation over here.
Okay, so Spain, by the way, I'd like to point out, is just about to finish their 3rd and 4th galley, and I think Valletta might be in their sights.
I think
the thing with those cities, though, is there's so much surrounding water on those cities that you are such a target. Because you get surrounded by 4 boats, what the heck are you gonna do?
I don't think he knows about the north. I don't think he knows about Norway. Like, I would have imagined he would want to stay away from those longships. Maybe he's just taking a risk right now to settle there. Let me see. Yeah, he doesn't know about Norway at all.
Oh, wow.
So when he's gonna figure out that not only he's gonna have to fight immortals, which he's getting for settled right now by Persia, but he's also gonna need to fight longships on the water. It's not gonna be a good day for Happy Dragon.
Sad dragon.
Yeah, sad dragon. Sad G.
I guess his best hope is maybe he can grab Valletta, he can grab Zanzibar, and try to outscale his opponents and defend as best as he can.
Yeah, you can only keep one city-state though. You have to raise all of the others, so we'll see. I do notice he went for God of Craftsman, your favorite pantheon, by the way, and looks like he started improving quite a few tiles here.
Yeah, God of Craftsman is a fantastic pantheon. It gives you +1 production and +1 faith on those red strategic resources, and it's easily one of my favorite pantheons. Usually I take it if I don't have good options.
Yeah, that's my go-to. I'm like 3rd, 4th to pick a pantheon. It's like it's always available. So I'm like, yeah, man, like extra production on these tiles, you're guaranteed to get them. So like, easy choice.
And
that's a good Spain settle. I like that Spain settle.
I like it too, but it's probably gonna be a Norwegian settles at some point.
That's true, but he completely cuts off that side, right? Like that's why I liked it. It's like, okay, all of this is his land now. All this tail is his.
Man,
I mean, how long?
I don't know. I don't know, man. Those Norwegian longships. The thing with Norway spawn over here, he stayed on 2 cities. Now he's gonna get another settler, but he managed to get Earth Goddess, so he's getting some extra faith from those charming and breathtaking tiles. Has very good adjacency holy sites, +4, another +4 here. He's getting his shrines up, and his religion is gonna give him feed the world and pilgrimage, an extra 2 faith for each city, and food and the housing for each shrine and temple. That will allow him to pump out longships. Like he can focus on just buying the settlers and buying the builders with faith and pump out longships for another 10 turns after this.
So we know Spain doesn't know about Norway, but does Norway know about Spain?
I don't
He
think
does,
so.
right? We said that early.
No,
No, he doesn't.
he doesn't.
Oh my god.
Nobody knows about. They don't know about the south. It's just a matter of time, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna see that immediately after he's gonna see a Spain scout to the south of him. He's gonna put in production a longship.
Definitely, that's what I would expect him to do. He's playing like once a water sieve spots another water sieve, that's like boom. Okay, I'm gonna spam my unique unit, and you're gonna die. That's what I think his strategy is gonna be.
Yeah, and remember, longships can go into deep water much earlier. He can just go around if he wants to.
Yeah, he's going to use Valletta as a highway to get around to Spain cities.
Yes,
You've got to feel bad for Spain right here. It feels like every time you have a cool coastal Sim City civ, there's an aggressive city coastal civ right nearby.
Yeah, there's somebody having a better sim than you. Yeah,
yeah, for sure.
That's quite distressing over here. I did notice Temple of Artemis got finished in St. Petersburg, and we do have +3 happiness level in the capital yet. He didn't improve all of his tiles though. And another war, MCS Crag on the Bishop. The MCS Crag, that is Persia. Okay, so that's gonna be Spain. Okay, that's MCS Crag
That's
declaring.
gonna be so rough, man.
Yeah, it looks like
we're
he's
gonna
trying to
fight
pick
each
up
other.
that trader in Spain cities, but Spain has a warrior guarding it.
And another war. What is this? What is happening? The same team declaring war on another team. Alcoholic this time. That's Cree. England and Mamaletto. England with Mamaletto and the Cree with Alcoholic. Oh no.
Oh, he got it. Oh wow.
It was so close.
With the
So
shift
close.
enter.
Yeah.
He yoinked that.
Well, this is gonna be awkward. Valletta died. Okay. Let's see England, by the way. What did England get?
I was just about to say, England has gone for 0 infrastructure, and they're going for mass settlers. And this is a strategy I don't think I've seen people do in this tournament yet.
And they're killing Antananarivo with boats.
Yes. He's going for mass
wow.
cities here. I do want to remind you, yesterday in the FFA, remember Aztec.
Remember the Aztec.
Yeah, remember Aztec. He was just pumping out settlers, no care for any kind of districts, just, getting them out there, getting them planted all over his land. When everybody was on 6 cities, he was 10 cities. He just turned into the blob.
And taking a look at England City here, I can't say that I disagree with his strategy. He's got nobody nearby that can threaten him except for Hungary. And he's getting a free city-state with 2 galleys. I think this is the strategy he should go for. He should go for mass cities here. He's perfectly nestled in the corner of the map. Unlike Hungary here, who has to worry about enemies all around him.
Yeah, both of his choke points are closed off for water. So he's not going to be worried about Spain, Norway, anything. The only thing that I do want to point out, it just popped into my head here. There's Hungary in the game. Everybody will kill their city-states next to them. It's like
that's true, actually, because Hungary is the chaos maker.
Exactly. You don't want to leave any kind of option for Hungary to just, deal some damage on your cities. So you want to take that away from him. Also, another point that I forgot to make at the beginning, by the way, my viewers are saying thank you, Potato, for making such great tutorials, and they learned a lot from you.
Hey, thank you guys so much. I'm glad to make tutorials. I'm just happy to teach people how to play and enjoy a game that I love so much.
Getting everybody better. One step at a time, one video at a time.
Hey, that's my hope is if I can make people better at the game, and also I think more importantly if I can make people have more fun playing the game, and that's mission accomplished. Russia has started building the Great Bath, which is another fun early game wonder based.
Oh
on
my
floodplains.
goodness.
Now I thought with Egypt going for Edamanaki, I thought they might try to make a Great Bath play themselves.
Yeah, I think that Etemenanki though. But yeah, you're right. I don't know. I am a bit. I was thinking about Etemenanki. It would have been placed in such a way that he could use his Sphinx to put it all around him, all around Etemenanki for that extra culture you get. Because it's probably gonna use the Sphinx anyway, and you might as well just optimize it. You can't put them next to each other, so you have to be careful how you place them. He would have had a maximum of 4 in this scenario, for example, of 3
Yeah.
actually.
One question actually. Here's a more of a fun question for the both of you. Looking at the map, if you had to take over, if you had to sub in for somebody, who would you jump into the game and play as? Who would you pick right now to be in the shoes of?
England, 1000%. They're looking really good right now.
How about you, Michael?
Kree.
You like the Cree positioning? Tell me about the
Really?
Cree. Why do you like the Cree positioning? Is it because of their strong capital?
He's far away from people that he gets to sim, and he has enough land to the south that he can expand into, and his whole north is full of mountains. Nobody will even think of coming close to Kree until the late game. So
I think I like your assessment of the Cree. And don't forget, they also have a really strong capital with those nice pastures, giving their a bonus.
yeah, not to mention that England. I like England also, but this is Eleanor England, so it's gonna be a bit slower to get all of those bonuses working for it. And at the same time, I think he's gonna be at war with not MCS Crack. Who is it? Hungary. Curtis Love, for the longest time in the game. We're gonna need to see how that.
You're gonna say hungry hippos because anyway.
Yeah, hungry hippos.
Michael, I think there's 3 turns left on the Ancient Era. Would you like to talk about era score?
Let's see. We got Greece 1919. We got Persia 2319. It looks like Egypt got it 2619. Golden RPG with 3119. Eleanor 3119. Crete 4019. Oh, Happy Dragon is 16 out of 19, and it does look like he's trying to get a horse in 4 turns. Did manage to take care of that scout, by the way. His trader is still up and running. And looking at his options here, oof, that might be a bit rough for him to get his golden age. We got the bishop, 17 out of 19, same problem. Doesn't have oh, he gets a harbor, never mind. He's gonna get a splendid harbor. That's gonna be 4 points, easy peasy. Curtis Love of 20 out of 19, and Jiraki is gonna make it with 25 out of 19.
Just Spain is the one that's struggling right now.
Yeah, just Spain. And Spain is gonna be on 5 cities. Did he sacrifice his golden age for 5 cities here?
I actually don't think he's sacrificed at all, because if you take a look at Seville, there is a builder on a forested hill, and I think he's getting ready to chop out that horseman.
Ah, good eyes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's gonna be only 1 or 2 points. That's probably the first horse of the game, right? So maybe 2 points.
It could
Well,
be,
I guess
it's gotta be very,
that's what
very
he
close.
needs. Actually, that's what he needs. 17 out of 19. Let's see. Is he
If
gonna
it is the
chop
first horse, I think it does secure him. He might want to finish a tech first. Yeah, he's about to finish masonry, which might give him more production from the chop. So he might chop it next turn when there's 1 turn to go on the era. That would be what I would do in this situation. Now, how important is it to hit these golden ages, Michael?
It's extremely important. I cannot stress this enough. We've seen yesterday how bad it was for China to miss it by 1 point. I cannot even imagine what would happen with Spain losing it this time. At least he didn't invest so much into his holy sites and everything. You see, China already had the districts locked in. And this is, I guess, a bit different, but still losing a pen, brush, and voice would mean he's gonna be behind so much from compared to Persia.
He did chop his tree, where Horseman comes out next turn, so it looks like everyone is going to be getting a golden age this time.
Yeah, and he did get another point from somewhere, so it's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
Maybe he
Went
met
on
another
6 cities. Holy smokes! And they're still producing settlers, if I'm correct as well.
Yeah, another 2 of them coming out.
Like, how could you not want to be England right now?
The thing about England right now is, if somebody noticed that they were building so many settlers and had started cranking out military, England is in trouble, because you get even one tech advantage here, England might struggle to keep up. But
That's fair.
this greed is looking like it's going unpunished.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
yeah,
gonna
they have
work out
Kree
well
right
for
next to
him.
their teammates right next to them too, right? So they have protection from the Kree. It's like if Hungary, who really is the only one that's going to threaten them right now, is the one that's going to go towards England, they have the Credo as well to attack Hungary back. Because Persia's going to Spain, right? And that's Hungary and Persia are the only threats to England right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Hungary, we're talking about who we would like to be in the shoes of. Talking about someone who I don't want to be in the shoes of, Hungary here, surrounded by 2 potentially very powerful enemies and with no allies to back him up.
And not that many powerful cities to go for. I see he's struggling to get more cities out. He stopped to build a +3 campus next to Debrecen, and he got his government plaza in Bura a bit early, I would say. And it does look like right now he's barely getting his 4th and 5th settler out. It's gonna take so long until he gets on the same level as England. If Pen, Brush, and Voice will activate here on England next turn, we're gonna have so much culture potential for him in the next era. He's gonna put down districts from each of these cities, probably harbors. We're gonna see campuses. We're gonna see a lot of science, a lot of culture, gold. It's like everything. It looks like it's aligning in the stars for England. A much more aggressive play, I would say, from Mamaleto. Yesterday we've seen him on Pericles and he's settled down a lot, tried to get the culture, tried to get some bonuses from his land, but now he's expanding everywhere. Totally different.
Yeah, it's really fun to see players play different styles day to day, because like you were saying yesterday, I think he sat on 5 cities as Pericles for a good long time, and now he's not happy with 5 cities. I would be surprised if we saw him on less than 10 to 12 cities this game.
Yeah, exactly. Also, he gets to keep on settling the coast to the west side. He's gonna get next to Kree. They get to trade with each other if they want. Actually, I would really suggest Kree get a city on the coast to the south. Can you imagine coastal trade routes to a city over there? Oh my god. Even if he puts it in the tundra, it doesn't matter. Just get a city there, you know? Just get one.
I have to agree. Those coastal trade routes can be game changing. So if he just threw a city down there, they would be absolutely raking in the gold.
Man, I remember yesterday Portugal got like 4 or 5 tons of trade routes towards his opponent next to him on the water. He just jumped 100 gold per turn for those few turns.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch. And then it was kind of funny too, because the second we noticed, Japan noticed and instantly declared war to cancel those trade routes.
Well, there was a trade route going through his units. Because that's how I noticed it as well. Can you? Oh my god. He basically funded his opponent there. So Norway, 3 cities. Now he's getting his harbors. A bit surprising that he's getting harbors so early, but sure, he's gonna get a lot of gold. That's another thing that's happening with Norway. He's getting extra adjacency to his harbors from his holy sites. So these harbors are gonna be +6.
Oh, I I need to play Norway in the better balanced game mod. I love playing coastal faith style.
Yeah, it is.
And getting extra adjacency on those holy sites, that sounds like a lot of fun to play with.
And
here come the long ships. Okay, here we go.
Dun 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 dun.
But say I'm like, wow, Norway's only on 3 cities. They might be struggling for a little bit, but they still don't know where Spain is though. So what are they building these for? They don't even know where like the city states are. Like, is it
think
just
they
for
wanna scout.
Aeroscore at this point?
Yeah, I think they want to
Aeroscore
scout.
and exploration, I think.
Yeah, yeah. We just jumped into the next era. He knew he has enough era score and he didn't want to go overboard. So now he's getting his Viking longships out, trying to scout. When he's gonna find out that galley, you're gonna see him build a lot more.
Yeah, can't wait for that.
It looks like nearly everyone has gone for pen, brush, and voice here, which is giving you +2 culture and +1 gold for every specialty district you have, with the exception of Norway and Russia, who both went for really early faith economies. And I think they're planning on faith purchasing a bunch of settlers while they build infrastructure.
I agree.
That makes sense.
Not a lot of faith banked up on Harald, though. And it
But
looks
he's
like,
got 2 holy sites right now, so I feel like
Yeah.
they can very easily change.
yeah. I'm a bit worried about Peter's faith accumulation, but he still is on 35, so I guess it's good. Now we do have audience chamber coming up from him, from Golden. Looks like he's now repairing, upgrading those pastures and camps. There was a blizzard that just went through, and I think actually 2 blizzards that went through. I see quite a bit of these tiles got extra food, extra production on them. It's good. Oracle coming up in Novgorod. Are we actually gonna see him trying to go for some culture shenanigans here? It might be with Oracle in Novgorod. He's getting.
He's gone very
magnets.
heavy on wonders.
Yeah, early on. Did he get Grey Path? He did. He did get Grey Path to the south. Okay. He's not expanding though. He's staying on these 3 cities. It's gonna take a while until he's gonna make enough faith to get his next.
Well, he bought his builders, I think, with his faith, and so I think he's waiting for that audience chamber to finish. Then he's gonna faith buy his settlers. Then he's gonna start to settle.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Just one information there. In BBG, in Monumentality, you don't get 30% off. You only get like 10% off. So settlers get expensive really fast in Faith. You do need.
Which is why he invested in the builders early on, right?
Yeah, at some point. I was thinking maybe he wanted to go tall at the beginning, and then I think he's gonna put into production settlers rather than buy them with Faith. That's why I'm curious what he's gonna do here.
Why not both? Production and faith buy them.
That would be ideal. I agree. That would be ideal. Okay,
I think
one
you're both
Viking
wrong.
longships.
I think he's going to build settlers and then instantaneously delete them.
Yes.
Nice. Must have got $1,000 donation then.
True.
Move them toward their opponents, let them see them, and then delete them in their face.
That's pure evil.
Here we go. Norway and Spain find each other. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see.
What
the
does this feel like
production.
if you're Spain? When you find Norway and he's so close, how do you feel?
Oh,
Man, you find Persia on your land next door to you. You're like, oh man, this is a terrible game. Then you go north and you find Norway on your waters. Excuse me? You feel like absolute poo right now as Spain.
oh no.
Yeah, I don't envy Spain's position, especially since the Persians you just mentioned got their very first immortal and enough archers here to pressure. And I mean seriously pressure Spain.
Oh yeah, man. Wow.
I think the only stopper right now is Iron for Cyrus. That's it. He has encampment training projects coming up in 2 turns. He has the units. It's just not enough iron to upgrade more immortals or hard build them.
Are you allowed to strategic trade between teammates?
I think it was disallowed, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think all strategic trading was banned.
Okay.
Basically, you're not even really allowed to interact with your ally except with trade routes, I think.
Yeah. So, and getting an alliance, but not a military one. You can get an alliance. Does he?
What do you
have
do with
more-
Spain right now? Do you build walls? Like, is walls gonna really help you in this case with all these archers?
Swordsman
Swordman. Okay.
and
Yeah, you
pray
need fat units to block.
and pray you're gonna get 2 men at times. That's the only strategy. And immortals eat these archers alive. Archers are the weakest unit that you can actually defend yourself against immortals. They two-shot them from afar.
Yep, it's terrifying. If you click on an immortal and then hover over an archer, you can see it is just actually a two-shot. And the worst part about the immortals being range units is they get melee unit promotions, so they hit like a melee unit but at range.
Yeah.
They're just a really defensible ranged unit is usually how I view them. Very hard to kill.
I do have to mention that it's a bit different. The result is a bit different of the fight because you see over there, you get 2 attack points on the immortal attack numbers. It's 43 with the sword and 25 below with the ranged attack with the target.
Oh, you're right. I see
So
that. Oh,
it's-
I think I've made a mistake.
No problem. But it's
Oh,
25 plus the oligarchy plus the 3 attacking. So it's actually 25 plus 7, 32. And you do get afterwards more bonuses. You can get, for example, a general bonus, another 5 that he's gonna get. So basically, it is gonna be a 40 attack ranged.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me what's the most broken unit you can make for the classical era, I would say it's an archer that gets melee unit promotion.
Yeah, just get the first promotion. It's fine. What can go wrong? An extra plus 7. You know, like what can go wrong? Okay, now we got more Viking longships. Looks like Jiraki did not declare war yet on Spain. This is surprising that he's not putting all of his effort right now into this,
Oh,
or at least a
It
few
looks
times.
like Spain found him, but he hasn't found Spain.
Well, I mean, you see a boat. I
You
think
can
that's
put
enough.
2 and 2 together, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but he might not know that Spain is close enough for him to obliterate them because it has been
That's fair.
36 turns. That galley could have been exploring for a while.
Yeah, true. And it's damaged at the same time, so maybe he's thinking, oh, okay, fought some barbs, got over here. Oh, now we can see the immortal with 48 melee strength.
Oh no, Spain. And they're building harbors and holy sites. Oh boy, this is not looking very good.
Spain has to see this though right now. He sees the archer that just stepped into his vision range.
I don't know if it is because there's a hill in front of him, so I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, you might be right. You might be right. That archer is on a hill, so it should be able to see it. But
Oh, true.
the true. I expect him to basically cancel everything that he's building and start building archers. Would you say that's right, Michael?
Yes. I'm actually extremely surprised about the archer spam of MCS Crack here. I was expecting him to go more like warriors, or maybe some horses.
If you kill that one immortal, all your cities are safe.
That's
So
why
if you see some
I'm-
priority targeting here, maybe Spain can survive.
My chat also pointed out something, and I was taking a peek at that. Do you remember yesterday Mamaletto was with Pericles and he had Torres, but a really bad Torres?
I don't remember that actually. I didn't know he had Torres. Maybe I
It was
just
so
forgot that part.
bad. That's why it was so bad. But
That
this time
forgettable Torres.
he has another Torres. This time it's very good Torres. And I was thinking like, okay, Mamaletto has like Torres bias at this point.
I definitely feel like somewhere in the code at Firaxis HQ, they coded in a line that says, if name equals Malmetto, spawn Torres within 20 tiles of his capital. Because he has hit it way too many times.
Let me actually double check if it indeed had the Torres yesterday. You saw his religion, by the way? He's getting Stonehenge in Manchester?
Yeah, I was just about to say that Stonehenge is 2 turns from finishing, which will open up some religious plays here. What sort of religion do you go as England here?
either the extra amenities for a district, Zen meditation, or if you really want to get some faith generation going, you go for divine inspiration, the China one, divine inspiration with sacred places.
Ooh, yeah, that could be quite powerful if you got out a wonder in every city. You'll make a ton of faith, a ton of every resource, really, because of that sacred places buff.
Yeah. Wait, I
What
was
religions have
watching.
been taken so far? Sorry.
I'm
In terms of
watching yesterday,
religions-
by the way. And no, it didn't get Torres. It was just amazing. How do you call them?
Yeah, choral
volcanoes.
music's taken. Okay.
Choral music has gone with lay ministry for Russia, so he's going for a very heavy culture faith game here with his religion. Is this like a usual play for Russia?
Yes. Unfortunately, yes. It just means he's not gonna get any gold.
So he's going to be, yeah, that was always the biggest problem with Russia, is they're always broke. Is his
Yeah.
ally, Pericles, going to be helping him there, or is Pericles also going to be broke?
I think
His ally is Cleopatra, which is next door.
Oh, sorry,
So I think-
Cleopatra, yes.
that's
Yeah, I
what
think-
he's gonna base his economy on. He's gonna get a coastal, and they're gonna trade coastally, and he's gonna get extra gold anyway from Egypt trade routes, extra food, extra gold. So I think that's what's gonna happen here. Personally, this is something that I've seen so many times with Russia, or I should say Russia being played by the majority. They do try to keep it at 0, 1, maybe -1 gold per turn, instead of trying to get an economy of their own and get as much faith generation, as much culture, as many theater squares as possible. He
What was
didn't
that?
get
The Netherlands? Ooh.
Just took a city-state on the tail of the map.
he did
So
take
now they
Zanzibar.
are
They're
can trade.
connected
coming
and they
in
can
on
trade.
Spain. They can actually help their teammate right now, possibly.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a while, but they can, in theory.
Well, I mean,
Well,
it opens
maybe
up
not.
safe trade routes. It opens up potentially a little bit of naval production. Because I mean, even if the Netherlands sends a few galleys to block, that'll give you support bonuses. It'll buy you time. Like, this does open up a little bit of cooperation, I think.
Here we get walls now starting to come up. All right, so Spain's starting to fight back. Get your walls up. That's all you can do right now.
Yeah, man. I just feel so bad for Spain because this is such difficult terrain to defend. And here comes the immortal. Oh, look at that!
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They cannot just get two
turn.
shots.
This is one of the things you have to be careful when you're playing Civ. Is you get last moved, first moved, you
Yeah.
just lose a unit, and it's oof.
That's the part I don't like about multiplayer, but we all have to deal with it. I understand.
Yeah, it's just part of the game. You have to live with it.
I do see more horses coming up from Gordian Pasagade, Hamatana building up another immortal. So it looks like he's going to get enough military here to overwhelm Spain defenses very soon. Even if he gets ancient walls, those archers will just drop it down slowly but surely.
Definitely.
Even chopping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Persia's looking pretty strong right now.
Egypt did manage to finish that Temenanki in Rakedet. Still did not put down sphinxes. I'm extremely surprised that we don't see a few sphinxes here. It does look like he got
Maybe
naked.
they're leaving the faith and culture to Russia.
Sure.
Yeah,
Doesn't
I
stop
think
you
so.
from-
I think they're just the trading partner now. Russia's the win condition. Russia's on 56 culture right now. That's insane. So I think they're just like, okay, just trade with me. I get food as well for Egypt. So I think it's an ideal trade partner, and I'll feed you gold if you need gold. I think Egypt now is just I am going to give you gold, and you are the win condition.
Egypt is on a 30 gold a turn, indeed. He's getting it. He's getting there. I do also want to point out Russia did make quite a few sacrifices to get to that culture per turn. Got Hanging Gardens, got Oracle in Novgorod, got quite a few of these theater squares here. No economy, no science though. That is going to be... And he didn't get even Pingala. He's going Moksha with Magnus and then Kazan with Liang.
Oh. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, maybe he scouted out the fact that nobody can really threaten him, and he can do this extremely greedy, tall cultural / tourism build.
Yeah. Oh, and look at Kakis go. 5 cities, Pericles. We got him with good campuses. He's getting his acropolises down from each of his cities. Did manage to get to poke that city in, Ephesus. Look at that. He just blocked the bishop from defending properly his land here. And we do have the bishop with... oh, he just lost his trade route, by the way, to Russia. Golden
Wow.
just pillaged it. Okay.
Oh, that's got to be a
Happens.
tilting moment here.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but if I'm like early into a game and someone takes my trade route, I really just want to start a new game.
Yeah, I understand. What if somebody snatches your settler? Close the game.
Yeah, the settler snatching is tilting. Oh man, that's a table flipping moment.
It is.
Absolutely.
I have to say, it is unbelievable that after so many settler snatches, we still don't see all of the players escorting the settlers.
I don't think I ever do. I'll be honest with you. Every single time I put out a naked settler. Why? Because I like to live my life on the edge, man. If you don't live life with the thrill, you're not living life.
Well, England did manage to get that religion. It's gonna be divine inspiration with sacred places, and I do see him getting a few horses out, not a lot of them, and still did not improve a lot of his land. We do have a horse from Hungary coming against Newcastle upon Tyne there, even though honestly I do think Hungary is kind of late to the party here. Just looking at the city count, we do have 2, 4, 6, 8 cities on England, and then Hungary is on 4 with a possible 5. That is a problem, a big problem. In the yields
Hungary
tab,
can't do anything though. Hungary is surrounded by Cree as well. If they go to war with England, being like, yeah, I'm going to take over England, then the Cree's going to come in. And I don't even know if they know that. I imagine they know England, Cree are both on my borders. I can't do anything to either of them because I'm going to get murdered.
yeah, they're basically bullying Hungary to stay as far north as possible right now. Positioning here. Mamaleto is on 76 production, by the way. He's the most productive civilization in the game.
Baby.
We do have him on 27 science with 45 culture. And again, he doesn't even have one single campus. Nothing. That's just his pen brush and voice with Pingala. That's it.
Also, like Persia, though. Persia has good stats for being on 4 cities and has 74 production on 4 cities. Like, that's insane. So they're almost keeping up with England with half of the amount of cities that they have. The only difference is the culture.
Wait. Are you talking about Hungary or somebody else?
Persia.
Oh, Persia.
Sorry,
Yeah,
did I say
Persia.
Hungary? I meant Persia.
No, sorry. Yeah, Persia's internal trade routes are amazing. That's why he's so good right now in production.
That's
He has
right.
Governor Magnus.
Forgot about that.
Extra gold, extra production, extra food coming out from those traders is very good.
Yeah, that's right. One of Magnus's promotion in the mod has been changed to, instead of giving +2 food, they give +2 food and +2 production. So they're really, really good internal traders, especially if the civ has an internal trade route bonus.
Yeah. Oh man, a cat is in the game, by the way, and I just noticed the Immortal takes down the walls in like 2 shots, 2 melee shots.
Oh my goodness. Oh, smoke. Spain, I'm so sorry. We're gonna salute you now, but I think you're done. I think you're out eventually. You can put up a fight. Take it as long as you can to try to make Persia as irrelevant as possible, but I think eventually you will go down, Spain.
Well, you know, players have been up against the wall like this before and managed to claw back from the brink. I think Spain will definitely lose Madrid and Cordoba, but they might be able to defend in Valencia and Seville, at least somewhat.
I will
Maybe they
kiss
can
his
get a
toes
cockroach
if he
city
doesn't
out?
die.
Maybe get right now a Cockroach City out, because I mean, he poked in Norway. Norway took down his galley. Now Norway got a lot of Viking longships. He's taking down Lahore. Look at how many Viking longships Norway did manage to get. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5,
wow.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in production. He's one turning these from his capital and second city.
No, yeah, from only 2 cities.
Yes.
Ooh-wee.
You know, that's an interesting point here. Norway has so many galleys, and it might not be Spain he uses them on, or longships rather. This coastal empire that Persia is invading might end up being a bit of a poisoned chalice if Norway turns those longships upon Persia.
Oh yeah, we're gonna need to see.
Good call.
Maybe we're gonna see them split Spain and then live happily ever after. Maybe we're gonna see them fight for every inch of these cities. We're never gonna know until MCS Crack makes a decision. The thing is, Spain is in mortal danger at this point.
Yes.
It doesn't look like he's really keeping up with the
Immortal
defenses.
danger.
Yeah. Oh, a cat got taken back. A cat got taken back by Happy Dragon, so now those immortals cannot take the walls easy.
Mortal danger.
Come on, there's no way you didn't think of that.
So Akkad got taken back, which means these immortals do a little bit less damage. I say a little bit; they do no damage to these walls.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, we're seeing a fighting chance from Spain. I'm actually incredibly happy for that. And they got walls in the South City. That's not going to get taken right away. Okay, we have a little bit of a battle going on now. This is turning out very interesting.
That's the thing about these extremely good players. They live on the edge. Like, he just settled Barcelona and started building a monument. And he's on the brink of destruction. He knows the limits of his empire. He is going to allow Persia to try to take his civilization to the brink and try to play as greedily as possible in the defense. We saw cities yesterday get to like 10 HP, and then a critical unit was killed and walls were chopped out, and then that city became a fortress. It's crazy just how down to the wire these players can defend their cities.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I also want to point out putting that horse inside of the city instead of an archer or something did also increase the city's strength considerably. It's a 50 strength right now if you try to attack it with the immortal, so it allows it to take a lot more hits than normally. Another war. Man, everybody's fighting over here. Unbelievable. What's happening? Why did they declare war again? I don't know. I can't find the reason. Yeah, I can't find the reason.
Egypt and Russia declared war on Cree and England, so I'll have a little bit of a scout around and see if I can see a reason for that.
Maybe they're just declaring war. Oh, I see a Cree scout next to Egypt.
There are no roads though, so I don't think like it was a trade route kill, or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I do see sphinxes coming out from Swenet.
We got one.
Finally.
There's one.
Yeah, but not in the capital. Why not in the capital? You know, the best place. I don't know. It really needs to get them next to Temenanki. Also, trade routes going towards Russia. Russia is getting more cities. He did put one on the coast. He's getting a harbor there. Definitely, it's gonna be very nice to have those trade routes with his buddy with Egypt. I also noticed Cree did manage to get 2 for 6 cities, and he's building some more, getting his commercials out in the markets and putting down a few campuses. I do like
Cree play for the next era for Cree.
Yeah, I do like how also Pericles did his sim up. He's on 34 science, 48 culture. He's staying on 6 series right now, but he can still go for some more. He already got the ones that are the best placements at the moment. So it looks like that he's gonna have to make some more preparations to get another 2 cities to the northeast. And he wants to sim up a little bit before that.
In terms of expansion phases, Michael,
yeah,
you can see across this game there is like an incredible diversity in how players are playing their expansion games. Like the Netherlands are staying on 3 cities. The Pericles is on 6. Russia is only now on 4 and slowly climbing up to 7. Why would a player choose to sim up and not keep expanding?
I think it's two things. First of all, their own personal feeling about where they are in the game and what their skill is versus the other players and versus what they can think they can do with their civilization. And the second one is they always compare themselves with the other players and they say, "Oh, I need to catch up," and that most of the time is actually how to say. A trap, I would say, because you end up, instead of you in doing your own game and you applying your knowledge of your civilization and trying to adapt to the land properly, you're always going to try to catch up to somebody that has different land, has different bonuses, might shine right now, but he's not going to shine in 10 turns. There are so many things that could interact. So focusing on your own adaptability should be the priority. They're not always comparing with the other players. And we've seen that yesterday. Some players did choose to stay low in stats, but go a lot of cities, and then they just exploded. It was a moment they in just a span of 5 turns, they tripled their stats.
Yeah, definitely. Players are definitely able to take a very, very small empire, and it's almost like one turn passes and it's like a light switch turned on, and then suddenly they've got a war machine.
Yeah. I do have to say I really like how Happy Dragon put out his defense here, and I have to say also we pointed this out yesterday about players sometimes having this not behavior, how to say, tendency, I should say, of splitting their units instead of going for one single target, and that cost them the war. So at this point, because he split the units between Cordoba and Madrid, he couldn't get either Madrid or Cordoba.
Well, Madrid's walls are about to crumble, so the attack is still pressing on. There's still reinforcements coming in. Spain's got a lot of units, though. I'm really impressed with Spain's defense. I just don't know if Spain can kill these immortals, even with these horsemen.
That is a good question.
Oh, we got swordmen, though. Here we go. Okay.
That is a good question. Let's see.
I don't think swordsmen can swim because there are 6 Viking longships battering down the gates of Valencia as well.
Oh my god, dude, Spain, I'm so sorry, bro. Oh, gee.
But
Is this a case of Norway being a piranha smelling blood in the water and wanting to get a bite of Spain?
At least he did manage to survive another 10 turns, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's like you were saying earlier, Michael. I think it's time for a cockroach city. In fact, he could probably run a cockroach city all the way over to his friend in the Netherlands, and both of them could live in the Valley of Peace here.
Yeah. In the Great Writer scene, it looks like Russia did manage to get 11.5 Great Writer points a turn. We got Greece, Pericles on 8 Great Writer points a turn, England on 2.3, and that's about it because Egypt just probably put the card on a little bit. So Russia 100% ahead of everybody else when it comes to Great Writer points a turn.
I mean, not only are they ahead in Great Writer points per turn, but they're coming up on that 100 culture per turn mark, currently sitting on a healthy, juicy 94 culture per turn compared to their 14 science per turn.
Yeah, good
They
production, good
almost
food.
have monarchy, too. That's crazy.
That's the power of doing a sort of extremely focused build where you beeline just one of the 2 tech trees, the culture or the science tree. Players tend to do the culture side of the tree, don't they, Michael?
Yes, to get to those, it's all connected, right? You get to the better civics. With the better civics, you get better production capabilities that allow you to defend or expand faster. Oh, and I do see we got Happy Dragon over here managing to take back that tile next to his city of Madrid. Only 2 units can smash it down with melee strength, and I don't think MCS Crack can afford to keep on it. And let's see. Oh, okay, there we go. Not in the city, but took down one of the horses. Easy peasy.
I like that play, though, because now Madrid can't really produce more units because it's got nowhere else to put it. It's anytime it puts out a unit, it's just gonna die immediately.
Yeah. Well, let's see. It also went down to to 40 strength. The Immortal, though, does take considerable damage if it attacks into the city center. We need to see how the Happy Dragon is gonna get out of this.
It's ranged.
What's the range? Oh, you mean
Mortals.
they can keep on attacking range, sure. And the second they attack, they might be counterattacked though. So, oh, actually, looking at how much damage he's doing, no, he's not. Wait, they got a military alliance? Didn't they?
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh.
wait, what?
I think we might have to. I don't know what we do here.
I mean, the only thing we can do is talk to Menja.
Maybe the player forgot that the rule was in place.
I mean, sure, but
Is this Spain's out? Is this Spain's way at getting out?
No
I do
alliances
not.
are allowed.
That's not what the Discord said.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. If they voted for it, do they get it allowed or not? And I also need to double check the second vote because they did a second vote.
That's true. They did do a second vote. I'm having a look here, see if I can find it. Oh, and actually,
No, still not allowed. 5-7.
yeah, I think they voted against it. But this might have just been a mistake from these players.
I don't know. It might be tournament rules overrides the votes, so that's what I want to find out. I want to double check.
Yeah, definitely. I think we should get a double check on the rules here. Cause
So even in the second vote, they did go for not allowing military alliance. That's what you said.
Correct.
I think you should check that yourself so you can see with your own eyes, because I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly, but it does look like 7 people voted for not allowed.
Okay, so Menjak is saying that it should be on for the 2v2v2s. So the vote.
Okay, so no rule has been broken here. All right, good that we got clarification on the tournament rules there.
Well, that actually is
never mind.
good and sad at the same time because we were looking forward to see how these players will adapt without a military alliance.
Yeah.
We wanted to see. Okay, let's see. At the same time, I do have to point out, of course, we do have Persia over here getting to that military alliance much faster than Spain could, which of course gives him that extra +5, and with the extra +5, it is gonna be much easier for him to go through the units of Spain.
Absolutely, and I think that just reinforces what we were talking about earlier. Why players favor the culture tree so much, because the culture tree contains so many combat bonuses that you can use at any point in the game.
Okay, so I got confirmation indeed. The military alliance is always allowed. Okay, good. Okay, Valencia, Norway. Look at that. Already a city.
They're hunt.
An extra city, and
Valletta's
they're on
next.
the hunt. Yeah, this is. Oh my god.
And then once Valletta's down, they can go through the canal through Valletta, and they go and attack the south cities. Oh no.
I can already see those galleys from Netherlands moving left, right. They're trying to defend those trade routes. He cannot stop the trade routes from flowing towards Madrid. There's no button that you can declare war on your ally there. Wait, what happened with that one?
Madrid was captured, so the trade route was cancelled. So
okay.
at least one of his trade routes was saved.
Good eyes, like your peepers, bud.
I have great peepers. Now, like we were talking about, is this conquest of Spain a poison chalice for Persia here? Is he going to find himself staring down the barrel of a musket full of longships?
I think so. At least in the cities in the north. I don't think Norway wants to take south of Seville. Even Seville, I wouldn't take Seville. So like Barcelona, sure. Valletta, sure. Maybe even take Zanzibar, even though you can't because they're 2 cities. But
Yeah.
he can settle all of this coast anyway, and it's gonna be good. He has 2 more good cities south of Stavanger, west of Valletta, and then another coast on the peninsula east of Valencia. That's perfect. That's okay. That's more than you need for Norway.
Definitely. So in Spain's position here, is he thinking that he can hold this, or is it time for cockroach? Like, what's going on? Is he just caught between a rock and a hard place?
Spain?
Yeah, Spain. Like,
Yeah,
what's his out here?
he's
Is he in cockroach mode or
only
is he trying to
cockroach.
defend?
I think this is his only way out, getting a cockroach city. I'm actually surprised we didn't see one built a long time ago. Maybe he still thinks he's gonna survive with a few more cities, and then he's gonna do something about it. But honestly, being attacked from the north and the south by two nations on sea and on land, that is like the worst thing that you can have. Just not enough science, not enough production to defend on both. And
Yeah, definitely.
you see Norway is just getting so many of these boats out.
Yeah, he's not taking any prisoners with this massive Viking longships. The other thing to consider here is these longships can go over the ocean, so they could eventually be pointed at the Netherlands across the sea if he does indeed know that
Absolutely.
they're out there.
Yeah, that's another question that I guess we have to answer long term. What is Netherlands' answer gonna be to this? Because at the moment it looks like he's getting some science up, he's getting good campuses, he's getting some good culture, he got wonders, he got pyramids, he got a great lighthouse, so his boats are moving faster, but he doesn't have the cities. Like just sheer production numbers, he is on 43 production right now versus Norway, which is on 72.
Yeah, that's a tough fight. That's an uphill battle for Netherlands.
Yeah, and this is before Norway gets all of those cities that we were talking about. Like, he's gonna get Valletta, Barcelona, maybe Zanzibar, and so on. It's a bit of a problem here. Look at Norway go, getting his settlers out of his cities. 76 faith a turn, 20 gold. This is gonna be
definitely
dangerous.
Well, you go ahead, Michael.
I said, this is gonna get dangerous. That's it. Sorry, my final comment on that.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm just trying to be careful so I don't talk over you. It's impolite to talk over people. So we've put a lot of focus on the eastern side of this continent. Should we take a look over back at like the Russian, Greek, and maybe the center of the continent again?
Yeah.
We do have a new era coming up, so it would be interesting to see, are people going to hit eras or golden ages? What are going to be the consequences of that? Are people continuing to settle? Do we see people jostling for war? What's your take, Michael?
Well, first of all, I see Russia is going culture victory. Getting, yesterday when I was saying, you were asking me, okay, what are the signs, the early signs for a culture victory? Well, look at Apadana being built in St. Petersburg. We got Mahabodhi Temple. He's going to finish his religion. We got a lot of culture generation from him. Oracle also got snatched up by him. 15 Great Rider points a turn, is just on his way to needing to get a few more cities and starting up those, to try to get more science so he gets to broadcast centers. That's it. He's on that path. Maybe even rock bands. He's close enough to his ally to play rock bands in Egypt.
That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen rock bands be used on your own teammate before, because I don't think I've ever seen someone make an attempt for a culture victory before in a teamer.
Yeah, I mean, in teamers it's the only way, because otherwise the rock bands are gonna get stepped on, so they're gonna get killed.
I think I would start renaming all my rock bands to "Don't Step on Me."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, something like that. Greece is gonna try to defend this. Pericles with 82 culture, he's not that far away from Golden. Mamaleto also is trying to defend this with Eleanor. Both of them do have strong bonuses from their theater squares, and I do have to mention, I really like Mamaleto's start over here with 126
Apadena's gonna
production.
get built by England instead. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
they're actually they're fighting over it. It's very close, very close.
Is this a snatch? Is he trying to snatch this from Russia so they don't get it because he spots the culture victory?
No, it's gonna be Golden's. Golden has higher slot in the lobby than Mamaleto, so it's gonna go to a slot order. It's gonna be on Russia. That is gonna be so sad for Mamaleto here. Maybe, oh man, and he was like a turn away from chopping that. Look at that builder positioned in Newcastle upon Tyne. He could have just chopped it. Oh, feels bad, man.
Feels bad, man. I still think that it shouldn't be based on slot order. I think it should be like a race. Once like you two are like it should be a game of chicken. Whoever stops building it first loses.
It just keeps going endlessly until somebody stops building it. Like 20 turns later, I'm not gonna stop. You gotta stop.
Yeah, I think that would be like, because now you gotta think, okay, do I fight for this wonder or what do I do?
That's so funny. Hey, Civ 7 for the next one. Like maybe you can pitch it to.
You gotta work on all of the details, man. You know, you gotta paint everything. You gotta get the mosaics going. You gotta go outside and do the proper ceilings, everything. You know.
Dude, I'm telling you, Wonder Chicken, it's the new game coming to schoolyards around town, okay? It looks like he switched all that production from the Apadana into a mausoleum, which is a great mausoleum in the city of London. 3 coastal resources. Well,
Yeah.
You know, that's a decent mausoleum.
I also see that he's starting to spread his religion. He did get a holy site in the city of Manchester and actually killed one of those amazing Torres tiles to do it. But oh well, I guess the sacrifices must be made here. And started getting a bit of more of these theater squares with the amphitheaters in them. England, he was on 2 great writer points a turn a few turns ago. Now he's on 6.9. He's starting to recruit these great writers, and with those, he's also gonna get those nice and juicy stats I was talking about earlier.
What are the stats? Is that a bonus from Eleanor? She gets extra resources, is it?
She gets one second, let me put it up on the screen. So great works receive additional yields depending on the district built in the city. So it's like 2 science for a campus, 2 culture for a theater square, 2 gold for a harbor, and so on and so forth. You basically get everything, including a neighborhood. You get +2 food if you have a neighborhood.
Wow.
Whoa, that seems like an incredibly powerful bonus. And does that apply to all of her great works in a city?
Hungary, Kumasi. Look at Kumasi. It's happening, boys. It's happening.
Where are they gonna go? Are they gonna go to England? Are they gonna go to Persia?
He doesn't even need to upgrade these. I don't know. Is it Persia or is it like
Because
England?
at least like Norway can come down with berserkers on Persia, so I think Persia is a better target. And also Persia's busy with like Spain, right? So if they both collapse on Persia right now, Persia has to make a decision to retreat and save their own land, or keep pressing and say, screw my own land. Now I'm just gonna take over Spain.
Oh my
I
god,
think
this
your
is gonna
analysis
be
is spot on.
this is gonna be a man-at-arms push from Hungary. Does anybody have enough envoys? I cannot answer that question. If they have enough envoys to just seize back Kumasi
Yeah,
to delete the levy, I don't know.
This is the thing about Hungary. They are the chaos spawn. Hungary will just turn a city-state into a war, and I'm really excited to see which direction these units start moving in.
This is the danger you have if you leave any city-state alive in this game. This is the danger you're gonna. Oh, okay. Somebody did it.
No.
Somebody did it. Who did it? Who was it? The bishop. The bishop took it away. Okay.
The Netherlands of all
Netherlands.
people.
Why
I
Netherlands?
think
though?
Spain's in trouble. No way, man. I think that's a mistake.
Oh, why would the Netherlands do that? Did they want the trade route? Oh,
I think they
Possibly
wanted the
unknowingly.
era score.
Yeah, possibly unknowingly.
I think they wanted the era score.
did we just see an accidental Hungary block?
Oh man, if only he would have left this open, he would have actually helped out his buddy there.
I think you're right. I don't think Hungary can attack England. England is too big and too strong for Hungary right now. I think there is a window, though, like Moisos is saying, for Persia to get obliterated here by a huge army. And it's so funny to me that the Netherlands has saved the very person killing his teammate.
Yes, this is unbelievable. He probably doesn't have vision over what's going on here, so he didn't know how many units Kumasi had. He didn't know that he probably levied those units and so on. But oh man, that was
I
quite
think it was
an
an
investment.
innocent. Oh, Kumasi's a good city-state to be a Suz of. Oh, I'm not Suz of Kumasi. Let me just put some points into here. Ha! Now you don't have the bonus.
This is the tremendous like beauty of a game like Civ, is that you can influence other people around the map without even really knowing it, just by building wonders or influencing city-states or even just getting great people. You can completely obliterate somebody's strategy.
Yes, so all of that money got deleted. The money spent on Kumasi. Kumasi is a very rich city state right now. Didn't even need to put the sacrifice on his units, you know, it was fine. Second of all, I do have to point out, I think Netherlands really wants his golden age. He's 1 point off, he's 48 out of 49, and maybe he just did it to piece a city state so he gets those extra 2 points.
I think you might be right. I think that's the move that they were going for.
I don't even
And actually,
see...
speaking of the Netherlands,
Oh, I
they're
see.
finally expanding.
Oh, wait, what? I see something extremely weird here in the Bishop's cities. In Rotterdam, he's putting down a commercial. He wants the points for it. That's a +5 commercial. But it's such a rare sight to see harbor and commercial in the same city. Because you don't get double trade routes. You only get one trade route.
You get double free inquiry though.
You do. Do you think he's gonna go free inquiry? I mean, could be. I guess he really wants caravels, but he's not gonna have gold for them. He's not gonna hit mercenaries if he goes out of pen, brush, and voice.
Yeah, and hard building caravels just doesn't really work. But he does look like he's going for caravels with the buttress technology. He's focusing on that top side of the tech tree where all the naval technologies are.
I agree.
It's weird. It's a weird play. Maybe he can make it work.
I think he has to because he knows Norway is like on their way. So how do you fight against Norway? Is like, oh, you just I guess get the boats that are better than the Viking longship, like caravels and ironclads or whatever the I don't know how to pronounce the Netherlands unique boat, but it replaces the frigate, right?
Yeah,
the Zeven Provinciën or whatever.
That's the one. Yeah. I think they want to go there.
I also noticed Egypt did manage to get Yerevan, another positioning on Hungary. He closed off this way of the expansions for Hungary, and now he has safe settles towards Solikams, towards Russia. He basically is sedimenting that border between them.
Yeah, I think he's already got settlers on the way over there, so I think this is going to be a great location, like a very, very safe place to plant down cities and go full Sim City, while you close off options for Hungary. I think your analysis is spot on there, Michael.
Thank you. I'm actually really worried about Hungary here. He stayed on 5 cities. He's getting some of these horsemen out. Yes, they could turn into what, black armies, I believe they're called.
Yeah, black armies, and then the
horses.
other unit.
Huziar.
Yeah, the Hussars, I guess. I don't know how. Huziars.
The Hussar, yeah, Hussar.
There's a Z in there. You got to pronounce the Z. It's Huziar.
Yeah, but the way the Hungary, I don't think you actually. It's not like an American Z. Like I still think it's Hussar. Is it not?
I don't know.
I say it with the American Z. Okay.
Okay, Irishman.
Let's not get into the aluminium type of
You
debate
know
here.
what? I'll go a step longer. It's aluminium. The worst of both worlds. So who is the biggest threat to Hungary here?
I think it's Eleanor at this point. I looking at Kree's development, it doesn't look like Kree's interested in any kind of war. He's not putting down encampments. He's not getting his units out. But Eleanor is starting to get a few units out. He discovered stirrups. He discovered mercenaries, so he can hard build. He can upgrade all of his units if he wants to. At the moment, he's more focused on upgrading his land with the feudalism cards and trying as much as possible to convert his cities to his religion. Also, I'm pretty sure everybody is racing towards the golden age here. We do have Greece managing to get one, Persia managing to get one. Chuck is 7 points away. That is massive, by the way. 7 points away from a golden age. At least he's gonna get his okay, now I see he didn't get the Mariano chair toucher, so that's 4 points from it, and he just needs 3 more.
How many turns into the era? Sorry,
it's one turn, I think.
turn.
Yeah,
okay.
1 turn. So this is the last moment they can actually use.
Spain in a dark age too. Everything's just going wrong with Spain.
Okay,
I
Chuck
mean-
just got it, by the way. Chuck just got 58 out of 57 points, so there we go.
Nice.
You say everything's going wrong with Spain, but Madrid is red again.
Everything is not ideal for Spain. Yes, you're right. Things are going right given the circumstances. But they lost Valencia, they lost Valletta. I don't think they're gonna get those back. They're in a dark age. They're not in the ideal scenario they want to be in.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just poking a little bit of fun at you.
I know.
They are doing a fantastic job defending here. Although I think the writing's on the wall. Unless the Netherlands can literally pull caravels out of a magic hat here.
Yeah, people are saying we need to pronounce Husar without the Z. It's like a extra Z
Husar.
over there.
I
It's
linked
like
it in Potato's chat.
I've
It's-
just been told
yeah.
that I don't care, and I'm gonna say it with the Z.
It's like in French, you know, you got a lot of letters written, but you don't speak them aloud. You know, it's like he who must not
Never
be named.
pronounce the last letter in French ever.
Okay.
It's true. I'm not even kidding.
Well,
Yeah, because like VOUS is like it's VOUS, but it's VOUS.
Yeah.
yes.
You're right.
Yeah.
Voodoo,
J
voodoo.
or no J was the E, but yeah.
I wonder if you could just speak English, and if you drop like the last letter of every word, do you sound French? I wonder. I'm not gonna do that because I would probably be incredibly offensive. But it's
No,
I wanna
no,
try it.
not at all.
How do you even say the word the? It's like
Le.
Let's see it. Who did manage to get a golden age? Who didn't manage to get a golden age? Yeah, looks like Spain, dark age. Cree, golden. We got Mamoleto, golden. Bishop, golden. He did get it. 52 out of 49. Curtis Love. Oh my god, 1 point away from getting a golden. That's Hungary. 1 point away from getting a golden.
God, 1 point. Because like here's the thing. That's
Yeah.
the thing about
Feels-
this game. 1 point can make or break a game.
He's gonna drop probably like 20 culture a turn or something like that, 15, 20 culture a turn. At least he does have good science. He did have good culture till now, but his expansion possibilities are just not there anymore. He's gonna be forced to put some non-freshwater cities if he wants to connect everything and keep on expanding, which at the moment I don't think it's gonna be good for him. And he knows that. Like he's not doing any kind of settler here. I like looking at Hungary. I'm thinking, okay, what can go through his mind right now? Is he gonna try to focus on defending on everybody and just stay alive? Because this might be a possibility, right? Just like Rome did yesterday, he stayed on 5 cities and just waited until somebody just crushed him, but it was late in the game anyway. Or is he gonna try
If
to
I'm
do something
hungry,
about it?
I'm thinking I'm building money and I'm just surviving. His job is to survive. I think Norway has a better position to be more of the number. If you think of like teamers, I always like to think of like who's the win condition. So I think Norway is more of the win condition or more of the way of like they're their number one. So Hungary needs to recognize that. They need to say, this is my job to support my teammate, give him what he needs, and support him in any way. So if Norway wants to go to war with Persia, like, okay, I will send a little bit of units towards Persia. Or like if you want to go to war with Egypt, okay, I will send a little bit of units towards Egypt. But they're playing the support role right now, and Norway's kind of taking the lead.
Yeah, that is true. And Norway is getting a lot of cities out. I see him already with 246 cities. That's not even counting the ones that he conquered, Valencia and Lahore. That would be, and Valletta, by the way. That's another 3. He will get Barcelona, or will he actually? Barcelona getting walls in 2 turns. Looks like. Also, we got
Oh,
Berserkers.
the Berserkers are here though. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
But we got crossbows. Okay, crossbows do take down Berserkers quite fast.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see. It's definitely a messy situation, especially with now Dark Age for Happy Dragon. All of those cities do have lower loyalty pressure. Oh man, that's just nasty.
I'll be
Yeah, it's definitely a nasty position to be in. Oh, we got a World Congress.
Yep. Let's go. I go A or you go A? What do you want?
I'll do B.
You do B? Okay, let's go Great Engineers. Let's go preserves, and that's it, I guess.
UAIB, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, just checking. Preserves and Great Engineers done.
More theater squares coming out from England. He did go for a second Pen Brush and Voice. Oh, look at that. 60 science and 112 culture. Keeping up with Golden there. Well, I mean, I say keeping up, but then I see an extra 7 over there.
Yeah, they almost look the same, but Golden's 1 looks a lot more like a 7.
Yeah.
Is England just trying to get their culture up to hit like the key cultural techs, or are they already spotting the Russian cultural victory and are preparing to defend against it?
Probably. They wanna see
172. Holy smokes. They really ramped that up.
1056, 170. And he's getting more faith generation. He's getting a bit of more of an economy. And I do say that he's right now on 41 gold a ton with just one single commercial. Not even a commercial, a harbor, 2 harbors. Okay, never mind. He does have 2 harbors. Okay, that's good. And he did manage
with
to get
Egypt,
Colossus.
it's a good. It's a very. What kind of alliance? I imagine they're not even on a military alliance. They might be on an economic alliance here.
That's a good question. I don't see the military alliance activated on Egypt's horses. So I would assume they do have a different alliance going on. I don't know which one, so it doesn't.
Can't really check, huh? There's no way to check.
One question I'd like to talk to you two about. It looks like the World Congress has gone through and the votes are in, and it looks like double great people points towards great artists and faster campus production. Who does this help? Who does it hurt? Or is this just like standard play that you would expect?
The campus production.
You want to go for it?
The 100%. I think at this point we're gonna see exactly what happened yesterday. Everybody wants to get their science up, so they're just gonna keep on spamming.
The double points towards great artists is. I'm surprised. I would have I don't know what the votes were, but I'm surprised that that wasn't contested, knowing that Russia's in this game and Russia got Oracle, and that they're producing great people at a really great rate. That was weird to say in a sentence, but like I said, like if I'm playing against Russia at this point, like you have to vote against that. You have to vote against writers, artists, anything to really slow them down.
Well, don't forget that Pericles is in this game, and the Greek player might be feeling just as confident as the Russian player to compete for those great artists. So I think it was their team that also voted for great artists. So I think it is a matter of these players just feeling like they can compete and they don't have to be afraid of each other.
Yeah, when they were highlighting the great people, like Greece did have more artist points than Russia. So you know what? I've been known to be wrong once or twice a year, and this is the first time.
I think your logic is incredibly sound. I just think these players are just like they're competitive. They're like I don't think I'm not gonna roll over to Russia. I'm gonna fight him for these great artists. I'm gonna try to take them away from him. Screw that.
I like it. Okay, I like the confidence in these players because I would not have the same confidence.
Well, I mean that's the confidence that's built up from thousands and thousands of hours of playing.
I do think going for the theater squares actually in this case it would have been better than going for the science.
Really?
For production,
yes,
yeah.
Because
but
everybody Russia already built his theater squares. He already got his amphitheaters. Like everybody else would have benefited from that. So it would have given a chance to Mamaleto, to Kakis, to build faster culture defense against Russia, like Russia's tourism.
Interesting that's how you saw that. One question I do have: the Cree has so much land to the south, and will they eventually settle that, or do they just not need to?
That's a good question. If they will settle that, I don't know. I think
they will eventually. It's just like you block off other players' access to it, and then you have the rest of the game to do whenever you want to, like whenever you're comfortable to expand.
Yeah, is it a case of that, like you just don't have the amenities to expand like that?
I don't think a lot of the players think only of amenities when they need to expand. It's more about the stats, and you can help out amenities with just putting down maybe an entertainment complex here and there. Not from all of the cities, but between like 5 or 6 cities, you can still get one. It helps so much in the late game. So if you think about long term, 3 extra cities with less amenities for a while, but then one of them builds an entertainment complex to make everybody else happy around them, it just feels like it's a good compromise. Because you still get the campuses, you get more commercials, you get even stats from your citizens, like everything would do well.
For sure, I just heard a couple of players talking about how important amenities are to limiting your empire's expansion. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, it is important. I don't think it is that important if you're not gonna go into -6 territory. You know, if you're gonna go into -6 territory, yes, that is a problem. That brings me up to another question. Nobody did go for Colosseum. How come? Like, we've seen everybody rush Colosseum yesterday. Nobody rushing Colosseum now.
I haven't seen an entertainment complex now you mention it.
Yeah, you're right. I expect someone is going to realize in probably the next 10 to 20 turns that no one built it, quickly try to get it out and just snatch it up from the rest of the players.
From what I can see, Greece has a very good position for Colosseum. Also, Cree has a very good position for Colosseum. I don't know what they did here, or why they didn't, I guess. Also, I just noticed, by the way, Cree is on a triple continent split. White, red, and green over here.
Beautiful.
Very nice, yeah. He did also manage to get the great library in one of his cities. I guess that was for the points here. And this is another question that we should answer. Golden RPG with Russia did not go for a second monumentality. He went for a pen, brush, and voice this time. That's why he has 184 culture.
Yeah, he's established now. He has his cities. He has like everything that he needs. He doesn't need any, like, he can just produce his builders if he wanted to. Look, he's just spamming out all of his culture things now. It's like, this is his push. This is his era to really pull ahead from everybody else.
He also did manage to get pagodas in his city, so he's getting some extra influence points into his envoys, to his city-states. For his city-states, I guess.
Ooh, pagodas is actually probably the perfect building to fight, especially Hungary, to fight Hungary for suzerainty of those key cultural city-states.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I guess Spain is surviving, living the dream over here, or the nightmare, however you want to say it.
Well, nightmares happen when you're asleep, so I guess no matter what, he's living something.
Valencia got flipped. Norway just lost it. Looks like Barcelona is alive. He's getting a galley out of there. These Viking longships are getting destroyed here. It's very low in HP. One of the nerfs that was done to Norway was they don't allow Norwegian longships to heal in ocean water anymore, in deep water. So you can only stay on the coast. I mean, it was it was stupid. You get Viking longships attacking you when you couldn't attack back, and they just healed in front of you in ocean. Like,
yeah, it's like one tile at a range healing. Oh man!
Like, even look at the one in Valletta that is sitting on that deep water tile between all of the shallow water tiles. That you couldn't attack that, and he would have just healed in your face then.
That would be so funny.
Yeah.
I think we have different definitions of funny. So I probably want to kill the Norway
I'm just
player
thinking about doing that. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that in like one of my games and just like laughing at the person, like, you can't touch me.
That is actually a fair question. Norway still has the coastal pillage ability on these ships, right?
Norway coastal. Yeah, he could. I think he already did though.
Oh no, I was just asking generally. Like, that hasn't been changed by the mod.
Oh yeah, he can still coastal pillage. Yes, so he could take ideally the mine, the quarry in Seville.
Yeah, that would, and I think there's also another Corey as well in Madrid. He could pick up a little bit of faith and a little bit of gold there. I was just curious because a lot of civs have been changed, and I always felt like that Norway pillage ability was a little bit broken. So it's interesting to see that it hasn't been changed.
Yeah,
It's hard to execute. It is really good. It's just hard to execute.
and you can defend. You just need to get a unit on the tile, and that's it. Even a scout or something really weak, it doesn't matter. I do see a massive forest file in Gordian, and it looks like the gods of Civ is what are helping MCS Crag, I should say. 2, 4, 5 tiles got with extra fertility, or will get soon extra
Absolutely.
fertility.
In fact, I just got a message there from Firaxis HQ. Carl is watching the game, and he just set those forest fires on fire to help out Spain.
He pressed the button. He pressed the button, boys.
Yeah, that's right. He lit those forest fires himself in the game. We've put a lot of focus on Persia here and the war, but like, how is Persia's position? Like, how are they doing? They've got an angry England to their left and a friendly Norway, or is it? Yeah, a friendly or an angry Norway to their north. Is Persia? Does he have to make a move here? What's going on?
My take on this is if he doesn't manage to win the war fast, he is gonna probably be irrelevant for the rest of the game. And it doesn't look like he's gonna win this war fast. And this is the problem right now. Like, we got 50 garrison strength cities on Spain. Madrid is probably gonna be lost again. It looks like these Spanish galleys are just so relentless at attacking into that city's strength, and they're gonna take it down. While he couldn't get Seville and Barcelona. Looking at his stats, he's half the stats of his ally, Kakis. Kakis is on 84 and 170. And then Mamaleto's next door neighbor, 94 and 117. Norway getting up in the north with 93 and 41. I guess that's a free inquiry golden age. Yeah, that's a free inquiry golden age. And I guess, of course, Hungary over here is just gonna be ripped apart at some point in the game. We're just waiting for that moment to happen. So it's probably gonna be Egypt with a possible attack from the north, or England, or Cree that will tear apart at some point Hungary. It's just a matter of time. The only one that I see having spies is Egypt into Hungary. That gives me an idea that it might happen here. Oh, finally we got sphinxes. Oh my god, I think he noticed all of that nice and juicy culture that he could get. Finally, 5 sphinxes being built in Egypt land.
Yeah, that's a ton of culture and faith that he's picking up there. So we've talked a little bit about Hungary is going to get gobbled up by Cleopatra. Who do you
Yes.
think is going to gobble up Persia?
I think Persia is just gonna sit here with very low stats, unless we're talking about late game when everybody will just steamroll him with tanks or something. I'm pretty sure Mamaleto is gonna focus on going to that tank fascism strategy that we saw yesterday, and at the same time I think the focus on the culture victory will also be a problem. It might actually stop Mamaleto from attacking anybody.
Yeah, that's true. He might be forced to try to defend against that culture victory because Russia is up to a very healthy 81 tourism per turn and has earned their very first tourist. So I think the pressure is on now, and that number is only going to start growing and growing.
Exactly. I do see theater squares being put down from London. Eleanor does get good bonuses from getting those books. It's just a matter of time until we're going to see some better culture here coming up from his cities. Is it going to be enough though? Because like I was saying, it's one about the tourism with Russia, but when he's going to use that faith to buy rock bands, totally different story. Those will give him so much tourism so fast. It is a casino style play. I have to say this. I have to mention casino style play on Russia to get those rock bands in. You never know when they're gonna die. And
Yeah, it's my least favorite thing about rock bands, man. You build a rock band. I don't know about you, but I think there's like some turn curse. All of the rock bands I build on the same turn, if one of them dies on their first use, all of them die on the same turn.
I heard about that. Yes, I heard that's how it is. So you have
It's
to.
like the
So like it rolls on the spawn. It rolls whether it's gonna die or not on the next
that's what it
performance,
feels
like right away.
Yeah, it
I
feels like
believe
it takes the turn seed, and then it's like, okay, this rock band is marked for death, and it's like, oh god damn it.
Isn't that how apostles work too?
I think so. Sometimes apostles roll the same promotions if they're recruited on the same turn in the same city.
That's what I heard. It was from Michael too. Weren't you the one that said that?
I heard that a few days ago being talked about. It wasn't talked about a few months ago about this, honestly, and the players were saying that indeed, if the first one dies, you should stop for at least a turn to play the other ones, so so they don't die.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that there is like there's like a weird thing that whatever the turn is, sometimes you have lucky turns and you have unlucky turns. But if a rock band does pop off, they can do incredible work.
Yeah. At the same time, I've heard other stories as well. Well, I guess with people just being, players, I should say, just being a bit more cautious than usual with the rock bands. As in, you might want to play it with a full movement, so you don't move and play at the same time. You want to play it on only splendid campuses instead of like all of the campuses, and you want to take into account the appeal of the tile, like all of those.
Wow, really?
Details.
No,
I don't know if they influence that much. But
this sounds like some gambler's fallacy stuff. This sounds
exactly. That's exactly how it sounds to me.
Foil hat, man. Like, there's no way that's real.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Especially with the rock bands, you never know. Like, unless Carl maybe shows up here and gives us some official numbers of how the rock bands work. You know?
Ah!
Where is Carl? We need to get Carl here.
Carl!
Carl!
Show
us what you brought for show and tell!
Oh, man. Speaking of show and tell me about the Netherlands. He's finally got 2 more cities very late into the game. Is this like a particular strategy, like trying to get the stats up and then expand, or is it like all about trying to get those caravels out to save their ally? They are 1 turn away from cartography, and they have 4 galleys set up here in Zanzibar, and 400 gold in the bank.
And another like 7 in his lands, but those are caravels, right? They're not gonna be frigates. My immediate surprise was, why is he building Grandmaster Chapel here?
Oh, does he have the faith in God?
He has 14 faith a turn with 500 faith in the bank. I guess ideally he could buy a few units as in to defend the land war if there's gonna be a land war. It doesn't look like it's gonna be, but you know.
I think it's a desperation play. It's like the other 2 just don't benefit at all. Like, I know that you don't have faith, but maybe it's like, okay, later if I build 1 holy site, I can get a little bit of use out of this Grandmaster's Chapel. And right now I'm at a point where my teammate is dying. I'm going to be the next target for either Russia or Greece, and I need to be able to protect myself. So this at least will give, if it gives me that 1 unit that makes a difference, maybe that's what he wants. It's just like, yeah, it's a desperation. I need this, otherwise I'm just going to lose anyway.
It might be. It might be.
I think your analysis is at least, if not on spot, it's on spot TV. By the way, you can go to twitch.tv/onspot TV. I think you might be right. I think it might be like, oh man, I don't have good options. I just need like 1 or 2 extra units with my meager faith gain. And you know, the other thing is, caravels can pillage coastal stuff. Like, you can pillage harbors, you can pillage fish. You'll get a little bit of faith out of that. So maybe he's looking for a little bit of a military faith economy. That could also be an option.
I don't think you can do that unless you're Norway.
Well, they can pillage like harbors and fishing boats.
Okay, sorry, I understand.
Yeah, no worries. I didn't make it clear enough. No problem.
I was thinking over here, what are the options for him to actually go against somebody? Because Jiraki with Norway is 100 science. Is gonna have caravels at the same time, and he also has a decent amount of gold banked up with 300 gold with 26 per turn. He's now pre-building quadrims. Did he even get? Wait a second. Oh no, okay, he didn't get his caravels yet. I think it's just a matter of time until he plugs in the double naval card, double harbor card, and he's gonna get more gold. I like his sim in the capital, by the way. Not sure if you saw it, but he's like using that government plaza exactly how we need it, we need to use it to give as many bonuses as possible.
He just unlocked an achievement if you've never had it before. Surround your government plaza with all districts. Good work, Norway.
Yeah.
And you could definitely see his bias with those districts, very heavily favoring science and culture, trying to basically climb his way up through both tech trees as hard as possible.
Well, he's got no mountains for those campuses, so I actually like the play because, like, okay, since I have a lack of mountains, I need some sort of bonus for my campuses. Oh, let me surround it with the government plaza so that there's some adjacency. But look, he made +4 out of nothing, out of absolutely nothing. Made +4, +3 campuses. Folks, if you want to know how to be a better player, given you're a really bad map, this is how you do it. To adapt your government plaza to what you don't have in your empire. So he doesn't have any wonders for his culture, he doesn't have any mountains for his science, but he just made a wonderful planning in his empire.
Yep, 100 science, 50 culture. I don't like his gold though. I have to say, I would really love to see a few more gold points showing up on his side. I'm actually surprised he's making so little gold, and I'm thinking maybe these traders. Probably. Oh, internals. That's why he's using internals. Okay. Because Norway does usually benefit from very strong harbors, like +6, +7s. This is a +10. Oh, he does have the double harbor card. Okay. Another +8 over here. So very strong income coming up from those. It's unusual to see such low gold yields. But anyway, he does have 110 faith, 115 production. He should be fine. The race is on for the culture. Mamaleto, Kakis. Mamaleto 164 culture, Kakis 171 culture. Gold per turn coming up from the red team. We do have Eleanor and Cree. Both of them are making about 200 gold. I think they just went over 400 in total per turn.
That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, they're also the most productive.
An absolutely insane amount of Civ 6 Bitcoin.
Oh man, oh yeah. Yeah, Civ coin.
That caught me off guard.
Civ coin.
You gotta buy the Civ coins. Man, maybe that's one way we can get more prizes for our, for our boys, you know, for our tournaments. Civ coins.
You will win an NFT of your favorite civilization leader.
Don't give them ideas, okay? It's
man.
So this huge gold income, is this just like we can get away with making this much gold, or is it like formulating a part of their strategy? What's up with this huge gold income?
I think, first of all, they just spammed out a lot of these trade routes, and they got that city on the coast. So all of these trade routes are coastal. They have so much gold generated because of that. Other players just don't have that between them. That's the only. And well, I guess Golden with Chuck do have, and look at Chuck's, also Chuck's gold per turn. He's 161. Same thing. Looking at the long term, this actually allows you to be very flexible in your position. You can quickly upgrade units. You can buy a lot of pre-builds if you need to. You can sometimes buy buildings if you really need that one turn off, and it looks like it's allowing them at the moment to be the most productive ones as well. Oh, we're gonna have.
All right, looks like we have a re-lobby coming up here.
Let me exit to desktop quick.
Every time I look at Russia's stats, I feel like every 3 turns they just double in culture. It's crazy. They're at 226 now. Like, excuse me, they're at 117 3 turns ago.
Yeah, it's insane. I'm actually curious if anything happened in the live results here. Let me see. I need to click on a lot of buttons to refresh this page. 1 sec.
Yeah, the tournament standings.
Yeah. Oh, zone of control with another big point amassed on them. 1405 points right now in total. D2 coming up in second place with 1299. Cars dropped to third with 1285. So Zone of Control is keeping up that lead for the last 30 hours or so.
The fair play to Zone of Control. I've been impressed by the gameplay of all of their players that I've seen throughout this tournament. I'm going to go run and get a glass of water, so I'll be right back to join the lobby.
Oh, right, I need to give you the link. Link.
I'm also gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take it afterwards then. What can I say?
Sing a song. And you gotta entertain everybody.
Yes, sing a song. Okay, so let me actually put it up on the screen over here so everybody can see what we were talking about. There we go. This. So I already mentioned the 3 first clans in the overall standings. Barking Axe coming up on the 4th place with 1237 points. The Germans with 1120 points. Gilgaquid is actually coming up on the 6th with 1042, and Civ Russia with 1030. These are actually the first 2, 4, 6, 7 clans, and they're all over 1,000 points right now. We do have some changes also in the 4v4 standings. We got a tie right now between Zone of Control, Cars, and Barking Cats, all of them with 300 points. In the 0 standings, I don't know what's that, 0 over there in the 2v2 standings. I guess there's gonna be some updates at some point. We got Gilgaquid in the FFA standings coming up first with 635 points. D2 560, Barking Axe 540, Zone of Control 525, the Germans 515, and Cars coming up with 470. Also want to point out Task Force Fish is maintaining his lead as the MVP by clans over here with 340 points acquired only by himself. Ogothy 335, Propaganda 245, Jack the Ripper 228, Romrom 221, Distoria 198. All player by scores, let me see. Oh, this is actually gonna take a while to update, and of course we're still waiting for all of the matches to be selected over here. I'm still not sure what's with the 0000 clan. Romor back, thank you very much, sir. Also, I'm sorry I wasn't that active on my chat. I'm trying as much as possible to cover the bases, and at the same time, if I do have some comments, I'm writing them down so I don't, speak and do weird stuff over here with my co-casters.
Hey, dude, if you want to talk to your chat, if they bring up a good point, go for it. Do it.
Yeah. Usually, you know how it is. I do want to be thankful for their support and say on every little thing that happens over there, thank you. But it feels weird if you have your I don't want to, how to say, I don't want to speak out of place, you know, like it's feels weird.
I thought you used push to talk.
I used at some point, and then I got used to just voice activation, and I never want to go back to push to talk.
Yeah, welcome, brother.
I've been using push to talk for a solid 15-18 years now, so sometimes I'm talking to like people in the same room as me, and I'll press the push to talk button.
Okay.
Alright, we've got our sorry, go. I was gonna say we've got our lobby back up now, and we're just getting ready. Michael, are you in the lobby?
I'm joining right now.
Gotcha.
I did want to say, by the way, it was kind of a major change up for me to from push to talk to the normal one. First of all, my push to talk for some reason had a weird sound on it. You always heard the whenever I started up or unpressed the button.
Oh, that's annoying. I would get really annoyed by that.
Yeah, exactly. It was a bit annoying. And then that actually made me take the decision to not have a push to talk. And then it allowed me to also use my hands when I'm explaining something. And oh my God, it changed so much. Yes, that is.
Hands.
Oh my God, yes.
That is true. Being able to use your hands when talking would help a lot, I think.
Yes. I do need to figure out what to do with other stuff. But anyway, that's just, stuff about stuff.
Stuff about stuff, yes.
I do want to take a moment to also get some something to drink. But first, I need to ask somebody about this. What's the 0000 clan with the 2v2s?
000 clan. Ooh.
Yeah, that's like a ancient zero over here, coming up with 300 points. I don't know what that clan is. It's the only clan showing up there.
I'm not sure what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. Need to figure it out. Maybe it's something like a buy clan or something. That's how they decided to do the buys. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even
ready?
know what you're looking at.
Ready?
Sorry, yep.
Ready.
Thank you.
In the spreadsheet, in the 2v2 standings, there's like a 000000 clan there.
I don't have a Microsoft login, so I haven't been able to open the OneDrive link, which feels bad, man.
Wait, really? You can't open it? Oh man.
Yeah, it's it's not a big deal.
Oh, and I think I need to stream, right? Okay, there we go. Sorry.
Even the quiet.
You just need to copy and paste the link because you can't click it since there's like an exclamation point. If you click it, it only takes about half of the URL. They have to actually copy and paste the whole thing.
Oh, I have to copy and paste it.
Yeah.
Let me see and try that actually. Because I've been clicking on it. Oh, my game crashed. God damn it.
Oh my.
No, pasting it still has the same issue.
All right.
Oh, we got 2 crashes. It's fine.
2 crashes for Civ
Yeah,
6? I'll take
you
that.
and,
I'll take that.
Oh, weird. Magic doesn't see it. Wait. I'm gonna refresh. It's unbelievable where we're getting with this technology. Everything is getting easier and easier to use.
Definitely. And yet it's getting more complicated and difficult because like different things, like it used to be that everything was turning into a smartphone. It would all fit in your pocket, but now you've got like a million gadgets. People have got like smart doorbells, all this crazy stuff that you have to try and get around. You walk up to some houses now and they've got 3 doorbells because they just kept installing new ones. It's like I don't know which one is which.
Yeah.
Really? That's funny.
Wi-Fi lights. Oh my god! You know, like it's gonna be so funny when the lights will turn on and off in DRAM, just played by the kid next door or something, and you don't have control over your own lights.
Oh, I get you. Like your smart lights, they have like the dial or whatever, and they're flipping it around.
Yeah, exactly, and they're like doing strobes on you. Like,
Yeah, you make a disco party.
yes. Exactly. There was, I think there was an episode in the Big Bang Theory at some point when they were trying to bounce, like control the lights and system, like audio system from all around the world.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah.
And then they were
Someone
allowing it
from
to be open.
China.
Yeah, yeah.
That was
Yeah.
before smart lights, though, so that was like the joke of it, I guess, right? So yeah, if you look back at that episode, you're like, like who cares? It's easy.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens.
It was a big deal back then. Anyway, back to the game.
Wait, I did want to point out something. Potato, do you know Moisos over here is a master at Raspberry Pis?
Really?
Yes, you know those little
Yeah, what do you
computers
need?
that you can get and just program them as you want to program. Oh my god, it's amazing.
I wouldn't say my master, but I use one. Yes.
You use one? Oh, what do you use it for?
I use it to host a streaming service. So basically, how we get everyone's perspective on our stream, we stream to the Raspberry Pi, and then I connect to the Raspberry Pi to display it on OBS. So then I can see everybody's perspective on our stream. So that's why, like, we're a host of 3 people, so we can see all 3 at the same time, or at least we can like hotkey each scene to a different player, so we can see each perspective.
That's impressive, because it is. You're basically wow. That's a really efficient use of hardware, because you probably need a full computer to do that. But to be able to do that in a Raspberry Pi, that seems like a pretty interesting.
Yeah,
use
yeah.
of it.
Actually, when I looked into it and researched, it doesn't take a lot of hardware resources. It's just network. So, yeah, it's very easy to set up. I can teach you. I have a whole like documentation on how to do it.
That's really, really cool. I don't know if I would ever have a real application for it, but it's awesome that it is possible. I guess if we were ever doing like a LAN thing, oh, do you know
Yeah.
what, it would be really super useful if we did have a LAN and we wanted to see like all the player perspectives and be able to switch to them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That
That's exactly the use case. Yeah.
Because you could have all 10. Let's say you have a 10-player game, you could see all 10 players' perspectives. And actually really drop in on them, and then also have the observer perspective. That is, yeah, maybe there is an application for that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Any streaming. It's not even Civ related. Like it could be anything, any perspective.
Oh yeah, you could probably like hook your TV up to your smart TV to the network and stuff, right?
I don't know about that because it
well.
goes through OBS. Like OBS streams to the server, so. I don't know.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. It probably needs to be a computer, or at least
Yes.
something that can run OBS.
Yes. Again, hold on. Back to the game because I think people are here for the game, right? So let's bring it back.
Absolutely not. I want to know more about Raspberry Pi. I want to know what you had for breakfast. No.
Bit bar, coffee.
Anything else? Anything else? I mean, it's still a quote unquote. It's still a pause because they didn't go for the next turn. Everybody's probably trying to do the moves over here before the turn ends. Because the timer is so fast, it's in the competitive setting. Sometimes you just don't have enough time to think about what you're gonna do. Don't have enough time to get all of your build orders correctly done and so on. So this is probably a moment of
Respite. It's a moment.
Yeah.
It's a breather. It's a moment to think.
Exactly. So everybody's taking a bit of time off here. We were talking about Netherlands when we came in, and his choosing to build Grandmaster Chapel. I'm still a bit surprised about that. I was thinking maybe intelligence agency. Most of the time, the go-to choice for the civs would be foreign ministry for the envoys that you get and the influence in the city-states. But like you said, Grandmaster Chapel, I guess it will allow him to use his faith pattern for something useful.
He has been, or the Netherlands have been saving up their faith basically since the start of the game. And while their faith gain isn't amazing, I think it's maybe enough to justify a couple of unit purchases.
Yeah, well, we'll see. At least he's gonna get enough unit purchases to defend against Greece here. He should have enough faith to buy at least like 3 units with his 529. It just needs to be careful not to be too expensive. Swordsman he can buy, but anything more, I don't think you can. It's too much.
Ooh, Machu Picchu for Greece. I noticed he's so many mountains. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Colosseum.
And Colosseum, yeah. Oh,
Finally. Okay, he's doing it. Kakis over here is gonna be big. I'm actually surprised we didn't see Golden go for the Colosseum, honestly, with Russia.
too focused. He's too focused on building all his theater squares and all their buildings. So now he's trying to catch up in science. It looks.
Yeah, I think it was a matter of he didn't want to use a district slot on an entertainment complex, because remember he was on 3 and then 4 cities for a long time, and that means he's limited on the amount of districts he can build. So that would be, at least maybe that's my opinion on why he focused on wonders that don't really require a district, or he already had the district for.
What kind of religion did Russia get? What
Russia
They didn't
went
feed the
for-
world, right? Someone else did.
Yeah, he went for lay ministry with choral music, and then he got the Defender of the Faith and pagodas. He finished his religion with the Mahabodhi temple. England also did manage to finish his religion with holy waters, which, by the way, just got a buff. Increases healing on your units by 20 within the borders of the city that follows your religion. That's amazing, by the way. That's so much healing coming up from holy waters.
Yeah, your units are going to be able to tank and cycle out so much, because I think that means like a unit in your borders would heal a total of 30, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In your city, a lot more, like 40 or something.
40. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's nutty.
yeah, it is.
Oh, and here's the thing. Holy Waters works on enemy cities, so it's kind of like a mini crusade, but for healing.
Oh yeah, you just need to have it converted, right, to your religion. Okay,
Yeah, for sure.
That's nice. Oh, there's a race for a Colosseum. Can you imagine Hungary wanting to go for Colosseum 4 turns away from finishing it? They're both on 4
Oh
turns.
my god, dude! No way.
Man, he's
Oh,
coming
no.
back into the game here. What can I say? Hungary is Curtis Love. Let's see Curtis Love. Oh, his last slot.
I
Oh,
hate to see
no.
it.
It's-
Here's the thing. Is he going to be able to get a chop? It looks like he's in position on a jungle tile there. Is that going to be enough to slice a turn off of that Colosseum build?
That is a good question. I do not know yet. We're gonna have to watch this. Oh, wait. He didn't grow 1 turn. He's still on 4 turns. Did something change? Oh no. He lost a bit of production somewhere or something.
Maybe his amenities changed. Maybe a city grew. Maybe
Yeah.
he lost at a city state. Something has gone wrong here. It's going to take an extra turn, and Civ is a game that comes down to 1 turn.
Yeah, even if he
well,
chops that
little
and
things,
gets
man.
back the turn is still bad. Oh no. He's also getting stolen here. You see that Aziza spy?
Yeah.
He's getting his gold taken away from him.
Oh my God, he's being bullied.
Yes.
He's being bullied by Egypt and England here, both sitting inside his city trying to steal stuff from him.
That's what you get for being in the middle of the map. Everybody knows where you are. So like sometimes it's like, oh, they're the only ones I know where their cities are. I guess this is the only place I could send my spy.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And
He chopped it, and it's 3 turns. It's the same again with Kakis. Oh no.
Oh no.
yeah, it's not looking great here, guys.
Yeah.
He might be able to chop the jungle that's on the spices. He can get there in 2 turns. Maybe that'll be enough.
Can he?
I
But
don't
would you?
think he's gonna do that.
I don't know. Do you? I guess you want to sacrifice the spice tile for that awesome Colosseum, but oh man, that's a hard one to sacrifice.
It's only 1 food on a really strong tile. I mean,
Yeah, I guess you're right.
He has to know that it's so important to chop that tile. Because if that's me, I'm thinking I don't want to chop that tile. I'm probably gonna get this in 3 turns anyway. I'm just gonna leave this alone.
no, if it was me, I would be like unimproving the bananas, I would be unimproving the stone.
Okay.
I would be like, nah. If I even think there's the slightest chance that someone's going to take this on me. Now, then again, that is me coming from the perspective of someone like, I can see all the information in the game.
I was checking their visions, and they don't see each other's Colosseum, by the way. So they don't know
Interesting.
somebody else from the map is trying to snatch it away. I mean, you can assume, especially in this high competitive game, you might as well assume you're always going to be against somebody in a race. I think it's a better practice to just try to get as soon as possible everything rather than delay it.
Oh, Greece's Colosseum added an extra turn as well. Uh-oh, I think Hungary's going to win it.
Oh,
this
no.
is so interesting. Holy smoke.
Oh man.
The Civ
My
god
city-
strikes again.
Only 26 production on my cine. And we got Buddha with 2 turns to finish it with 45 production. Okay.
Buda is a pretty hefty city. I'm quite impressed by how much production he's managed to pull out of this city. He's working a ton of mines, and even despite that, he still has really good food in here.
Oh, another chop comes in, or something like a change of a
Oh,
card.
he got a
because
builder.
Mycenae-
Oh, there was no builders there before. Interesting.
Mycenae is 2 turns, so I think it was a card.
Ooh, it might have been a government card that switched out.
Yeah.
I think you're right there.
Both of them are on 2 turns. It feels bad because, like you said, he did have the spice to chop. Now he's not gonna have it because he improved the mine. So, oh well.
Yep, I would have chopped that spice. Now, then again, I am speaking again from like knowing everything. So, I mean, would I really have chopped the spice? Maybe I would have been like my sauce was saying. Maybe I would have been confident. No one else has gotten Colosseum yet. Maybe I'll get it.
Oh, we got some points coming in. Menakshi Temple is getting built in Manchester, and of course, Mamalet over here is gonna get the 5 points for his team.
Oh, really? There's there's bonus points for building Menakshi Temple, is there?
Yes, there are those extra.
In that Panama Canal, I think I saw as well as bonus points.
Now, Greece can get one chop in here. They can pop up onto this jungle hill and just give it the old. They can maybe get one chop. Well, no, actually, that builder already moved.
That's your chop sound? Really?
Yeah.
Listen, trying to keep things friendly, okay? Do you want me to go like?
I don't know. I thought it'd be a little bit more intense. That's it? Like, wow, okay. Anyway.
So Cordoba over in Persia, Spain's war. Cordoba has finally fell, and is this now the signal of the end for Spain? I think it might be.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
don't know. Have you seen what's going on in Persia's land, by the way?
Yes! Yes, Hungary, let's go!
Oh my god, it's like 5 or 6 turns late because of the city-state, but man, is it just on time regardless.
You need more units. Like, I don't see any black armies. I don't see any hussars. Like, where are the other units?
Yeah, he's not getting them. He's just gonna try to focus on that Colosseum, which is not gonna finish. It looks like both Greece is gonna get it, and I think I saw Madrid flip at least 5 times till now. Like,
Got one population, man. It's been flipped a few times. Yeah.
That's a city that's been through some stuff.
we do have also war on the seas.
Oh.
A skirmish between Netherlands and Norway, both of them with caravels here. Where are the D7s? That's the question. I see pre-builds. I see pre-builds. Okay.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah,
Where
not
are they on the research tree?
Is one turn.
Oh,
Oh
one turn?
no, no! He's gonna finish the D7 technology, and he's not gonna get to build them. Well, I guess he doesn't have a niter. You can give niter away. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, but those Dizevan Provincian, those are expensive to upgrade into. I think it's like 250 to 500 gold. I don't remember on online speed.
It should be half that. It's only half. It's always half. But they have like a +7 against defensible districts. They start up with 60 range strength, 50 melee strength. They're extremely good.
I mean, I'm amazed that Norway managed to get out caravels here. I thought the Netherlands, because they had a much easier sim over there, I thought they would get there way faster, but the Norway also pre-building quadriremes for frigates too, so this is going to be a true brawl on the seas.
Yeah, and it looks like right now Norway is just tearing apart the boats, the navy of Dutch.
I love a good navy battle.
That extra promotion on these caravels makes all the difference, by the way. That extra +7 from the Embolon just allows them to do the necessary damage against the Dutch navy. I'm sorry, whenever I want to say the navy, it's like I should say Netherlands, but it's actually Dutch. I don't know, it doesn't sound right.
Yeah, the
Netherlandian navy. What is that? Netherlandian navy.
Just say Dutch. But I was actually going to point that out myself because that one promotion, the fact that these Norwegian boats have been in a little bit of combat before, is completely swinging this fight in favor of Norway here.
Yeah.
What can the Dutch do here to push this in their favor? Do they have to rely on maybe doing a tactical retreat and waiting for their frigates?
I think this is way too late. They poked the hornet's nest. Now they're gonna get the hornets. It's at this point, it's not gonna be an easy way back. And since he already discovered caravel technology, he's not gonna get the production necessary to build the boats anymore.
For sure. Yeah, his caravels now are just like too expensive to really make it viable to replace them.
Yeah. I got people asking me about the admirals. Oh, admirals got blocked, by the way. Everybody passed them, and nobody picked them up. And looks like they're waiting for Spain, which Spain is not making points anymore. Egypt, I guess, is the one that's making some points now.
And is this a case of do people do this when they know that a better great admiral is about to come up, and like even if they know everyone else is going to pass on it, they'll still do it?
Yeah. A lot of people would just block it. And also I see a city taken away from Persia. He lost the south city of from Gordian.
Oh yeah, he did. That city has been completely obliterated by the levied troops from Hungary.
Yeah, well, it looks like Hungary's war is paying off here. It's also gonna get some more damage done on Persia's units. He's getting pillages off. Oh man, this is...
So what is Hungary's goal with this war? Is he trying to take over Persia? Is he just trying to do damage? Maybe get a bit of pillaging? What's the goal?
Just damage. This is pure grief right here. He doesn't want to do anything. This is
okay. These are free units too. Well, free, quote unquote. Like they're not his, right? So he can say like, I'm just gonna pillage everything in your land, and they can. All these units can die, and they serve their purpose. Like whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Chaos maker. That's why it's so annoying. I'm actually surprised he didn't try to get a general over there to help out the war. Can you imagine a general with those units? Oh man.
Ooh, a great general over here would have been scary.
Yeah, he even has two of them. He has Timur and Shunsu. Oh well. I guess he was scared about Mamaleto. Honestly, you should be scared about Mamaleto with only 79 science and Mamaleto 172 science and 300 culture at turn. Just exploded.
Whoa.
Yeah.
It feels like we looked away from Mamaletto and he was on like 112 culture, and then he's on 300 now. What happened? Where did all this culture come from?
He spammed out his theater squares. He got amphitheaters. He's used his production to just build them really quickly, and he did also manage to get that Hueteocali in the city of Leeds. And now he's getting all of that extra culture and production and food on his lake tiles. Actually, looking at this, is on 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 culture just from that wonder.
I'm really enjoying England's play. They're using their projects very strategically. I've always noticed that they're always doing one or two projects basically throughout their empire, and they're always having an influx of great people because of it. So he gets like only his bonuses when he has great works of art or great writing. So like he's always been using the culture project to make sure he keeps getting an income of great writers and spreading out among the empire those great books. I can't talk today. I'm sorry. Wow.
You're doing great. Don't worry about it.
It was a long sentence.
That's my point. I can't get to the point. Yeah.
It's fine. I actually wanted to see how many works did he get. Okay, so he did get an artist, he did get a merchant, and more art. Okay, some of these great writers. Okay, I didn't see any books in his series. That's why I was worried.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw a few.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see 4 over here. This one. Okay, another 2 over here. Yeah, so he does have a few.
Yeah, and taking those books away from Russia is actually quite important, because Russia's culture right now He's at 10 out of 60 tourists, and his main opponent is actually England. Uh, we might see some serious pivots here based on this culture victory.
Yeah, and he is going going that culture victory as fast as he can, getting Bolshoi, getting Forbidden City. He has Saint Basil Cathedral coming up from Saint Petersburg. It looks like he's trying as fast as possible to get there. I'm a bit surprised we don't see him trying to get one of these fast. Oh, he did already get a musician. Okay, let's see who got a musician. Sorry, he did get it. Okay, and you see the next one is 535 points because he got it way before the industrial era.
Yeah, the price of the great people goes up if you earn them. Like the next one is really high if you earn them too early, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it matters when you earn them. Does it?
Yes.
Yeah, if you earn them before the era, like if it's the medieval era and I get the last medieval era, the Renaissance great person will be more expensive.
Okay.
Usually it's like double.
It's a lot, and I think and the most annoying thing about it is like sometimes I'll pick up a great person for like 600 great people points, and then the next one is like 200, and it's just so frustrating. I mean, I get why the mechanic is there. It just very occasionally you get like an annoying situation.
England is starting to make great engineer points, and that is gonna help him get a few of those awesome engineers to allow him to build wonders faster. And that would be quite good for him to keep up with the adjacency for his theater squares, get some more tourism on him, maybe some nice and good bonuses, like Menakshi Temple. That's gonna be another 5 points on his side from building a wonder. He's gonna get to redeem that as an achievement. Yeah, by the way, if you don't know, there's a list of achievements. Let me actually share this with
one
Moise
question. Sorry to interrupt you there, Michael, but one question I do have about Russia's position in the game. Now, when I was playing Civ 5 multiplayer, if there was a player running away with the game with a culture or science victory and you weren't adjacent to them, it typically fell on whoever their neighbor was to try and stop them. And their neighbors are Greece and the Netherlands. Are we going to start to see players pressuring Greece and the Netherlands to try to do something about Russia? Or what often happened in my games is the person who could do something about it just never did anything and just played as greedy as possible so that they looked good coming in second place. What kind of outcome are we likely to see here? Are people going to be gunning for Russia here, or are they just going to try to solidify their place in the score list?
Well, ideally, that's what you should be doing, what you said you should be doing. The person next door should try to knock on Russia's doorstep and take him out, or at least force him to defend. Use that phase per turn to buy units, put a pressure on his economy and so on. But honestly, looking at the positioning over here, it doesn't look like Russia can be easily attacked. It doesn't have city-states, for example, for Hungary to come in. There are only a few times that Greece could come against him, and immediately after he will see Greece getting units, as in getting a bigger army. He is going to have the ability to just buy out a few units. And remember, we're getting into the Cossack area. Those Cossacks are going to be nasty, and I'm pretty sure they're going to get mobilization. So they're going to be army Cossacks with a +5 next to Russian territory and a +3 from Defender of the Faith. Very, very hard to go through. So not only that Greece doesn't have the technology, he doesn't have the strength to go against his next door neighbor. And who's going to have available options? Netherlands? I mean, Netherlands is about to die to Norway. He's not going to do anything here. Egypt is on the east. That's going to be his ally. So the only option actually available for the other players to stop the culture victory is exactly what Mamaneto's doing right here. Trying to get more culture, trying to get more books out, more works, more great people away from Russia, and trying to prepare himself for the late game to maybe do some attacks with tanks, artilleries, and so on. But again, you've seen yesterday, the second you commit to the tank artillery push, you lose your simming. Like that's the second you basically stop getting more stats.
Well, hear me out here. I like Doe's suggestion here, where England defends and just buys turns for Kree. Kree has really good science right now, and so England's job, just buy time. Kree, get your military, get your nukes, get your tanks, and they're the ones that are going to invade Greece. They're the ones that are going to invade Russia, and so I think I like that strategy a lot.
Yeah, it could be. Also, looking at the positioning of Kree army, I'm pretty sure he's gonna want to go through
Greece, right?
No, not Greece, Hungary first,
Okay.
and then go towards the north, towards Russia. He doesn't have a way to go directly against Russia. You see the
That's the
mountains?
thing, yeah.
That's the problem here. He would need, I guess, mountain tunnels to go through. Maybe take a CAD in the meantime. Actually, does he have a city state? Oh yeah, he did take Kabul. Okay. So he needs to raise that city and settle another city if he wants to.
Maybe take out Egypt. Maybe be like, okay, if I take out Egypt, Russia will cripple. Their economy will cripple. They don't have a trade partner anymore. I don't know what kind of alliance they have anymore. I don't know if it changed to a military one, but at this point in the game. But I feel like if you take out Egypt, Russia will have a much harder time doing what they need to do.
Yeah, they still don't have a military alliance. They might be in economic, or they might be in science or culture. I don't know. We don't know yet. I just don't see the +5 activated on the units, but I do see it on Hungary's place.
Yeah, is Hungary attacking Egypt with a black army here? By the way, he's speaking of Hungary,
He's
is
just
this
sitting
a
in.
scout?
He's putting it in his face. I have this, bro. I don't know.
Don't come at me, bro.
Yeah, it's like a flag. Looks like Kumasi lost all of his units. So Persia now managed to defend, got Cordoba, got Madrid. But I think this is damage done already on Persia. He's half the stats of almost everybody else that is relevant in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Persia is probably one of the weakest players in the game, and we've seen that one of the weaker players in the game, they tend to get gobbled up by the stronger players.
He's extremely lucky nobody's strong next to him. You know?
Yeah, he's just really, really lucky. I mean, if England had maybe settled like 4 or 5 tiles closer to him, they might start considering going to war. But right now, they seem to be happy to sim for culture.
Yeah.
Oh, and there it is, the call for an irrelevant vote on Spain.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Spain's...
I guess both of them. They both of them want an irrelevant vote. Dutch and Spain.
Yeah, dude, that Norway Navy. Woo-wee.
Yeah, I can't blame them. This is unstoppable at this point. It's a rolling ball of fire.
Yeah, for sure. The only thing that if I were Russia or someone like that, I would say, no, I think Netherlands has to stay in the game to fight back against Norway. Otherwise, Norway is going to border Russia, and that could change the political landscape of the game.
Yeah, for sure. Can you imagine having Norway over there that can manage to get good enough science, can manage to get production gold to go against Russia, maybe do some nukes? I'm pretty sure nukes will come earlier than the cultured victory here, especially if Mamaletto keeps on defending this.
It all depends on how well Russia can keep expanding that culture or that tourism. They're up to 200 tourism so far.
Yeah. I mean, just look at his. You gotta see this. You gotta see St. Petersburg. He finished St. Basil Cathedral.
And kind of as we kind of talked about there, Russia is actually voting no on the irrelevant vote. He seems to think that Netherlands is important to stay in the game to buy time for Norway making their way over and taking their cities.
Oh, for sure. I have to point something out. It's really important, actually, for a culture victory to keep your tourists in other nations. If another nation dies, you're also gonna lose the tourists that you got from them.
Yeah, that's
This is a way to defend the culture victory, just straight up killing other players.
yeah, and it also every time you kill a player, it like slows down the acquisition of tourists as well, which is important because Spain getting wiped out here will significantly change the game
Yeah.
in terms of Russia's culture victory. So I think that's why Russia wants them to stay in the game for as long as possible because maybe he can squeak out the victory as he needs it.
Even England, Mamaletto said straight up, he doesn't want Russia to roll Netherlands. They don't want to give that option to even Russia to take over another 5 cities here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because the second that those cities are in the hands of a basically AFK AI player, those are easy pickings for Russia to sweep in with like a few Cossacks. They don't even have walls in here.
Yeah, this is. Well, I'm pretty sure Norway is going to get the coastal ones with the frigates, with the caravels. It's going to be quite tough for Russia to invest in defense. And honestly, I don't think he wants to poke another enemy. He just wants. He's probably happy just trying to get his culture victory here in this scenario. I do have to say I have my own doubts about this culture victory here. I like his simming. I like his going for it, but I just see Mamaletto.
It's close, man. It's incredibly close.
Yeah, it's. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah,
I'm really liking England Korea right now as favorites, if we're gonna pick favorites.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the two superpowers here are England, Cree, and Russia, Egypt. And it's just going to be a question of who blinks first, who kills Hungary, what does Greece do? I really do feel like it's kind of a situation like we were in yesterday. I think the Kingmaker is going to be the third place team because whatever that third place team does, it could severely hinder whoever's gunning for first.
Let's see. I'm actually curious. Who is the third team? Is Persia and Pericles. So
Yeah, Persia and Pericles.
if you might be right though, but if England switches to an army and tries to go against Persia to take over his empire, yes, he could. He has a lot more stats, a lot more economy. Everything is better, but then he's gonna stop defending the culture victory. So I don't think it's in his best interest to do that.
That's what I'm saying. And at the same time, Greece can cause problems for the Cree or for Russia. So I really do think the Kingmaker's shoes are being worn by Team 3.
It might be. At the same time, also you have to take into account this Hungary in the middle. Hungary in the middle is gonna get eaten up by Cree. It looks like he's already preparing those bombards. He's not that far away from getting cuirassiers, and when he's gonna start rolling, he's gonna take really quickly the Hungarian Empire. With only 83 science and 50 culture, Hungary is just not gonna get to his necessary text to defend.
No, it's Hungary's game is. I mean, it's kind of dependent on getting carried by Norway here, and Norway isn't exactly in a position to do some major carrying unless the war with the Netherlands and possibly even Spain and Persia changes things.
Yeah, I'm really curious how Norway will get out of this, because he also invested quite a lot into his push right now. He's minus 31 gold per turn, by the way. It's really awkward to see Norway with that kind of gold per turn. And he has quite a few more cities that he could settle on the coast, but again, he stopped expanding.
Yeah, I'm noticing players have a real aversion to settling in the tundra. Like, it's almost like the tundra is a complete and total border to settlement. Because, like, maybe this is just like single player bias. But, like, there's a luxury up there. There's a bunch of deer tiles. I would maybe throw a city down there.
So, how many turns does it take to build a settler, and how many turns are you wasting building that settler and getting him over there? Versus what else can you do with it? It's like an opportunity cost almost.
Well,
yeah, that's true. But I mean, a settler, I feel like settlers always pay for themselves. Maybe these players are very
At
experienced.
turn
right?
75, how many more turns is the game gonna go? And like, how many turns can you reliably bring that new city up and running where it is now paying for itself?
Well, I don't know. It depends on how long the game will go.
But those are the questions that you kind of have to ask, right? That's all I'm really getting
for
at.
sure. Yeah, for sure.
I think
Yeah, you're right. Like it's a tough decision, and like there's a luxury up there. You can put some pretty good districts if you like kind of district plan well, but yeah, is it worth your time? It's like it's a tough question.
I know. I have to assume that these players, they're very experienced. They know the game better than me, and there's a reason they don't do it.
sometimes it's just reasons out of like I was saying, subjectivism, not only skill. They just don't feel comfortable enough to have cities, for example, so close to Persia. They don't want to antagonize or maybe give chances for Persia to send an army there. They don't want to handle any kind of defense. They had other priorities, having like using an extra part of your brain to just settle cities and figure out what to do with them might be something that they don't want to do at that point, or they just didn't think of it at all from the beginning to settle those cities. They focused on
that makes sense.
getting them from their opponents and so on. But we've seen a clear difference in the players' approach to the game, and usually the ones that keep on expanding are the ones that later on in the game do have more advantages over the others.
I have noticed that. I have noticed even in my own games, like if I have a lot of cities, generally I do very well.
Yeah, it's well, to compare those numbers that you're talking about, putting right now production into a settler would be around 5 to 6 tons. Let's say 5 tons for the sake of 5
Sure.
tons.
I think that's even like a
easy
good
numbers.
like that's like if you have really good production at this point of the game, isn't it?
Yeah,
It could
Yeah,
take
for
like
sure.
8, 9, 10.
that is around the same production that you would put into a university, for example, or a university in another building. So let's say you're getting 4 extra science extra after you finish building the settler. So you spend 5 turns, you get a settler, you don't get any kind of return from it until you actually put it down somewhere, compared to 4 extras. Let's say you get it somewhere in 7 turns, just for the sake of doing the exercise.
So 5 turns to build, 7 turns to move. So
Yes,
13 or 12 total. Okay.
Exactly. So, but if you do compare it with university, you're gonna get 7 tons of fourth science. That's 28 science coming up from compared to no income for that settler. But when you put down the settler, you immediately start to get a little science, a little culture, a little gold. You also get to use some resources depending on what your empire is capable of. Or, for example, if you spend some more resources into a builder and so on, you get to chop districts, you get to improve resources, get amenities which help all of your empire and so on. So that 30 extra science-ish, the 30-ish extra science that you would have gotten from a university starts to pale in comparison to what you can get after those 13 turns.
Okay. That was a really good explanation.
It was a really good explanation, which I don't know. Maybe I'm just like the greediest player on earth, and I'm like, I just want more cities. I want more. I want more cities.
Yeah, more land, more cities. Yeah. On the other side, I have to point out something else. And this is about how you do your resupply, or I should say, what your empire is capable of when it needs to go to war or defensive, or has the need to defend himself. You have to take into account distance from your cities that are capable of pumping out units. If you do have GMC or you don't have GMC, to just straight up buy your units somewhere closer, and how much does it take for you to move those units to the front line, to that city that you need to defend? If you have a city, for example, Dutch, right? He has a city, Zanzibar. This was impossible to reinforce.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
like,
So
sure.
far away, right?
yeah, if you lost your fleet here and you didn't have pre-builds ready and and starting to move, that city would have died before any kind of pre-build would have gotten there after it got upgraded. It's just you cannot do it. It's too far away. Even with the extra movement of the boats, 4 or 5 movement of the boats. Same, you can see this actually happening on all of the empires. They try to put their cities as close as possible, knowing that they will need to reinforce them at some point. For easy example, look at Persia. To the west side, he has no cities. That's his capital, and he has no city to the west side. That is fear of not being able to move units from the right side to the west side to reinforce that city.
That's really? I thought maybe it'd be because of greed. Like he got greedy, or rather like overbuilding for the war. Like he flipped Madrid so many times, and that's costly. Like he's still losing units every time he's attacking the city, and so like he committed to the Spain war so much that he didn't feel like he had the time to produce a settler and get it over here versus building units to go to war.
You have to take into account this is his capital. This is 4 tiles away from his capital.
I'm just saying I think that's what the decision was in his head.
It might be. I personally think it was also fearing not to have another open war with somebody else.
Okay. So if you are Norway, I noticed. Let's go back to Norway because there's a better example up there.
Yeah.
If you're Norway, do you build a settler in Oslo and move it to the lake tile? Is it worth it at this point of the game? So what would you think, Michael?
This one to the west? I would say...
or wherever, like build a settler out of there right now. Like where would you go? Because he has a lot of room to settle.
I would say go on the coast. Keep on getting those holy sites and harbors, getting the gold. And if you're forced to go inland, sure, go inland. I mean, like you said,
you don't want to go inland. You want to stay all on the coast.
Yes, because like his whole firepower is on the coast right now. He has frigates, he has caravels, he can defend or retake cities on the coast. Inlands, he cannot move boats on inland. So.
But then what's his win condition? So like if you get all those
oh, that's
cities.
At the moment he has no win condition.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
The only way that Norway could be still relevant to the game if he keeps on pumping out settler after settler after settler and settles all of the little places between him and the Netherlands. Like literally everything. He needs to settle everything over here to become relevant.
Okay. Thank you. Very interesting.
It's a pleasure.
We should host. I think it'd be really cool if you were to host film reviews, quote unquote film review, and post it on YouTube. How many people would watch that? I think a lot of people would watch that.
Wait, film reviews?
Yeah. So like you go through film or go through the game, right? Like record this whole game, and you quickly scroll through it of like these are the points where I think they made a mistake, and you go through each step saying on turn like 65, you have to like be really specific. Turn 65, he made a decision to do this. What if he did this instead? And you go through the math and how it could have affected his game in the future, because then you can say this was the outcome of his decision, and I think if he made a different decision earlier, he would have had more success.
Oh, I would love to actually have a tool that allows me to do that. It's just at the moment how Civilization builds its replays is not possible. As in, there's no replay.
Well, you can just record it like now, like go through the stream, right? You just go through the stream and like you kind of just do it.
Yeah, I like that. Actually, I was talking with Task for Fish. Maybe he wants to do something like that, doing some reviews for how do you call them? CWC games for the 4v4s, because usually that's where we have all of the information packed. But we never got around to doing it. Time
Think about it.
I guess.
I think it's really good for your community, especially a very competitive Civilization community.
Yeah. Need to think about it.
For sure, it sounds really, really interesting. I really wish a Civ had some sort of replay function.
Yes,
Um,
please.
it would be so nice. I mean, I think there is one mod that like does map replays, but that's not really a
Wouldn't that be
replay.
cool? Like you can like say I want to see what turn 63 looked like, and then it's just like it brings up the save state of 63.
Yeah,
Right?
that would be
Wouldn't that be
amazing.
really cool? Yeah.
There is somebody, his name is Keride. He's actually working with the BBG team also and with us in CWC, but it's. Uh, I don't know. I felt like the whole process of getting all of the information is a bit clunky for me, and I couldn't get it to work. Every time I tried to make it work, it just crashed or did something. So it's at the moment is not as stable as I would have liked to see it.
Yeah, but like a Civ 7 request, you know?
Oh yes,
Like
please.
how do we
Yes,
how do we
please.
make this better? Like why don't we like what if this was a thing?
Also
And then
camera, please, camera. I like that I can do 360, but oh man, I would love to see from the unit's perspective or stuff like that.
units like Warhammer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I always love zooming on the Warhammer and watching them like just duke it out. It's so cool.
Yes, like from a outside perspective, from a competitor's perspective, getting that juicy, like one cannonball shot from the bombard onto the wall, waiting for it. Oh my god, that's just like so much good eye candy over there.
Okay, should we bring this back to the game now that it's unpaused?
For sure. I was going to ask a question here. Oh God, it's gone
Go,
out of
go,
my
go,
head.
go, go, go,
Russia has built a couple of chariots. Is this a Cossacks pre-built?
Oh,
No. Heavy chariots are cuirassiers. Cossacks are light caps. I
Light
think
cavalry?
he's
Oh,
yeah. I
Oh,
think he's
okay.
he just wants to get some pre-builts in his cities. And looking at his positioning, I think this is for the card. The what is it? The retainers card or what do you call it?
oh yeah, the +1 amenity for having a military garrison. Yeah, that would definitely
yeah,
make
that
sense.
one. That one.
The other question I was just about to ask you is, as the turn rolled over, you can see England had levied over here on the left side of the map Caguana and Fez. Now, I think they did that for era score because the era just rolled over, and we can check who has a golden age and who doesn't.
good catch.
Yeah, good catch. Yeah, he does. He does. He did get a golden age with Russia. Cyrus did get a golden age, but Pericles did not, even if he did build the Colosseum here.
And so, as the game goes on, do golden ages stay as important as they are in the early game, or does it become like, if you don't have a golden age, it's not that big of a deal?
The third one is not that important. The fourth and the fifth one are extremely important. Usually, in the fourth one, most of the players would actually want to go Dark Age, so they can get a heroic in the fourth. Because the fourth one comes with the two arms, with reform the
The
coinage.
production too from university or campuses, right?
Yeah, and Heartbeat of Steam.
Yeah.
So you get like 3 major amazing bonuses, and you get to go to war. So basically, everybody's trying to nail that timing. And by the way, he looks like he's going for artilleries with cuirassiers on the offensive here. Or is he gonna wait for tanks? That's my question. Is he gonna wait for tanks? I guess. 1, 2,
Is this
3,
the
4,
Kree you're talking about?
yeah, Kree. Mixivwachi getting more and more military. Every turn we see him getting more bombards, getting more encampments built, getting more units there in the city.
Now, I would guess that all of the players in the game are probably very carefully watching what the stats tell them about the other players. So, seeing the Kree and England jumping up here to nearly 1,000 combat strength, that's going to tell their neighbors that maybe a war is coming.
Yeah.
So, if you're in their shoes, what are you doing? How do you prepare? Do you just build whatever you can and fortify every tile?
If you can. The thing is, like you said, you can see this coming a mile away, and you
Oh,
have
boy.
to prepare for it. How can you prepare for it, or what would be your defensive capability? That's totally different. And that actually, the preparedness for defense, I think it starts from turn 1 rather than those moments. Because you don't have the stats, you don't have the technology, you don't have the units, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Do we do I do B, you do A?
Okay, let's go breach dam and preserve.
Breach dam and preserve. Okay, I am doing B and you're doing A.
Yes, sir. And
Perfect.
to
I
come
have
back
voted.
specifically on this question with Hungary, it doesn't look like he can do anything about this. Like, at this point, with only 82 science and 56 culture going against Poundmaker's 300 science and 111 culture, he's just gonna lose cities here. Like, even if he wants to go for field cannons, for example, and get a lot of them, even if they're not cored up or something, he's barely on banking right now. I don't think he even has. Let me see. Does he have? Well, at least he has castles technology. Does he have muskets? I don't see the muskets. I see only men at arms. If he doesn't have muskets, he doesn't have gunpowder. That means he doesn't have metal casting or ballistics. So it's like 3 takes away from getting that necessary technology that he needs, like the minimum amount.
Yeah, that's the minimum required to defend here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a rough game. It's a rough game for Hungary.
I
think we're gonna.
He's the goal maker. I'm sorry. I stopped you. I'm sorry. But he's the goal maker right now. The kingmaker, I think. Yeah.
You think Hungary is the kingmaker? Like whoever eats up Hungary, or whether or not he defends well, that's going to dictate the winner of the game, or at
Yes.
least who's in a strong position.
Yes.
Very interesting. It's interesting because Hungary right now, they're in second last place. For someone who is arguably towards the bottom of the scoreboard to have such a big impact on potentially the outcome or even just the leaderboard here, keeps things interesting. Are we pausing the lobby?
No, desync. That's a desync. One of the players desynced. I don't know who. So, Kakis? Or, I don't know. Or
Yeah.
MCS crack.
I feel like there's a special curse when I join or watch a game. You're going to have way more technical issues than you would otherwise.
I mean, I do have to point out we started up with 10 players in the game and 2 extra spectators, and we kept the game going for 77 times. So it's
That's true. That is like a decent amount.
Yeah, definitely.
yeah. Yesterday
Oh.
we had the same.
Throw your eye over here to the border between Greece and the Netherlands. There's a conflict has just exploded out, and I think players have realized now that Netherlands is too juicy to be left alive.
Yeah, they're tearing it apart slowly. He's gonna have a hard time defending his border. I don't think Russia will interact with this. Like, looking at his units, he's not moving them. And coming back to
No.
your question about those heavy chariots, they just cored up and stayed out of the city. It doesn't look like he's using the retainers card. Is that retainers card? Yeah, that is the retainers card. Okay.
Yeah, so it seems like he's just having some pre-builds, like you were saying, just to be ready in case someone attacks him. He can pop out a cuirassier and send it off for the front line to hold the line.
Yeah, I do have to say, I do feel like his science is a bit too low. With 130, he's probably never gonna get to computers. And you do need your computers for that extra tourism boost that you get. The same with, the civic tree on, what is it? Environmentalism?
Environmentalism, yeah. I think it's environmentalism and computers are the two key techs there, combining together to give you a 50% tourism boost, I think it is.
50-50, yeah. It's 50 environmentalism, 50 computers. I think it got doubled in BBG, so we can actually have competing culture victory versus science victory.
Oh, interesting, really. Yeah, because it used to be, I'm pretty sure it used to be 100% for one of them. And then it was split to be 50-50, and then in the base game it's 25-25. So it's interesting that you guys decided to buff that. Now, Russia here, it's saying that they're going to win in 25 turns. Is that true? Like, are we going to... have they put the game on the clock here?
Did they just finish St. Basil's? Is that what the boosted tourism was, possibly?
They finished it a few turns ago. I think it was.
Few turns ago?
Yeah, I think he just rolled over a few tourists. There's like a threshold when you like the computer says, okay, we need to give you some tourists now. So
yeah,
that's
for
when-
sure. It's
that's
it's
what happened.
200 tourism per player in the game. When you get that much against someone, you steal a tourist.
Yeah. I never knew I know, and I've been told the math of it for so many times. I never remembered it. I don't know why.
Hard to remember, man.
Well, culture victory is my favorite victory, so that's the one I know the most about.
There we go.
Spain making a play to retake Cordoba. Spain is definitely not going down without a fight here. And you know, you have to give them credit for an absolutely heroic defense. The cards were completely stacked against them, and they've done everything in their power to make it so that they were not an easy kill.
Absolutely. I had them out on like what, turn 20, and they've lasted like 50 turns after that. Like, good on Spain. You fought well. You put Persia in a much harder position to win this game. So kudos to you.
And I think that's important. If you're going to have respect in the community, if you're going to be like, this is a good player, you have to give anybody who tries to think that you're an easy war, you got to give them a black eye and almost force them to lose the game, because you're going to be given respect in future games, and people are going to think twice if they declare war on you again.
Absolutely. I never thought about the diplomatic part to the tournament.
He didn't only give MCS Crack a black eye, he broke one of his legs as well.
Yeah, for sure. And not only that, but now there's a Norwegian bear bearing down upon him. You got to be like, this is for Persia. This is like a bittersweet victory. It's like, oh man, I beat Spain, and then like this formidable fleet of Norway just swings around the peninsula. It's like, oh god damn it.
I'm actually curious, are they at war already, or are they fighting? Did they fight till now? I didn't see a notification of war between they are, because Curtis did attack him, right? So, yeah, they are at war. Okay.
Yeah, he attacked him with the Kumasi unit, so I think they
Yeah.
have to be at war here.
Well, we'll see if Norway over here will recover. I doubt it, because he still has a big hole in his economy, minus 29 gold at 10, 91 science, 64 culture. It does look like they haven't been able to keep up with the simming here. And looking at his land, he's gonna get Grandmaster Chapel soon. Still not building the economy. It's that's, I think, what will break the camel's back here. While Persia and Greece
I think
do
at this
have-
point the camel has a black eye and broken legs based on the war that we've seen from here. What were you going to say about Persia?
they do have the economy.
Yeah, Persia's economy is quite impressive. Despite the fact that they've been at war, how has Persia managed to keep up here, having this much gold while having this many units? Oh,
We got too many desyncs, so we're gonna reconnect.
that is my favorite part of the game. Real Lobby Simulator 2016.
This is where it's nice to like not be an official spectator, because I guess I could just go do something and come back when the lobby's up.
Yes. I'm not gonna lie, over the past hour or so, I've been watching the Kinder Eggs, and I've been drooling all over them.
Kinder Egg. Do you know those are banned in America?
Because Americans are
Well-
too dumb to not eat an egg.
No, the eggs are not banned. The toys are banned in America.
Kinder Surprise. The toy. That was always the main part of the Kinder Surprise for me. It's like the chocolate's good, but I always liked the toy. That was like the best part.
Dude, the toy got thrown in the bin every time. What are you talking? The chocolate is
I know,
amazing.
but the excitement of getting a toy, at least for me, right? It's like, yeah, you never played with it, and it's always really dumb. But it's just the excitement of like, I wonder what the toy is. I wonder what it is, because they never told you what it was. So it's like just the imagination of what it could be. Then you're always left with disappointment, but it's still fun.
Yeah, definitely. No, I liked the toy as a kid. I honestly, I almost got more joy out of like unpeeling you know, the guide on like how to put your toy together thing, and then like looking through the like, because they always had really cool little pictures in them. That was like, I really liked that part. I wish I was the kind of kid who like collected things and cared about like keeping stuff, because you could make like a really cool little like collage out of all those little Kinder Egg guides.
Yeah, they were like mini Legos. It's like only like 2 or 3 steps usually, right? To
Yeah,
build
literally
something.
like 2 or 3 steps.
Yeah.
But they had like a really nice little illustration with them, and it was just, I don't know, it was kind of sweet and nice.
I agree. I miss those. Remember, like even I don't know if you have these in Ireland, but like Double Bubble. Do you have those?
No, what is a double bubble? What was it, like those like weird like vending machines where you put like a coin in and you turn it and you get one out?
No, it's just, it's literally just a brand of bubble gum.
Oh,
And
okay.
so it was like this little like rectangular, really hard, like a rock piece of gum. Like, you know, when you're chewing into this thing, you're like your jaw's gonna hurt afterwards for how much pressure you got to put on this thing. But
like turbos.
you still ate it anyway, because when you unwrapped it, you got a little comic, a 2-panel comic that was different every single time. They made hundreds and hundreds of these, so every package had a little comic, and you'd read the comic, and it's always like a joke that you're like, that's funny, and then you throw it away. But that joke was enough to fulfill any sort of enjoyment I had with that gum, because then I would eat the gum and be like, yeah, it's okay. But the comic is the best part.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, man, life was so simple being a kid. You got so much like fun out of such the small things. I did actually just get a donation, and someone is claiming that Nestle actually lobbied the American Congress to ban them because they didn't want the competition, which is like an interesting, perhaps, modification of the lore behind the Kinder Egg ban. I don't know if that's true, but that's what someone just said there to me.
Oh, interesting. I remember when I was like in the 4th grade or something, we were trading turbos, still gums, but you get like pictures with cars or stuff like that, and you could make collections out of it. And if you get like doubles, you could trade them away with your friends.
Where was this? Sorry.
I don't know, to Romania. I don't know if you had it there.
What
Like,
was it called?
no, sorry. Like you got
Turbo.
it like in a chocolate.
No,
Sorry?
turbo, it's a gum. It's a gum, just like you said with the joke or with
Yeah, double.
yeah.
Double Bubble or Bazooka Joe, as people are correcting me in the States.
Yeah, or Bazooka Joe. We just got pictures of cars and other stuff, and we get to trade them.
That's interesting. I was never really a collectimum kind of kid. Like, I didn't care about like football stickers or Pokemon cards or Magic the Gathering. I liked playing Magic the Gathering and stuff like that, but like the actual collection aspect to it, I was like, I sleep.
I like the art. I think that's my favorite part on the Magic the Gathering cards. I like looking at the art of every card and how it's always different.
I cannot believe we actually still have turbo guns. And it's like it's like $5 for 100 pack. What? Wow. Okay. Oh well, it happens. Memories from the childhood.
Another memory. If we're gonna go down this path, we're just having a conversation while we're waiting, I guess. I remember that you would get video games in cereal boxes in Canada for very specific ones, and that's how I got introduced to like Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I played the absolute crap out of that game, and it came in a cereal box. And I couldn't believe it.
We need to bring back getting video games with cereal. Dude,
Yeah, man.
I remember I got so many fun like toys and games out of cereal. Now, I guess technically you could say, I mean, it's like a it's like a ploy to get kids to eat unhealthy food. But we need to bring like, cuz man, there was such a joy. Like when I was a kid and I got a game like Roller Coaster Tycoon, I would wake up before school, like 6 a.m. and I was in school at like 7:30, and I would play it for like 2 hours. I would get my time in for that day. You know what I mean? It was that good.
That's funny. I do that now. I'm like, oh, before I go to work, because we work from home still, and so I'm like, oh, before I go to work, I'm gonna go play like some games. I'm gonna go play Skyrim or like other like a game, whatever. And then I go to work and I do my work. So that's really funny that you did that as a kid, and I do that now.
Yeah, for sure. Did you have to get your gaming in sometimes? And like, the funny thing is, I was almost better at games if I woke up super early, because I showed my brother one of my parks that I had been playing before school one time, and he was like, Yeah, you already did well because like you woke up before school. Your park actually sucks. He was so mad.
That
That
makes
my
you
park
learn
was
though.
awesome.
That makes you learn that waking up in the morning you're the most productive, right?
That's true. That's true.
So you have like a major task. Like you learn that as a kid. Like, oh, where can I make time for this? You make it in the morning. So like as you get older, you start to prioritize a little bit differently. But you kind of keep that same mentality of, oh, if I just wake up before work, I can get this done, right?
Yeah, for sure. Although I gotta be honest with you. Like as I've gotten older, I'm like, noon. That's the crack of dawn, baby.
Yeah, I can't do that anymore. I used to, but I am no longer in that stage of my life. Unfortunately, you have that opportunity for your job. I don't have that opportunity for my job.
For sure. I actually I found I'm kind of going back to an early morning lifestyle though, because I found waking up early is just so you have such a more productive day. Your day, it feels like you have a full day, you know.
Yeah.
You get to see the sunshine all day. If you wake up at noon, I mean, it's kind of cool, and I can dig the lifestyle for a while, but after a while, I think I just feel so unproductive.
I
1000% agree. I've learned to really enjoy the mornings.
I also get confused when I get one of those days in which I need to wake. Well, I'm forced to wake up at somewhere afternoon or something like this. I get confused at what day it is. It's kind of
Oh my goodness.
I lose a day, you know. It's so weird.
I don't think that's good for you.
Have you ever woken up, Michael, where because you change your sleep schedule all the time, you wake up and it's dark out? Like I
Yeah.
can totally understand why you don't think like you don't know what day it is. You go to sleep, it's day, it's dark. You're like, oh my god, like where am I?
I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, it's still a pleasure. You know, it's like a job for me anyway, so might as well do it. But I still talk with my parents, and sometimes I refer to Tuesday instead of Monday, or talking 2 days from now, where it's actually 1 day from now, and so on. It's so weird. That's how it happens, unfortunately.
You know
But
what?
yeah,
I do need to
totally
thank you
agree.
both. I need to thank you both though for staying up for CivGive because that was like mighty cool of you both since you're both from Europe. But
No.
we're hoping this year will be a little bit better. We're gonna do it a little bit differently. We have some new ideas, but we're hoping to accommodate for EU folks as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really cool ideas here. I would just like to point in from the Potato McWhiskey chat analyst desk, I'm getting a new donation from Joshua Sanders, and he's saying that the Kinder eggs were actually banned because the toys were contained inside the candy, and it violated U.S. law for food to contain non-food. So maybe that sounds more believable. I'm not sure. You know, you never know. You never know. Maybe I can farm another donation, finding another correct
Well,
answer.
maybe the first one led to the second one. You know, Congress is like, well, this isn't food, and then they did it that way.
Oh my. Wait, dude.
But thank you so much, Joshua. It was important to the stream conversation. That's why I brought it up. I tend not to bring up the dono stuff.
No, I liked
didn't
it.
even
Thank
know.
you for sharing.
I didn't even know a few days ago that you guys did ban, as in Americans actually, did ban Kinder eggs. I don't. In my mind, I was like,
That was a long time ago, like
Why?
2006 or something.
That's so weird. I mean, everybody else has them, and you don't, like US doesn't. Like,
Yeah.
wow. Okay, interesting. I gotta say these toys are kind of cute, but they don't feel like they have any sense to them. I bought one of those 30 packs, and I'm starting to go through them. They don't seem to be from the same universe.
They're not the same. They've gotten a lot worse. So now it's just now I don't even think you build anything anymore. Just back when we were kids, yeah, you build this like little contraption and like it just does one thing. You just hit a button and it like throws its arms up. That's it. But like you know what? I built it and it was fun.
Yeah, I agree. These are just basically like 1 or 2 or 3 pieces. That's it, and maybe you put some stickers on them, and that's about it. I do remember also they were themed. If I do use the correct name here, as in they always had, for example, Mickey Mouse theme, and you had all of the Mickey Mouse characters and something from the Mickey Mouse universe, and you know. And then you have
Yeah, they keep out in like
Flintstones.
collectible packs, like January
Yeah,
through
yeah.
like May. It's like these things, and then like May through December is like these things. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was referring to. This one it doesn't. I don't even recognize what these are. You know, maybe I don't watch cartoons as much as I was watching as when I was a kid, I guess.
Can you stream to Discord, please, so I can see what's going on?
Yes, I just had to reconnect for a few times. Sorry. There
Oh,
you go.
I was okay. I was just in case you forgot.
Oh, I see. Groovy is sharing to me there is a Kinder Egg. Oh, a Nestle actually, not Nestle Wonder Ball. Do you guys know more about that? The Wonder Ball.
No,
That just
but it
sounds
looks.
like I'm looking at it. It looks like the cheapest knockoff.
Oh, you got the same message? Okay, yeah. That is
This is
basically
funny.
like copy paste Kinder Egg.
You made this? I made this.
But it's not a toy inside. It's more candy.
Yeah, it's very scuffed. It's not cool.
Is it? It says
Box is
surprise
awful.
candy treat, and you get like, I don't know, what is this? Lady of the Tramp, Cinderella, stuff like that. Little Siren. Oh my. Okay, those.
Anyway,
They are asking in game if they should wait for the casters.
Wait, we're in, right? I'm in.
Are we in?
Oh,
Oh.
I thought. Oh my god, it's good that you told me because I thought they are waiting for something else. Didn't
Wow.
register that he's waiting for me. I was in a long time. Anyway, it looks
all
like
right. Can we recap what's happening? Because I maybe I forgot.
Hungary is about to get obliterated.
whoop. I think that's the correct name of the action. Whooped.
Yeah, they're about to get bopped, blopped, and scuffed.
Yes.
What? Blopped, and I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Well, you know what? I don't think you should. I don't think you have the constitution to sustain yourself through that imaginative thought process. So Persia has Spain was dying. I think was the most salient point that we were discussing earlier, and they're 1 or 2 turns away from death. The consequences of this. What are the consequences?
Then, first of all, Cree will get direct borders with Egypt. That's the first consequence. It will allow England to keep on defending the culture victory. And if Cree really needs to, he's gonna keep attacking the zone of control team, which I guess at this point there needs to be a clash of titans here.
For sure. Is this a case, Michael, where we're just waiting? One person is going to start dropping encampments, and then the world is going to be lit on fire with war.
I think so. But I was also thinking maybe it would be a good thing for even England to try to take out Persia really quickly, because Persia lost so much science, so much production, so everything, warring Spain. But then I saw that he's not prepared for a war at all. He has a few walls here and there. That's probably with with the engineer. He does have 2 encampments and that's it. And by the looks of it, no major units. So I think at this point it's gonna be Cree taking up the bodyguard position over here to the north, trying to take out a player from the game, making it a little bit harder for Russia to get tourists. And then we need to figure out how they will try to actually get a win condition, because culture out of the game, right? If both of them are defending, neither of them will actually get it. And then are we gonna see nukes? Are we gonna see
Nukes,
domination? Are we gonna see
man.
CCs? Are they gonna force them to CC? Are we gonna see science from England? Let's see production. Production right now is on 274. Not an amazing amount, but it is good. It is very
Cree,
good.
though, has got some good production in science.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely for sure. My thoughts. I want to ask you here. You've got the bird's eye view of this game. You can see everything that's happening. I asked this question earlier. Who would you like to be right now? But I'm asking you, like, who would you like to be right now? And who do you not want to be? I think the answer is probably Spine. But like, what's your take in the game?
I still think I want to be England because England still has that like X factor to take out somebody to make a big difference for them. I don't think Russia has that. I think Russia basically is capped. Like they can build more cities, but I don't think Netherlands is. The land is good. It's not as good as Hungary's. Hungary's land is absolutely incredible, right in the middle of the map, the juicy resources as well. If you can take out Hungary, that is a massive gain for England. And I don't think Russia has, again, that option to massively get ahead of England. So I'd want to be England still, or the Cree, either or.
And how about you, Michael? Who would you like to be? Whose shoes do you want to wear today?
I want to keep my first option, Cree. It looks like he's gonna be bang. It's gonna be hard for him though. Just thinking of the logistics of the next turns, it's just a nightmare to plan them out. Not only he needs to go to war and take out and convert the cities of Hungary to his side, but then he needs to keep being paying attention to his own cities to keep on simming, getting those points for culture, for science, for economy, and mixing those cities of Hungary for the next turn. Okay, there we go. We got the first shots fired.
Ooh, baby!
Yeah, that's not survivable. In the long term, I think only nukes will stop this game. Honestly, sorry for interrupting. Cree needs to get nukes.
So a nuclear end to a very difficult game is what Michael is predicting here. How about you, Michael? How do you see the game ending?
I would absolutely agree with you. I think the Cree has every intention of going to war right now. They have high science, high production, great military, good land too. Like after they're done with Hungary, they go over to Greece, right? And they take over Greece. And that is a big option for them. And once they're in Greece, then they can keep, I don't know, can they spy? Is stealing Great Works is that a thing that people do in multiplayer, Michael?
Well, of course, but I do have to point out it's going to be very hard to take Greece. And as we've seen yesterday, players do prefer to go the path of least resistance, which is, surprisingly, it's Hungary and then it's Persia.
Oh, okay.
If he wants to go against Egypt, though, Egypt does have a lot of science and a lot of culture, so it's going to be hard for him to go through.
Yeah, on the path of least resistance thing, just to give you a little bit more perspective, some of the players here were telling me that they like to have like 2 to 3 combat advantages over the opponent. So maybe like they'll have cores while their enemy doesn't, or they'll have a great general while their enemy doesn't, because they're looking for wars they can win easily. They want to get them over and done with, because every turn that you're building military, whoever's beating you is still simming and increasing their economy.
Yeah. Also,
that's a really good point.
Out Netherlands, by the way. So slowly
what am I noting?
Taking it down.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand. Sorry.
Yeah. It looks like we've reached the piranha stage, the cleanup stage. The strongest players are going to eat the weak, and then once the dust has settled, we're going to see which of the titans will fall. This is something the sort of pro players, the experienced professional. I don't know if pro is the right term, but the good players were telling me is that this is kind of the scenario you often find yourself in. A couple of players will fall behind and get irrelevant, and then towards the late game they'll get gobbled up, and then like the real late game war begins.
Yeah, that's the nightmare over here for Cree, for England, for Russia, and for Egypt. It's gonna be a bit easier for Russia and Egypt to handle the logistics, because they're gonna probably fight next to their territory. But for Cree, for England, everything needs to be created so they can reinforce the northern war.
For sure, definitely.
My chat also is saying that Persia is too big a detour, and I kind of tend to agree, especially for Cree. But what are they gonna do? Are they just gonna leave Kree over here. Oh, I mean, Kree is fighting Norway anyway. Right?
Persia, I think you mean, but
Persia. Sorry, Persia.
yeah, no, I'm with you. I think maybe after Norway, I think their play is actually go to Egypt, even if it's just like you're not going to take over Egypt, but you have to do something to Egypt to make Russia a little scared.
Yeah. There's also, you have to take into account the mind pressure that you have right now, the psychological pressure of the game. The players will try to figure out, okay, what can I do in 30 turns? Always, like, it's turn 59, what am I going to do in 30 turns? It's turn 60, what am I going to do in 30 turns? What will happen? And if the pressure becomes too big and too many unknowns, then they're probably going to be forced to say, okay, it's fine, I concede, I don't want to go through 30 turns of pain here. Which some players do want to take, some players don't want to take. In this scenario, being a tournament game, I totally think they're going to try to do their best. Like we've seen yesterday, until the end of the line, until the game breaks. I'm pretty sure if you could get those turns rolling, yesterday would have had another 20 turns or something out of that game, with nukes flying, tanks everywhere, modern armors and everything.
Yeah, for sure. I think the late game of that game yesterday would have been probably some of the most intense save that you would see, because every single city would have been cranking out units or nukes, and the devastation that would have been wrought upon the map would have been a sight to see. And I'm kind of hoping that we get to see that sort of stuff tonight with this game.
I agree. We do have Hussars coming up from Hungary, though. That's going to be nice. Those are what? Replacement Rhine infantries, if I'm not mistaken?
I thought the Hussars are cavalry unit.
They are cavalry units.
They are cavalry. Okay, they are cavalry. I don't know why. Okay, so they're replacement.
It's because they have the hat like the Guard Imperial.
That's why I thought, yes.
But so I think it's a foregone conclusion that Hungary's dead here. But here's the question: how do you divvy up the land? Who takes Hungary's cities and holds them? Is it England or is it Cree? What do you think?
That is a good question.
I have an opinion on that. If I can go first.
Yeah, sure.
I think you should give it to England. I think England needs. I think, like, I don't know how much more culture they can produce and tourism they can produce from the land they currently have to compete with Russia. If you give England this, they have the opportunity to catch up and then surpass Russia with culture and possibly tourism as well. And Cree, I feel like, is kind of already established. They have everything they need. They have great science to get to where they need to go. I think they can even expand south still on their own. England has nowhere else to go. This should be England's land, and Cree can, if they want more land, they can go south or southwest.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting take here, that England should take this land and try to outcompete Russia here. What do you think, Michael? Do you disagree? Do you agree?
For a certain point, taking into account that most of the districts have already been built, it's kind of hard to build theater squares. On the other hand, sorry. I'm pretty sure Cree. Thank you, sir. I'm pretty sure Cree wants to get a highway of cities towards Egypt. Him taking on the role of a bodyguard would really help him if he manages to get units faster towards the north there. I guess Eger, Buda, Kosek, and Estercom could easily become England cities, but the western cities, the ones close to Cree, should be Crees.
Okay. I like that. If you can build... are railways a thing? I think I remember watching someone do it way back in the day. Yeah, so if he builds a railway all the way to Egypt, yeah, okay, I can see that working.
And then probably we're going to talk about Migisivuaci connecting through those encampments and going towards Pest, and then going towards Yerevan. That's probably going to be the highway. He doesn't need to kill Egypt entirely. He just needs to get towards Russia closer. If he takes Yerevan, flips it, and then goes towards Solikamsk, Egypt is not the win condition. Russia is.
I think I somewhat agree with Michael's analysis here. I think the goal is like what Moisos was saying earlier. I think you want England to just buy time. You need to buy time on that culture victory so that the Kree can work their magic with their insane economy and absolutely just burst out up into the north and obliterate Egypt.
Yeah. One of my viewers is telling me that it's the fastest way towards Russia is through the mountains. I agree. It's just like at the moment there's like no tunnable easy spot over here. I guess on the truffle next to the truffle tile you could get some tanks out.
Well, I was thinking if you have an engineer, which you can get now, you could build like because the mountains basically become a railroad. Then you
Yeah.
put one down by the campus and then one up by the coal, and your units basically jump out in between Egypt and Russia's territory.
I love that mechanic so much. I think it's so cool.
He could even kill a cat. I don't know how this city survived for so long, honestly. I would have thought it would die. Oh, it's MC. Oh, that's why. Okay. So if they declare war on a cat, or they might antagonize the Kakis and MCS Crack, Persia and Greece. And I don't think Kree wants a war with Greece. Also, Russia at the moment doesn't have an army at all. He's at 466 military, has a few heavy chariot pre-builds, and that's it. Wait, is he going-
I think as soon as Kree puts pressure on Egypt, that's when Russia is going to be very worried.
By the way, the Cossack corps are 90 strength on the attack.
What?
Yeah. So not
Oh
Cossack
my
armies.
god.
Yeah. Do they have the gold? They should have the gold. Let's see. Yield stab. Chuck on 250 gold. Golden on 128. That those cities on the water help them so much to stabilize their economy.
Is this the trading between England and Kree that you're talking about?
That one and the north between Russia and Egypt. Both of them have
Oh, sorry.
coastal cities.
Yeah, it really just goes to show you how important it is, like on this kind of map, if you can get near enough to your neighbor or your ally to trade with them, it just makes such a huge economy difference.
Yeah. Oh, and we got arties. I do tend to agree with my chat here. Going through the mountains seems like to be the ideal solution, but it looks like they do want the points in between as well, like taking the cities of Hungary. Is this a mistake though? Was this a mistake to go through Hungary instead of directly going against Russia?
Well, see, here's the thing. I think it's a matter of economy, right? You take out Hungary, you get a much bigger economy, but you basically give away the element of surprise because, like, if you build that that tunnel through the mountains, you can just roll in with tanks, and Russia has no time to prepare. But if you roll through Hungary, they see you coming for 10, maybe 15 turns, and they have plenty of time to prepare. And Egypt is preparing. We've got military academies coming out.
Yeah, and cuirassiers, and I see also Russia is preparing, getting those heavy chariot armies there. He did manage to get ballistics, so can turn at any point into cuirassier armies.
Yeah,
On the-
for sure. Go ahead.
On the west side, we do have Greece over here tearing apart the cities of Netherlands. He got Eindhoven, and we're probably going to see Rotterdam, Amsterdam, Utrecht also taken out slowly. He didn't even commit a big amount of units, like a big number of units. It's just one bombard, one field cannon, one cuirassier corps, and one musket. That's it.
So, are we going to see Greece then go after Russia after they're done with the Netherlands?
That is a good question. He does have the positioning in Phocaea, which that name does ring some bells in my mind.
I actually have a take here because if you look at what Greece is doing, I think Greece knows that Team Russia and Team England are going to go to war, and he's putting settlers all over the map, just trying to get as many cities as possible and try to be forgotten by the other players so that he can maybe climb up to being in the first or second slot on the team rankings.
That is a good point. They do have 300 less points than their opponents here, the next team up. And Mamaletto with Alcoholic, by the way, are keeping up the lead over here with 13,000 points, 1,300 points, while Golden is on, with the Chuck, are on 1191. Getting more cities is definitely going to help Greece out. Also taking down a whole empire is going to help him out, but it might also push him to go to war with Norway. He's already at war with Norway on the coast. Is he going to be forced to build a fleet here to defend himself?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Wow, that's a really good point.
Yeah, because it looks like Norway is the dominant sea power in this game, and any city on the coast is liable to be taken over by this huge Norwegian navy. And if you already have a navy, you're going to be looking for ways to get value out of it.
Yeah.
So do you leave those coastal cities alone? Like, okay, I'm done with. Oh no, he's not. But would you say I'm done with Netherlands right now? They're gonna get lost anyway to Norway, but I'm gonna focus my energy somewhere else instead of actually attacking the Dutch.
I would assume so. I would assume he's gonna want to keep away from the coast, because I'm pretty sure he knows that those cities of Spain got taken by Norway, and Norway didn't have a problem trading punches with his friend here. Actually, his brother. They are brothers. MCS Crack with Kakis.
Really, that's funny.
Yeah.
Oh wait, the two, say, Pericles and Persia are brothers?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were saying Norway and Persia were brothers. That he was like fighting his brother. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying there.
I mean, they're allies. It's fine. It's a friendly scuffle. Then what can I say?
Yeah, for sure. One question here I have been wondering for the last few turns is, what happened to the Dutch army? Is it?
They didn't. I don't think they ever had one. They had a navy. I don't think they had a land army.
Is this just a case of where the Dutch were so far behind that they couldn't really mount a defense of themselves?
Yeah,
I think it was Spain was far behind, and they were trying to help Spain. So they focused their energy. They went all the way left and took that island on Zanzibar, right? Built a huge navy. And then when the navy came with Norway, they took out the Dutch's navy, and they just didn't focus anything on land army. And then the little land army that they had was out-teched by Greece, and Greece was easily taking it over.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they were just in a bit of a struggle there. I mean, it looks like they're trying to get builders out to maybe chop out a unit or something. I'm not sure what they're up to. But I mean, Greece is just piling in more and more units, and more Hungarian cities are falling. And I can't help but feel like the next phase of the game is bearing down upon us with some sense of inevitability.
Yeah. I'm also thinking, oh man, Norway has such a big problem with the blob here. I was thinking of what you said yesterday with Dramatic Ages and your movies with the blob. This is exactly what's happening here in Norwegian land. He's losing all of these every few turns, and he needs to take them back.
Oh no.
It's chaotic.
It's so frustrating too, because if you invest like 3 turns into a district and then the city flips independent, all of that production is just lost. It's very easy for a city to just get caught in a doom cycle of never being able to actually produce anything.
Can he not move his governors, or does he not want to move his governors for loyalty?
I don't think he wants to, but my surprise is he didn't keep on settling cities. He could have gotten connection cities to get more loyalty pressure on these southern cities, especially on like I was saying, 2 over here, another 1 over here. That's 3 more cities that could interact with the city of Seville.
Definitely, ABS, always be settling.
Yes, exactly.
I learned that from Peppermint Butler. He settles so many cities.
Yeah, it's one of those things where If people get away with settling cities, it's really hard to punish it. But you can kind of punish them while they're building the settlers.
Finally, Persia moved that army from the east, and now he feels safe to settle the west side. And he's gonna get Cuirassier corps to defend those. And I see him starting to build quite a few settlers here. 2 already out with another 2.
Yeah, you definitely called that perfectly, Michael. He really just didn't feel safe potentially antagonizing England or Hungary. But now that he sees Hungary going the way of the dodo, and he might accurately be predicting that England and the Cree will be too preoccupied with Egypt to stop him from settling these cities and catching back up into the game.
Yeah. Looks like Hungary is falling quite fast now that England did manage to get tank armies. These cities will fall extremely quickly.
Yeah, that got swallowed up, man.
Yeah, especially without walls, it's very hard to like keep those from happening.
Oh man, that tank just survived 2 attacks and died to the 3rd one.
So is England gonna take the capital city?
I would see. My guess is the Cree is going to take the western half of the empire, and then England is going to take the eastern half, because that's kind of how their empire is positioned.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Bingo.
And I think what's important about this is that gives each player a reinforcing route directly into Egypt for them to attack.
Oh, rock bands.
I'm silently agreeing with you. Sorry.
We have rock bands. 3 of them on the way to the cities of Egypt. What do we have?
And here's the thing about rock bands.
Yes.
They're a bit like a doomsday clock, aren't they, Michael? Because once the rock bands are out, that is kind of like him really declaring that I want the game to end now. Is that accurate?
Yeah, basically. Oh, 5 rock bands actually. I keep on seeing cities, and he bought so many of them. Yes, he's gonna try to get them to get the win as fast as possible, to get the tourism. The only thing is, this is casino. This is not gonna be consistent tourism being generated by these rock bands. You might lose, you might win, you might invest way too much when you should have invested into your defensive capabilities. It's very hard to know when you're going into this stage with a phase civilization if you're going to win this or not.
Yeah, definitely. The rock bands, it is just like pulling the lever on a slot machine here. Sometimes sometimes you get 20,000 culture or tourism out of them. Sometimes they die and give you 200.
Yeah,
it really is just going to come down. What is the outcome on these rock bands? Is there anything that England and Cree can do to stop these rock bands?
Step on them. Kill cities.
Don't step on me, bro.
I guess kill Egypt. That's the target right now. They wanna. That's why they're getting those tank armies to bear. And of course,
Egypt's army is not that impressive either. So
yeah, can
Egypt
like... defend this?
No, I mean at this point, he's trying to get Cuirassier corps. He's trying to get as fast as possible to tank technology, to combustion, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. We're gonna need to see how many units are gonna come against them, because at this point Cree is having the technology advantage. Actually, looking at Egypt here, he's on. Wait, is he going top 3? Why is he going buttress, bro?
Yeah, that's confusing. I was just about to ask you about that. Why would they be going buttress?
I don't know.
Because these tank armies, man, they...
Maybe pre-building? Doesn't want to get it yet?
Maybe. But is he, I mean, that you would assume that he's like 1 turn away from combustion. I guess he does have steel walls, so it does make sense in a way.
I mean, this can't be some sort of Hail Mary aircraft play. That would be crazy, because that's on the top half of the tree, but
that's a good point.
So far away from it, he's like 4 or 5 or more technologies from getting. I don't think that's what could be happening here, could it?
No, I think you're right. I think for pre-builds, because looking at his resources, he does have oil, 36 oil. So I think he already has oil, he already has steel. It's just 1 or 2 turns away from getting tanks, combustion. So he just wants to pre-build a bit.
Yeah, if all these become tanks, then that's a very impressive army.
Yeah. And
I think he has a bit of a problem though. Russia is going to have to help him defend here, and Russia has gone all in on faith. I don't think Egypt is going to hold forever against 2 players.
I think it's hold as long as you can. I think that's the play. Just limit the damage and let Russia do its thing.
Yeah, you might be right there. I think that might be their hope, is they're buying time. And buying time, this is starting to look better and better for Greece, who is just happily simming away, slowly climbing up the score ranking here to try to close the gap between these 2 juggernauts that are duking it out in the center of the map.
And Persia's doing the same. If you're getting more cities out, getting more points, they want to try to go for the second place. I don't think they want to go for the first, but at least the second place here.
Then I think if you're Kree, you're producing units. I noticed he was still producing units on the western half of his empire. Do you say that those units you cannot reinforce the north because it's too far, so I'm going to build this army to then go to Greece to fight off of Greece being happy in like Simi?
2 front wars, man. They're just...
I know.
I think it would be too difficult to fight a 2 front war. I think he's...
Okay.
That would be my take. I don't know what you think, Michael. Yeah,
We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know. In fact, Michael has actually been sucked into the void. In fact, I am Michael. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I think a 2 front war would be too difficult to really maintain here. Like, you know yourself, anytime you're being attacked from 2 directions, it's difficult to manage. I think what the Kree is trying to do here is maybe look for more upgrades and just push with what he's got and see if he can give Egypt a black eye.
I just wonder if like Greece is so confident in their technology that like I can fight a 2 front war, because whatever you do to my units, it's not going to matter because I will bulldoze your units.
Yeah, I'm really curious if they're going to succeed. Really curious. I see England is starting to hard build his units, like getting tank armies, getting artilleries, and now he's putting down a lot more of these encampments and getting the buildings in them. It just feels like he stopped defending the cultured victory and started going to war. This might be the correct move though, because those rock bands will push the cultured victory through. Like looking at the 2, 4, 6, 8 rock bands that are coming from Russia's mainland into Egypt, it feels like they will have quite a bit of an impact. Actually one got already? Wait,
I think you're right. I think that was a very good prediction.
The only concern I have is, does he have enough production though to keep this up? His Mamaletto is on 362 while Poundmaker is on 471.
He's the second highest in the game, so like he's where he needs to be to do it.
Yeah.
It could be that even being second highest, like depending on how efficiently that Egypt defends, he might not be able to sustain it. You know, it's a long way away from his reinforcement lines, and there's a lot of open land that's been unsettled. I know. I think it could go really either way. It's really just down to how well Egypt defends here.
I'm actually quite curious who is Alcoholic, because I didn't see them. I didn't see him that much in the games, and you know, this is one of those moments in which we get to discover new players. Being focused so much on the 4v4 scene, it's hard to know all of the other players. But I see him playing quite well over here.
That is an interesting point, because I've had a day now to see Mamalet and Alcatalis play. Oh, I think that is the Netherlands fully defeated. Their city was yoinked. Yeah, I've had a day. I've watched Mamalet and Alcatalis play 2 games now.
Yeah.
It is fun, like you're saying, to discover new players. 3, 2, 1, go. Sorry, I was getting distracted by what the players are doing, pausing the game and stuff. God, I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
You've seen the two players play multiple games. You've kind of learned how their play styles are.
Oh yeah. Because I think we saw Alco Tullis on Khmer yesterday, and he went for a very, very hardcore sort of faith early game, and he went for a completely different style of game today. And it was the same for Mamelette, who went for a very, very reserved kind of 5-city Pericles play, and it is a breath of fresh air to see him kind of come out here and do this huge England game where he went for Huey, he went for a massive culture defense, and now both players are springing into action in unison into war against Egypt, which has just been like, no, it's really, really fun to see players play at this level and see players do different strategies as well,
and succeeding at doing them, applying them. This is props to them for making them work, especially if it's a new strategy coming out. For example, trying to get those achievements worked with their own wants and needs in the game. It's quite nice to see.
Yeah,
Here's
I
a
thought
question.
that. Go ahead.
Sorry. Who would you take as like the MVP of this game if you had to pick one?
Ooh.
Man, I would say
was picking
Spain.
Someone...
Both of you, yeah.
What did you say, Michael? Go ahead there.
Spain, man. He railed 2 players or got like 3 players with him.
Yeah, he basically defined the eastern half of this continent and irrelled like 2 or 3 players. I agree. I feel like Spain might take it for me. I gotta be honest. I love a culture victory. I love a culture play, and I really like playing Russia. It's been really fun to watch this Russian player play such a crisp and clean early game Russia. I know it's like the kind of strategy everyone does with Russia, but it really does just please me to see him put so much cultural pressure, so much tourism pressure on these other civs that forces them to play his game.
Yeah, I agree. Russia here was a very good, important player in the game, or deciding player in the game, I should say. That's what happens with Russia most of the time in the games. Actually, not saying that because it is victory condition civilization. That's what I meant. Just like Sweden really likes to go for culture and diplo.
And China as well is like a very heavy cultural civ.
Exactly. You know from the beginning you're gonna need to fight that culture somehow.
Yeah, you need like at least one person on your team defending the culture victory to give time for your other players to make something happen on the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on that note, I would like to give it to actually England, which maybe you all expected because I've been all over them today. But they've shown how versatile they are. They defended, or they are defending, the ones actively defending against Russia winning right now. They had to adapt their plan to now have good science and a good military to join Crete and take out Egypt. So if they can pull this off, the versatility that we saw with England today, I think would warrant them my MVP status.
I think it's really cool that we can all look at the same game and come away with a different impression of who impressed them, which I think really goes back to just how much of actually playing the game is down to personal preference and the style of play you like and what's happening in the game and stuff. It's really, really fun to hear you guys not necessarily disagree, but come to different conclusions.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. It's just like you prefer that playstyle, and I respect it. And I have a different preference for playstyle.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. I mean, England has played an incredible game today.
Honestly, it's very hard for me to pick an MVP. I just found it funny to say Spain, because you know.
I think
they did
Spain is
do
a good
well.
answer.
They did very well.
I just noticed, by the way, the Hungry Technologies rock band did manage to get 1,500 tourism from that from that last play, and we do have Golden growing higher and higher in tourists here.
Oh yeah, he's at 29 out of 140 now. England is pumping out the culture. You're the most experienced person here watching these games, Michael. Do you think Russia can pull this off?
Yes, I think Russia can actually pull this off. Amazingly, but Russia can pull this off. If nobody is on Egypt's territory, or maybe cut him off between Solikams and Memphis, I think he can pull this off. He just needs to keep on playing those rock bands, buying them, and he has enough faith to keep on buying them. 423 faith a turn. And I do see...
God, 423 faith a turn. That's
And he's doing holy site prayers in like almost all of his cities.
Yeah, this is all in right now from him. He knows this is all in, so he's gonna put as much pressure on that tourism as possible.
And if Egypt can hold this off, can defend this, I would actually change my MVP to Egypt. So it's like basically whoever does their job a little bit better. If England can be that X factor for that team, and if Egypt can be this X factor for their team. Just admiring Russia right now, and like these rock bands.
Every time the turn rolls over, I'm like obsessively checking like the tourist count to see, ooh, like where is it at now? How close is he? You know, it's kind of exciting for the game to come down to this wire. Although it kind of looks like Cree has been stopped in their tracks.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Not enough units to begin with. There were enough to take down Hungary, but they weren't enough to push into Egypt. So
is that just overconfidence or a lack of commitment?
I think it was just time. He needed to move then. He went with what he could, and that's it. I don't think he could have done that much better at this point. He still needed the science, he still needed the culture and everything else set up for his for this era. What he could do is try to use his gold to... Oh my god, 3,000. Sorry, I just got distracted. 3,000 tourists from one single rock band.
Oh my god.
This is exciting, man. This is crazy.
So just to put things in perspective, I think it's every 2,000 tourism is worth a tourist in here. So every single time he earns over 2,000 tourism, that's a tourist in the bank nudging him towards victory.
My string chap is contradicting me, saying that it's a lack of commitment, like you said. Okay, I mean, I don't want to say lack of commitment, honestly, because he did try, but it's... I do have to agree that he needed a lot more units.
He was pushing with a handful of units and then doing commercial hub investments on the back line. Oh, do you know what he's looking for? He's trying to pick up Mary Catherine Goddard, the +1 diplomatic visibility great merchant here. He's hoping for a war later on with a diplomatic visibility advantage. Is that accurate? Do you think I'm right there?
Yeah. I see he's doing 3 commercial hub investments, finishing 4 commercial hub investments, finishing next turn. 100% he's trying to get that great merchant. Is it gonna help him instead of building tank armies? I'm not so sure. The time is ticking right now. It's ticking in Russia's favor, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. He's picking up 2 to 3 tourists per turn, and that might accelerate as these rock bands get promotions. They might start earning more and more. Sorry, what was it? They might start earning more and more tourism.
Yes, it's fine. We're getting to that X number of hours we've been streaming. Our brain, just at some point.
Yeah,
I'll look it up. I'll look it up for you guys since I'm not sure.
What are you looking up? Sorry.
Like tourist calculations.
Oh yeah, I don't remember. I can't remember. I know the numbers have been changed in the Civilization game. I don't know if BBG has changed those numbers. So this is just kind of a lack of 4,000 tourism. Did you see that, Michael?
Yes, I'm watching that like a hawk.
Jesus Christ.
2,000, 4,000, 1,000. Okay, yeah, he's getting it. He's getting that.
Oh my God.
I'm actually curious how much is he making per turn passively. He's on only 408 passively.
Yeah, 408 passively is a really good number, but I don't know if that, with this many dead players, is that enough to win? I think he needs
No.
these rock bands.
It's to win passively, he would need 1500, 2000 at this point because of Mama Leto's and culture, like 349 culture. It's,
Yeah, that culture right now is the bulwark against Russian cultural dominance.
Yeah, he pushed the necessary tourists to 147.
God, that is. I mean, if you're Russia here and you're seeing that necessary tourist number climb and climb, turn after turn, does doubt start to set into your mind?
Yeah, for sure. But rock bands, that's probably the reason he's trying to get so many holy size spreads. That's his response to those doubts. He wants to get as many faith points as possible so he can have it available for the rock bands. So in turn, he can get the tourism necessary.
Yeah, he's just rolling that dice over and over and over and hoping for natural 20s 5 times in a row. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah. I'm actually curious if Greece over here will try to attack him like we were talking about earlier, but it doesn't look like he's doing that.
No,
it's just happy simming there.
It kind of looks like Greece is also trying to intercept the culture victory. He seems to be running a couple of industrial zone logistics. Now, I can't tell if that's for power or if that's so that he can steal Sarah Breedlove, which is the great, that's the great merchant. Sorry, I mixed up. Sarah, somebody actually took the +1 diplomatic visibility. Wait. Oh, Kree got it. Kree got the +1 diplomatic visibility. Yeah, they got it.
And then I see Admirals got picked up and England got all of them, like 6 of them.
Like on turn 5? Yeah, like 5 in a turn? Like, oh my goodness. Yeah. 6?
That's what happens when your points get saved up.
Holy smokes, man. That's hilarious.
Talk about a guaranteed golden age. 157 points out of 152 on England with 2 turns left on this era. I'm not seeing anyone miss it except for Egypt here. Or am I misreading the era score screen?
No, that's Egypt. Yeah, he's 10 points away. Doesn't look like he's gonna get it. More tourism coming from those rock bands.
So tourists, I put it in both your chats. Foreign tourists equals the lifetime tourism output to that civilization divided by the number of civilizations in the game times 200.
Yeah, that number of civilizations in the game, I think, is the number at the start of the game. So it's
yes.
So it would be about 2,000 tourism per thing in here.
It's with us, so it's 12.
I thought spectators weren't counted, but
yeah, I guess they do technically. So it's 2,400 divided by 2,400. So that every 2,400 tourists, they get 1 foreign tourist.
Definitely. I think the oh my god, I'm losing my train of thought. Sorry, it's getting to that time of the day where you've been sitting here for 5 hours and you've talked a little bit of nonsense the whole day, and it's hard to keep talking nonsense.
Oh, we might have England flip a city.
Yes!
Ooh, and he's playing Eleanor, so that's an instant flip too.
Yeah, but the next era will come in. Let's see. Era score. Persia is gonna be. Oh, he's in a golden age right now, and he's going dark. Oh no, Mama Leto's still gonna be in a golden. That city is gonna flip
Eleanor,
faster.
baby.
One of the reasons you don't want to get the cities next to England.
Absolutely. It's one of those terrifying things, is like, because if you ever drop the ball when you're near England and you go into a dark age, you could just start losing cities, and it's so frustrating and so difficult to deal with.
Especially if they immediately have steel walls. I once was in one of those games I was with Cree in between everybody, with England Eleanor to my England France actually to my left. Oh my god, man! I had 3 Dark Ages in a row. I was losing cities everywhere. So weird as a game. Frustrating. I think that's the name I would use. Thinking of the number that you called there, it feels like he should have had a bit more tourists from what I've seen. I'm a bit concerned that he doesn't have enough passive tourism to push this through. He is gonna get environmentalism though. So that number is gonna go up 50%.
Well, how is Egypt's culture? Because if Egypt's domestic tourism is not that good, then it's harder for him to actually steal a tourist from him.
Is it? I don't think that's how that works. I could be wrong though.
I think you steal it from everybody. It's not only
You know, it's because the way that it's worded, it really seems like to that civilization. So when you look at like the top tourism, usually on the top of the screen, that's your output to all civilizations. But then as you start to use rock bands, you're really directing it to one civilization after that.
Yeah, that is true.
I think you're trusting the Phyrexis explanations a bit too much.
Okay, that's fair. Because I am taking it literally as I'm reading it, so
it's not always what it seems.
Yeah, rock bands apply their pressure to a single player. I mean, technically, we could theoretically get into a situation where Chuck has 0 tourists, so Russia can't steal anymore. I don't think I've ever seen that situation before, though.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I'm curious.
We gotta test that. We gotta have like a civ with one, like a Dido, like a can't loyalty flip one city, and just keep stealing tourists from it. See what happens.
That would be an interesting test case.
Call up Sarge. Sarge.
So we do have 100 internals for Chuck.
Oh yeah, there's still a lot, but he needs 100 right now, right? He's at 50 out of 150 roughly, if I round stuff. Yeah.
49 out of 159. Yeah, but I mean, that number doesn't go down when you steal anyway. You just have like you can steal a maximum of 100 for each rock band, or is it a maximum of 100 in a total bucket? And you get 30
what was
out of
your when you take a tourist from someone, it lowers their domestic tourists. I think it is.
Yeah, you like legitimately steal their tourist.
I'm not sure what our confusion is here, but the other considerations are that Mambalet is pretty close here to these late game governments, like especially like now it's so rare that this is relevant, but digital democracy +2 culture per specialty district that could aid in the defense, and there are some cards deep into the future era that also help defend against a culture victory. Is it likely we're going to see these things become relevant in this game?
I find it unlikely that we're actually gonna get there. The defender is gonna get there fast enough. Looking at how fast this tourism is generated by the rock bands, it's for example, if you're talking about denying borders, that's not gonna happen because he's just gonna use Egypt to play them in over and over again until he's gonna get a win.
Yeah, I think it's more that he gets the extra culture from what's that government? A digital democracy gives you extra culture, and then I think there's a card that lowers enemy tourism pressure against you.
Is there really?
Sure.
I don't remember that.
Not sure if it will actually matter that much with Russia. Once he's gonna get environmentalism, he's gonna play them a bit harder. He's gonna better, I mean, and computers is also gonna allow him to push this through much faster.
Are we going to see national parks now that you mentioned conservation?
I think he already has national parks. I saw one in Tver.
Oh, he does? Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he has one. I guess ski resorts are missing, but he only has like 1, 2.
Because you can boost the tourism
4,
from
5.
those, and then those affect every empire. So the national parks are incredibly good as well.
That's
sure.
Honestly, something that surprised me a little bit is how few national parks he has as Russia. And I mean, it's not like he doesn't have the tiles. There's plenty of room here for unimproved tiles to become national parks.
Yes, there could be a lot of national parks. I agree. Unfortunately, don't think he will invest into those, because you need the builders to get the forest. You need then you need to invest faith into getting those whatever they're called, environment naturalists. Yeah.
Is this just a case of he doesn't think it's worth it, or is this like his style to go for the casino play with the rock bands?
In this particular case, in which he's basically rushing it, I don't think he's thinking it's worth it.
Interesting.
For example, Canada, 100% most of the time it's worth to go for both national parks at the same time as, but you do get them with your mounties, so you basically get defensive units at the same time as national parks.
Yeah, that's true. They have the advantage of using production and faith to get both. What are we voting here?
Writer? So let's go. Yeah, let's go engineer. I go
you
for
A, me B.
Yeah, I go A engineer, and let's go recon.
Recon, perfect.
By the looks of his projects here, it's 100% only holy site projects. He's getting a few more armories and one more encampment, which honestly I'm not sure if it's gonna help him or not in this scenario, because Egypt is the one defending, and unless Greece is gonna enter the war, which again it doesn't look like it's gonna happen, he's not gonna be pressured from the south.
Well, it depends on if he's allowed feed oil to Egypt. Maybe he's building those to get a little bit of extra strategic resources to feed his ally.
Could be. Definitely could be. I do see Chuck on full 60 oil. Golden is on the 35. And so many of these rock bands actually level 2, level 3.
Yeah, I think rock bands start getting really scary once they get up in promotions, because I don't know if you guys know this, the probability that a rock band will succeed changes like massively based on the level they are. I think it's like a 1% chance for a level 1 rock band to like get the perfect performance, but that goes up to like a 10% chance, I think, when you're like level 3.
Ooh.
I will look it up. I do remember seeing that.
It's been a while since I did all the rock band math, but man, if he can get like these highly leveled rock bands, like he has a level 3 rock band over here with 500 album sales. Now, for people who don't know, album sales is really, really straightforward. Just like put a decimal point at the second place here, and that's how many times extra tourism this guy makes. So he's making 5 times more tourism from this rock band than he would normally.
That's how it works? I never knew how albums work.
Yeah, it's just a simple percentage multiplier. It just adds an extra percentage to it. Or in fact, it's an extra 500% is basically how album sales works.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's crazy. This rock band is the one to watch whenever it does a concert, because if he nails one of those perfect 10% chance rock band things, we could see literally somewhere in the region of like 20 to 40,000 tourism in a single turn from it.
You mean the nuclear carrots are gonna rule the world? Whoa.
I really do. I think the nuclear carrots are going to rule the world.
Oh, 7,500.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Man. Yeah, that level 3, 5,000 from that one. Oh, my goodness.
These aren't even high rolls. These are mid rolls.
Yeah.
You'll know when you see a high roll.
Yeah. We do have more rock bands getting on the way here, and looking at the score screen in here, Golden does have a bit more faith. I think around that number of faith to buy another one, 846 faith. Each time you do buy a rock band, it does increase its price with like 50, if I'm not mistaken. So I think he already got to almost 1,000.
Yeah, his rock band price must be very expensive, because he has just built so many of them, and so many rock bands have crashed and burned. Their albums selling nothing. Basically footnotes in musical history here.
Yeah.
Of these rock bands that are available here, guys, I want to know which one is a band that you would most likely listen to. Like the Nuclear Carrots, the Hungry Technologies, the Lonely Tigers, the Giant Spades. Like if you were in, if you were like, 15 years old and you were in a music shop as a teenager and you saw these names, which album would you pick up?
Man, Nuclear Hippos.
What did you say? Sorry.
Nuclear hippos.
Nuclear hippos. I think they might take the biscuit there. I would definitely pick those up. But I would give Hungry Technologies a look as well.
Where is the Hungry Technologies? Oh, the one they could swan it. Okay. Yeah, indeed. I do see Mamaleto is starting to get his infrastructure up there with the railroads right next to the border. He did connect his southern city with the ones to the north, and now it's just a matter of time until he's gonna push Egypt here. Do they have what they need? My stream chat is screaming at me, nuclear bombs, nuclear. Just nuke the rock bands, you know. But I don't see nukes anywhere. I see. Wait. Well, let me see. Replaceable parts. Okay, so they're going there. Slowly, they're going there. Actually, are they? They're going chemistry. Where are they? No, they're not going there. Ah, man. Where's combined arms? Where is nuclear fission?
I don't know. This game has been suspiciously lacking any sort of nuclear technology outside of band names.
Yeah.
Just to let you guys know, I may need to leave in a few minutes. You know what? I'd rather not talk about the reason, but I'll message you privately. But
Yeah, totally.
just letting you know.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's totally fine. If you have to go, you have to go. That's real life takes precedent, man.
That moment when you really have to go to the toilet.
He said he didn't want to make it public. God damn it, Michael. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm kidding too. I don't know what the reason is.
Yeah, these. You were talking about Mamaletto. Is that how you say his name?
Yes.
Yeah, Mamaletto. He's got his infrastructure up, ready to go to war.
Yes.
Is this too slow? Is he ready? Should he go now? Should he have gone already?
I mean, I think he should have gone, but he's trying to do both things, trying to defend and do that at the same time, go to war. I do also want to point out, going for rocketry would be a thing here to defend the culture victory, chemistry and rocketry. Getting those projects for the space victory gets you so many tourists.
That is true. The moon landing gives you 10 times your science and culture, which is a massive explosion in tourism defense.
Yeah, he's also gonna get Sydney Opera House over here. Sydney Opera House, yeah. So, he's gonna get quite a bit more culture and a lot of musician points per turn from it. Not to mention those 3 works of music slots.
Yeah,
This is
definitely.
so cool to see, like, high level culture defense. You don't see it very often.
Yeah. Wait,
No,
did the
you
level 3
don't.
die? Level 3 died.
Yeah, I think the level 3 died, and so did the other level 2.
Yeah. But look, level 2 did go through. So, you know that fear-mongering with, if one of them dies, all of them will die that turn? Looks like it doesn't hold up. One
Yeah, I
did
don't know.
survive.
I mean, I feel like 3 rock bands died this turn. I feel like I'm vindicated that there are good turns and bad turns.
Yeah, it's definitely a bad turn for Golden here. He needs to invest so much more into this rock band explosion. And this is the danger when you're playing the casino style play. And this is the danger you're always going to be in. You might invest so much faith into those rock bands and you cannot get a good return out of it. And you won't get the win. And if you don't get the win, your opponent will get the win before you.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of want to take a moment here. We've spent so much time talking about Egypt and talking about Russia's rock band victory. Is there any point, or not any point, like, is it time to maybe talk a little bit about Norway, a little bit about Persia, and maybe even Greece here, who has expanded massively since the last time we talked about them?
Let's take a look at the points here. We do have Greece on 12. Greece's team on 1219. Even if they did settle cities, it doesn't look like the points are matching their expansions here. On Persia's side, he is starting to attack on the north Norway with cuirassier corps in Norway's main cities. So he's still at war, building some of those artillery armies and so on and so forth. Kumasi got flipped, by the way, to England. It's now an English city.
And
some
Sparta's
bonus
Sparta's going down. Sparta's like blinking.
Oh, and another one.
man.
Oh,
It's starting. It's starting.
MCS Craig is probably so frustrated right now because of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen in this game that will tilt you. So Norway and Persia are jostling, and I think it is really just the case of are Greece and Persia trying to get enough score to see who gets knocked out of the second position?
I think so. That's the only mission right now. Even though I do find it extremely unlikely they can influence the game that much. But looking at what's going on here, Cree 3 tests nuclear fission. We got Mamaletto getting his sanitation. And it looks like on the other side, MCS Craig is going for cartography with Persia. I don't know why. Oh, maybe he wants industrialization. And then Kakis did manage to arrive to a comfortable 250 science with 310 culture. He's also doing quite a bit of an important defense here in the culture screen. If Mamaletto stops the defense, I'm pretty sure Kakis will try to ramp it up.
Yeah, for sure. That just goes to show you it's so important to have one player countering a culture victory across the game, because if it was Kakis who was the defender here, the game would almost be over. Kakis here, he looks to be pumping science at a level I've never seen before. Like, he is building campuses and gold everywhere. Is he hoping that maybe the game can be dragged out until he can make a nuclear intervention?
I think so. The problem is nukes will 100% be built in Kree's land way before him. Looking at the yield stab here, Kree did manage to arrive to 716 production, while we got Kakis on 464. He just doesn't have the production necessary. He did try to build a few industrial zones here and there, but they're not as strong as Kree production, especially with the internals. We did notice from the beginning Kree had very good internals with those pastures and everything.
Yeah, that's very true. The Kree's internal trade routes are just kind of insane, actually, and he's still running mostly internal trade routes to his capital city. It just goes to show you how powerful it is for the Kree. And his economy is still insane. He's on 555 gold per turn. Those are some crazy gold numbers, especially when you... Well, I guess maybe part of it is the fact that there's 3 economic city-states on the map. Are they having an influence, do you wonder?
Oh, for sure. The gold influence is important. One of them is being held by Chuck. The other one is being held by Alcoholic, that's Kree. And Kakis is... so every team does have one city-state at least. One gold city-state. On the other side, Caguana being held by Golden over here does give him an important amount of culture. I think the most impact that Kakis can have is killing Caguana at this point.
Really? You think killing Caguana? And what would be the consequences of killing Caguana?
Around 10% drop in the culture of Russia.
Wow. And Russia, yeah. So
or
Russia
more, actually. Yeah, it's more than 10%.
It would be a significant drop for sure, because Russia is getting like 6 culture per city at least from that, and never mind any of the multipliers that are applying to that culture.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Well, Mamaletto did keep it for a long time in the game here, and talking about Caguana, it does have a very good unique improvement, the Beatty, which does give you tourism after you research flight. So basically what you can do is just try to spam those out as much as possible everywhere, and get the tourism when flight is discovered.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised we haven't seen Russia do that. I'm not seeing many Beatties in his territory. Is he just not caring about builders and is sticking to the all-in rock band play?
I think at the moment he's doing what you were suggesting earlier, trying to get more appeal for those naturalists to put their natural parks in. That's how it looks. I do see him putting down a few forests here to the southwest of Kazan and east of Tula.
Interesting. Actually, yeah, I can see those diamonds coming up now. It does look like you're correct there. He's trying to get those national parks up.
I think he lost faith in his rock bands, and now he knows he's gonna need to hard take it, otherwise they're gonna get nuked. He's halfway there. He didn't even manage to get halfway there. It's 87 out of 172. Actually,
The fleeting target, man.
It's halfway. It's halfway. Never mind.
It was a heroic attempt at a culture victory, and heroically defended by England over here.
Yeah.
What's his next step? Does he transition into getting as much passive tourism as possible and then participating in the war?
Probably, and try to keep on getting more rock bands. I mean, he can't stop. This was a commitment. He can't stop. I don't think he has enough science to defend to put up a proper defense when it comes to nukes and artilleries and tanks and everything. It's all up to Chuck, and also Chuck is starting to buckle here with 243 science, 125 culture. He went for modern armor armies, and this is gonna stop his production. Like looking at Akhenaten, 10 tons for the modern armor, and not an army, not a corps, just one single modern armor.
Wow.
This is like, this is all he's gonna get. Like probably 3, 4, 5 more units, and that's it. While on the other side we do have Mamaletto with quite a few tanks, a lot of science, a lot of culture, and it looks like his 617 production versus, who is it? Chuck's 317. That's 300, double the production of his opponent here.
Yeah, to put that in perspective, that basically means Egypt has to kill 2 of every, like 2 units for every 1 he loses to survive this war, and that's only against England. Never mind the fact that the Cree is building up on their border as well, so that could very well jump up to needing to kill 4 or 5 times as many units as you're losing just to survive.
Yeah, and also to put it in perspective, Cree has more production than England. He's on 732. It's like 3 turning tank armies from his cities.
I think I have to hand it to England and Cree here. They have managed to sim up probably like the thickest and most strongest empires I've seen in a multiplayer game. These guys are basically titans coming out of the gate ready to fight a war.
Yeah, they did very well here. Research labs coming, more science is going to be pumped out of Mamaletto cities. I'm pretty sure we're going to see the same thing out of Cree here. If they do manage to put one single of those how to say space ports down in a very good productive city and starts to get the 2 or 3 projects in, that's it. Culture victory is not going to happen.
No, you think that the writing could be on the wall for Golden RPG's culture victory?
We might see that. It all depends on how many more rock bands he can buy and how much tourism he can generate. I fear is not gonna be enough. He's 856 tourism per turn right now, passively. He does have 93 out of 179 tourists, so he did go over the halfway point. Computer says 10 turns, but you can't really believe the computer when it comes to these. And looking at his face generation, it looks like he can buy a rock band around every 2 or 3 turns.
Yeah, and that just doesn't feel like a fast enough pace, does it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that initial push with the rock bands was just not strong enough.
Yeah, this is the danger of going for the casino play, isn't it? That it might pay off and you might win the game, but it might not.
Yeah. Oh, also, I mean, generals for modern armors. Lol.
Oh yeah,
Information era generals. We're not even there. We didn't. I want to point out they locked the generals as well. So the next general is like in the Renaissance Industrial, and it's 32 points. Nobody picked it up.
Is this like a particular decision by these players to say nobody's getting a great general? Is that
Yeah.
something that they commit to? That
Yeah.
if I can't have it, you can't have it.
Basically, that's what's happening. And it's all up to Norway. If Norway wants to buy a general here, which honestly, it will help him because he has like cuirassiers. Actually, no, wait, no. It's in. Oh, yeah, it is. Industrial and the Renaissance, right? Renaissance Industrial. So, yeah, it's fine.
part of the problem there is that no points can actually be earned towards great generals right now.
Oh,
So-
another problem. Well,
Yeah, we're not going to see a great general come out here for a very, very long time.
yeah. Well, rip.
Yeah, rip indeed.
Rip. They looked it. I didn't even notice this, by the way. Oh, and +5 siege. Okay, so artilleries did get the +5. Mm.
Yeah,
Still
that'll
don't
help
do
them out on
amazing.
the offense, surely.
Yep. Well, I do have to say I was planning today to also take another stream, the 5v5 Protect the King, which is a new mod, a new game type of civ that we
Why don't
want
you
to
tell
see
us about it?
happen.
What is Protect the King?
So basically, there are two teams, right, in a 5v5 setup, but one of each team will have the king status. If you kill the king, you win the game. So you're gonna see. I'm not sure if they went for the East versus West type of maps, or are they gonna randomize? That's one of the questions I had going into the game. But just thinking of the possibilities over there to see the players try to adapt to this and protect their king, it would be amazing. Well, it looks like it should start in around 20 minutes, and this game doesn't look like it's gonna end in 20 minutes. So. Rip.
No, definitely. We've settled into what might be a long night here, a long siege along the Egyptian border.
Yeah. Let me double check this. Yeah, it's night. Oh, it already started. Never mind. It was like 40 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, because
Okay.
the it's French time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Oh well. It happens. It's fine. Tomorrow we got the finals, right? What? The 4v4 finals, which would be the first one that we're gonna see as a 4v4, and the 1v1 finals, the 2v2 finals. Looking forward to see. I still didn't I'll say made up my mind if I want the 1v1 or the 2v2, but I think with all of these delays, I think the 1v1 would be the safest one. Wake up earlier.
Yeah, maybe we'll do a little bit of casting of some of those games tomorrow. It depends on how the times. I'll have to see like what time do I get to sleep tonight and which games I'm ready to cast.
Yeah.
I would like to bring your attention to Michael. The Cree has begun the Manhattan Project.
Uh-oh.
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 That's
So
a
it
5
begins.
turns Manhattan Project. That's a decent number of production points he has there. 86. Okay. Let's see his capital. He's on 69. We got 43 in other cities. Okay. One thing that I do want to point out about Cree, he didn't quite build a lot of good industrial zones here. Most of the time, I was expecting to see more of those aqueducts around his industrial zones, but yeah.
Can't he still technically start to do that now?
He could in certain places. Maybe he just values like the lumber mill over the aqueduct. Because I was thinking the exact same thing, Moisos. Like, you know, there's aqueducts he could throw down here.
Oh, for sure. It's just you do need to prepare your land in such a way, and sometimes the districts you need to plan them before you're actually gonna get to place them, so you get the maximum output out of both worlds. For example, in to the south in Mikisiv Wachik, and wait, what did he place there? Oh, aerodrome. Okay, and the north of Makva Sakahi Khan. If he didn't place that campus, instead of the campus, he could have placed an aqueduct. Instead of the industrial zone, he could have placed an aqueduct, and between them, he got 2 +5s that would turn into +10s industrial zones.
Yeah, but that's like a really expensive investment.
It is, but it pays off really fast afterwards. You get so much production. And anyway, I mean, it's too late now to do something like that. He's just gonna focus on getting tanks, getting economy, aerodromes, as you see, planes. I'm actually curious if he's gonna go for bombers to deploy the nukes, or if he's gonna go for missile silos. I guess bombers, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, he has access to the missile silos, and I think he has position to use them, but the dropping of the aerodromes kind of suggests a more bomber direction.
Yeah, exactly. I do see aerodromes being built in Russia's land also. This might be a thing. He's gonna try to defend himself maybe with a few fighters here. I don't think he wants to go bombers, but fighters maybe. Even though I don't really like the chances of going fighters versus bombers.
He's starting to put trees in his land, though, Russia.
Yeah. Still didn't get enough appeal to actually get his national park going. That's a lot of investment.
No, I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten enough appeal yet. So tell me a little bit about the nuclear war dynamics, so people can be prepared to see how they work. When a bomber is coming in, what can you do? What can you do to stop a bomber?
Anti-air guns, the first thing that you need to get. Second thing that you need to get is maybe try to focus on a city as a massive defense. With Victor, Victor has an impressive ability in the last choice, the air defense initiative. It gives you plus 25 combat strength to the air support units. So basically you can defend with only one anti-air gun instead of having 3 or so. The problem is nukes don't always focus on cities. They can focus down your districts, they can focus your armies, and then slowly pick away, like chew away at your defenses. So that's one of the things that we might see over here. Other than that, it doesn't look like it's gonna be an easy way to defend himself because of his lack of science. He's 148 science a turn.
Yeah, 148 science per turn. That doesn't look like enough to hold against nuclear bombs, especially like what is he unlocking right now? He's only just now getting to steam power.
Yeah. And he's on 423 production. Yesterday you did mention, I guess we need to reiterate about the anti-air guns. Oh my god, they're like so expensive. Anti-air guns are 455 production base, and that's on normal speed, right? So it's 250 something, 227.
227.
Yeah, it's super expensive. Like to put that in perspective, if Russia's entire economy was put towards making anti-aircraft guns, he might make 2 per turn.
Yeah,
that's
basically.
That's just not enough.
It's extremely. He needs 3 of them to properly defend against bombers. You might not stop it with just 1.
Yeah, you'll need 3 in every city that you think might be nuked, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess there are cities like, for example, Kazan is too far away. Solikamsk feels like it's a bit too far away. But Tula is definitely in range of nukes from the northwesternmost city. He can't take it though. There's like no unit there, so he just gets to nuke them. Another way would be Egypt. Egypt, as in I'm talking about Russia defending, but I didn't take into account Egypt needs to defend as well.
Yeah, for sure. In terms of like actually changing the landscape of the game, when the nukes start flying, right now we're kind of locked in this little bit of a stalemate. When the nukes start flying, does that stalemate break and all hell breaks loose?
Usually yes, slowly, but it does break. If you don't go with the little nukes, you can go always for the thermo nukes, which cannot be defended. Because they do attack 2 tiles out. That's 1 tile more radius than SAMs even defend. So you can just click on a city 2 tiles out, and it deletes the city and the defenses around it.
Oh man, like if you take a look at Egypt's territory, in between Rakadet, Abydos, and Swenet, there's a thermonuclear spot on that industrial zone that would obliterate all 3 of those cities. Or
Giza, Giza, Aketat, and Swenet. Yes.
2.
The one to the east, on the
mine.
mine. Yes. Yeah, it's the thermonukes are extremely costly, but at the same time extremely effective at deleting your opponent's cities.
Yeah, it's basically the stalemate breaker. It's like, okay, we're locked in forever war. Whoever throws the first thermonuke has the advantage.
Yeah. I'm
Like
curious
the
if
start of the Cold War, huh? It's like who gets the missiles first?
I'm curious if we're gonna see Mamaletto here go for spaceports, because that will 100% stop the culture victory. Like at the moment they stagnated. It's 106 out of 198. It doesn't look like Golden is getting enough tourists to get the win, and he is getting more. Mamaletto is getting more science. He's going for advanced flight, and it feels like he should really discover a rocketry after this. I don't see a spaceport anywhere.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the 382 science per turn. That is a very, very healthy science number there. He should be able to skyrocket his way through to the end of the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, if it ends up in a stalemate, he can just get science victory. He does have leads, which is a 140 production city, 139.1.
That is an impressive production number. I really wonder how he's getting that level of production in here. I guess the Torres Del Paine is really helping out with him there.
Yeah, plus 10 industrial zone. It's, I think he, oh no, he doesn't have a shipyard. He could even build a shipyard. That would be more.
Yeah, just to squeeze out that extra little tiny bit of production from that really nice Huey Lake. Or is it the... Oh no, it gives adjacency. The lakes don't get the benefit from shipyard, sorry.
No, but it's fine. You just get the +3 from the goal. I don't know. It looks like it's at the moment. It's basically like Moisos is saying. We're in a Cold War. Nobody's moving forward. Nobody's moving back. Everybody's trying to get the win here, but they 100% lost the rock bands. Rock bands are not gonna happen at this point.
I find this fascinating. England built, or Cree built, a supply convoy. I never see anybody build a supply convoy. At the front lines where to Egypt, they have one.
Well, if I can make a Hail Mary prediction, it's because if you don't have great generals, supply convoys actually allow you to move and shoot your artillery.
Oh, yeah. It's a very good point. I think maybe it was England that had it. I definitely saw one.
Oh,
Yeah, England has a supply convoy.
Yeah, there we go.
But yeah,
That's a very good point.
Unless supply convoys have been changed, that's what I remember them doing. They allow you to move and shoot your artillery like a great general. And since there is such a huge stalemate for great generals, they might be desperate just for the little bit of extra mobility.
Yep. It also increases healing.
Yeah, it's a medic, and then a medic plus the bonus movement.
Yep.
This is cool. I get to see all these units I never get to see in any other game. I never see supply convoys. I never get really to see modern armor because the game's over by then. This is exciting. Paratroopers are down. This is amazing.
Wait, where did you see paratroopers? Oh, I see them. Spec Ops. Yeah.
Spec Ops. I'm sorry, Spec Ops.
It's definitely one of those things where the higher level players are able to actually survive to this late game, because if you had a Russia like this in a pub game or in a lower ranked lobby, they would have CC'd to Russia 50 maybe 30 turns ago. But because these players are so good and they know how to defend, we're actually getting to see this incredible late game build up.
Wow, yeah, Team 3 and Team 4, look at their score.
Yeah, I see 1440 for Team 4, and then Team 3, Golden RPG with Chakar 1446. Only 32 points between them. It's so close.
That's amazing. This is a heroic recovery from Persia and Greece to potentially snatch the second place here from Team 3, who we thought was going to win the game.
Indeed, and it looks like the moment. Well, I mean, Sparta is still flipping, unfortunately. Might not flip before the next era, though. I have to point that out. And I do see a lot of coal power plants being built in MCS Scrag cities. Does he have the coal for it, though? That's, I think, the biggest question. Each one of those does use one coal per turn to function properly. And I see one coal tile, two coal tiles. Yeah, okay, he does have.
Have you ever seen a strategy where they purposefully pollute the world to sink other cities?
No. Wait,
I think
that
it-
brings me up to another question. Who did get the Stonehenge? Okay, never mind. It's not. Okay. He's not gonna get the Seahenge. Okay.
the sea henge.
That's funny.
I think it's one of those cases where purposely flooding the world takes so much effort and has such a low percentage chance of actually hitting. Like if you look at the, well, actually I can't see the floodable tiles because like you might just like flood a random farm, you know, and like, okay, I'll put a farm somewhere else. It's one of those cases where now if it was apocalypse mode and the meteors start dropping, I think we might see that more often.
Yeah.
I love apocalypse mode so much. It's so fun.
Oh man, those mods right there.
Absolutely.
One turn Manhattan. We're like 3 turns, 4 turns away from seeing the first nuke drop.
One turn Manhattan? Oh, right. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. So yeah, this is, look, tired brain is kicking in. So nukes are going to start dropping. Now, Michael, if you were the holder of the first nuke in the game, what are you going to do with it? Where do you fire it? Do you hold on to it? Do you launch it? What are we expecting here?
My initial reaction would be to take out Yerevan. As in, take out those modern armor armies. That's the most effective way of using it at this moment. Taking out 3 modern armor armies that cannot be replaced is gonna hurt so much Egypt. He's struggling to build them for like 10 turns in a city.
The anti-air starting for Egypt in Swenet.
Let's see. Yeah, 4 turns. I mean, 4 turns for one single anti-air. I don't know. It's
The investments are starting, right?
yeah.
Protect what you can.
It's going to be tough to keep those bombers off of his cities. I mean, even if his cities are well defended, those bombers could just pop off somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look at all of the units in front of England to the east, north of Kyoseg. You get another ball of artilleries with modern armor armies. And if it does manage to break Yerevan, all of those tank armies could just go through to the Russian cities. And they only need to go and pillage. Not actually take cities, just pillage.
Yeah, if you disrupt your enemy's economy, that's as good as killing them.
Yeah.
This is like in StarCraft, you know, this is like the medevac drop, and that's where paratroopers can potentially sometimes be useful here. You know, you drop 5 Marines in your opponent's mineral line, kill all their workers, and he has to GG out because he doesn't have the economy to fight you anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
A really good point.
One of the
I
reasons
hear a lot of
Mapuche
pillaging.
gets...
What is going on?
Wait, you hear a lot of pillaging? Where? I don't know.
I think that was a city flipping somewhere.
Oh, I see. I see what's happening. Persia is killing Norway. Slowly. They're like, this is, I mean, I guess, you know those memes with kids attacking each other and they have like padded defenses all around them. This is what's happening. It's slowly getting there. But I have to say this and recognize MCS Crank was extremely tenacious in killing Spain and now going for Norway. He's doing it. He's there.
Definitely, and also he's running in, and he's not even immediately going for the kill. He's trying to pick up value with pillages on the way.
Yeah. Might as well, since he invested so much into this. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to keep them in the... Oh, they just went second team. Okay, never mind. It's fine. That's it. They just need to stay there until Mamaleto and Alcotole get the win. You know what's funny? I think if Russia and Egypt proposed the CC to Mamaleto, I think they would have gotten the second place. Because nobody would have thought, oh, rock bands are gonna fail.
Yeah, for sure. That would have been an interesting an interesting outcome, because sometimes these games do come down to diplomacy, but I'm kind of excited to see them come down to war.
Oh yeah, for sure. And we'll 510's first nuclear bomb. No bomber yet though. Let's see. Do they have the money?
Oh, and he's building more. He's got 6 turns in another city, 7 turns in another city.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I don't see bombers though. Yet.
he
Another
might
one
be
in 5
using
turns. Oh my
gold.
goodness.
He
I
has
think
the gold
yeah,
in
I
him.
think he's gonna buy. Yeah, you know, we got 1 bomber northeast. No, most northeast city. 11 turns, 1 bomber.
Oh, I mean that's 11 turns. That's a long time. A long time. Also, I want to point out something. In shooting from a missile silo, you can shoot like 10, whatever, X number of bombs. With a bomber, you can only shoot once. So we might see a missile silo over here somewhere.
For sure. I would honestly, with that advantage of firing from missile silos, I would expect to see missile silos pretty soon.
Yeah. He doesn't really have a air force to fight with. No fighters, no not a lot of bombers. But I guess with 500 gold per turn, they could afford to buy one if needed. It's what, 1200 I think for a bomber.
Yeah, it's around the
1250.
1,000 to 1,300 gold mark on online speed.
Yeah. But it's yeah, 1170.
1,120.
100. Well, yes, you're right. I don't know why I put 70. Sure.
It's okay.
Oh boy, I'm seeing spec ops here. How are these spec ops usually used? What is their purpose?
Honestly, they're not used that much. There was a call for help on the spec ops, so players would actually use them. But I have to point out, I have seen a lot of players try to grief with the spec ops before, back before they were really powerful, and they were killing cities. So at some point, nobody wanted to take care of them. Nobody wanted to give them more strength. I guess you can still scout and use them for vision, but at this point in the game, everybody has a lot of vision everywhere. So it's not gonna be.
Don't they have the ability to priority target a support unit? So like technically that he can kill the general. Maybe I don't know if it applies to general, but he can kill the supply convoy, for example, from England. That's like the only way to get rid of those units, even if it's on top of it. Like, so the observation balloon, he can just target the observation balloon with the spec ops, and it dies.
I think you might actually be right there.
I think we disallowed priority targeting, but I know that's for bombers. I don't know if we disallowed it for spec ops.
It usually is in vanilla.
I haven't seen them used anytime like this, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking more that they might be launched for pillaging. You launch 4 or 5, spec ops into your enemy's territory and just try to hit a couple of districts.
Yeah, that could be an idea. The only thing at this point is tanks are gonna be on you very, very quickly. This is the time where most of your land is already connected with roads, and you have even railroads at some point. So everything moves extremely quickly. Oh, by the way, the first
That is
bomber in
true.
Kyoseg. We got Mamamoto with a bomber. Not the one that's building nukes, though.
No,
But
he
I
doesn't
Spec
have
ops
nukes.
does have priority targeting, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, nice. I've never actually seen that ability be used. It would be interesting if it did come into use here, because these artillery don't have great generals. So if he takes away that obs balloon, or maybe the supply convoy, could be annoying for Mamaletto here.
Oh, looking at the rules, we actually removed priority targeting because I think we disabled it with BBG.
Okay.
It's like the one thing that Spec Ops are useful for, they have taken away from them.
I know.
Well, you laugh now, but when bombers would kill your anti-air guns before they can shoot, it's not that
Actually,
funny
it
anymore.
only says they deleted the priority targeting for airplanes, like in BBG. So I wonder if it's an unintentional change for Spec Ops.
Side
Yeah,
effect,
that's- it could
it
be.
might be.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna be
they don't
honest with you, I have. Go ahead.
They don't have that much strength though. Only 65 million, 75 strength. That was the call for help on them on the BBG server to give them more. Like
I
beef
think
them up with
honestly-
like 10.
What they need is stealth. Like, so you can't see them unless you're adjacent to them, like privateers. That would be,
That's in the promotion tree though. Like that's the last promotion in the recon promotion tree. It's camouflage where they act like unless you're adjacent to it, you can't see it. Like submarines.
Yeah, I would just say take that out. I mean, recon units, they should be, at least the higher tier ones, they should be invisible. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're adjacent. to them.
I agree with you. I'm just saying it is there, and I think that's why they don't introduce it as a base ability.
They also
It'd be more
cost a
exciting
lot,
as a base
by the way.
ability.
Like Spec Ops
Sorry,
are
what?
not easy to build. They're like, let me actually take a look here. They're 520 production each.
Yeah, late game units are like insanely expensive. Like even machine guns are 540, helicopters
Yeah.
500 or 600. You know.
The bombings are beginning.
Oh, did we see a bomb? Oh, Giza has been hit.
Just like a bomber attack. What was the
Yeah,
tourist? Is
Giza.
he almost done?
No, he's very far away. He's still halfway.
Okay, never
126
mind.
out of 231. He's getting more than Mamalito's defending, but that's I mean that's just a matter of time until Mamalito's gonna get. I hope he's gonna get a spaceport here. That's his way out.
Leeds is also doing Manhattan Project, so he's gonna get a nukes of his own.
Oh, 3 turns actually. Okay.
God, Leeds is such a powerful city.
Yeah. Also 3 turns for the first nuclear device to come out of England, and England is Cree is gonna get next turn a bomber. He's gonna finish it.
Prepare for the fireworks, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Getting there.
Late game thermonuclear war is coming. Even it looks like maybe Greece is looking to get in on this. They're dropping airports.
No way. Are you kidding me?
I mean, they're dropping airports. Their science is climbing up. They're up to 500 signs per turn, which is the second highest in the game. They're on radio. We could see a Greek nuke here in this game.
You
This
know,
game just
would
gets
be-
more exciting, man. It's
This
crazy.
would be amazing if Cree nukes Russia and Egypt and then gets nuked by Greece, and then England starts to nuke Greece and Persia. This is gonna be all out chaos over here. Nobody
I
knows
love
where.
it. This is an amazing game, man.
I
don't wanna
I
leave.
could feel the tension in the air. You could cut the tension with a butter knife. I've actually been dying to go downstairs and get like a snack or something.
I
but
know.
I've been glued to my seat waiting for this to happen.
How are they gonna play this? Because I mean, they need to be careful now, not to lose the first lead, not to give too much, openness to Kakis to intervene into this, or for Persia. And then, if they do go to war, what if Kakis and Persia do decide, okay, we're gonna interact with this. We're gonna try to take out Kumasi. We're gonna try to get some pillages in England's land. What's gonna happen then?
I don't know,
don't
but
have an answer.
regardless of what happens then, I'm going to be excited. That's my answer.
Okay, yeah, me too. I can't wait to see how they're gonna plan this out. Where are they gonna strike? How are they gonna strike? We got
But
a
it
few.
really is like a nuclear Mexican standoff. The first person to blink loses.
Or is the first person to flash? I don't know. It depends.
That would be a different kind of stream.
Natural History Museum going down in St. Petersburg. I do see Golden did get fascism. Of course, he's probably going to try to go for democracy as well. He did also finish Rule Valley in that city. That's a really good productive city of his own. 156 production in St. Petersburg.
Wow.
Yeah. That is very good from him. But that's
And what is he? What is that government building that he's building? Is that the War Department or something?
No, Natural History
okay.
Museum. So he's getting the extra works slots for his musicians and stuff like that. Usually
Yeah,
musicians.
And on the fascism legacy thing, this is something players do because combat strength bonuses are so important. They basically they sit in fascism and then they finish their tier 3 government building so they can get the +5 combat strength card. Isn't that what they're doing here?
Yeah, exactly. They want the democracy card, the +5.
Yeah, there's a lot of like small little things players will do in this game just to eke out a few extra points of combat strength on their units. I think yesterday we saw a galley swarm with scouts embarked in the water just to get the extra combat strength from having units supporting them.
Yeah, and then those scouts came back to haunt him because Tagmas came around, smashed them, converted the cities, and killed him.
Yeah, that was a feels bad man moment.
Yeah.
Oh my god, a volcano just exploded in Giza, absolutely obliterating a modern armor core down to half health.
Well, I mean, you know, it's
This
a
is the
good
most
armor,
action
but
we've had in the last hour, people. Let's look at this tank.
we do have artilleries with balloons over there. I'm actually surprised he doesn't train them on Egypt's units. And now we do have also anti-air guns showing up there. I saw the bomber got damaged, by the way. There are more showing up on the front line slowly.
This is really impressive. Like, there's always an answer to everything that the Kree in England is throwing at Egypt. Egypt is figuring out, is predicting what they're going to do, and it has a response to absolutely everything they're throwing at him.
Yeah. They can't defend everything, though. You can see this. He has some units out of position that are not in range of the defenses of the anti-air guns, so those bombers do get some free hits here and there.
Still, they're doing what they can. Like, they're making it really hard for them.
Yeah, for sure. And we're gonna need to see if these bombers actually will push through. I do think it was a bit too late to get the bombers, and without the nukes, it doesn't look like they're gonna push anytime soon. They will get promotions though for the bombers, which is gonna be nice. We got anti-air guns going towards Yerevan. Abydos also got one over there. Really curious. Again, the first bombs will be extremely important over here. They don't have a lot of them.
Yeah, and there's 3. I think there's 2 coming next turn, another one the turn after that. So there's basically going to be 4 nukes over the next 4 turns that we're going to see. And like you said, I think that these are going to set the pace for how this late game stalemate breaks down.
Yes, I can't wait to see when they're gonna throw it. Also, I can't see yet the defense on Yerevan, but I'm really curious if he went for that anti-air promotion. If he did, that's basically an unnukable city.
Given how they've been performing, I imagine they did.
Yeah,
I would be shocked if he doesn't have that incredibly important anti-aircraft promotion on Victor. But here's the other thing that has me on the edge of my seat here, guys, is this can all be broken by one misclick. One mistake could change the outcome of this war, couldn't it?
Yes, one mistake, one bad move from an anti-air gun, like revealing a tile or something like this without no support and allowing it to be nuked, will allow your opponent to get a win on you, at least get a window of opportunity on you. It's I still believe they shouldn't focus on Egypt that much. I still believe Russia should be focused on, because at the moment that's the only win condition of the game. And
How do you get there though?
Through Yerevan and Memphis, And like
Through
Doe is
Egypt,
saying,
right? So
yeah, like Doe is saying on my stream, all of like he has been saying for like 2 hours now. Go through the mountains. Go through the mountains.
that's
Yes.
true too. Yeah.
Oh, nuke.
Oh!
Nuke. Yeah, you did.
He didn't even hesitate the second he had it. He dropped it.
I know. I told you, man. More than
That
others.
is-
That's, yeah. Another one and another one.
Oh, let's go. This is it. This is it.
I think that was
This is the
defended.
moment.
Oh,
I
that
think
one
that
got
was-
killed.
No,
Did we get killed?
it didn't.
Oh, no, it
Boom.
didn't.
Yeah,
Oh, he
but-
has the city and he
oh,
raised it,
God.
dude.
My
This is
God.
actually too fast.
That
It's
was
gone.
so. That anti-air gun didn't even get moved to defend the city. It was
No,
on the way. Didn't get to move it.
That was insane. He had like sat there like a Zen master and planned every single move he was going to do this turn, and he did them all without even giving Russia or giving Egypt a chance to respond. That's insane. I've never seen.
That's a
anything like
pro gamer. That was so fast. Like one after the other after the other. It's crazy. This is why I can't play in this league. That's insane. Holy smoke.
that. Yeah, I'll stay in the newbie league.
Yeah. I'll stay in the
Man.
casting desk. This is much safer here.
Oh my god! Even just the technical like navigating your way through the menus, clicking on the right stuff to make sure that like that was half of Egypt's army that just died, is gone now.
Yeah, and remember, England is right up there. He's starting to get his nukes. Next turn, finishes Manhattan Project, has unbelievable production in Leeds. He gets just spammed them out of his cities.
Yeah, having seen the devastating power that nuclear bombs can do in this game, and here comes the tanks heading up towards Russia. Here they come.
Yeah, there's no more danger. There's no more army defending Russia. It got obliterated. I do want to point something out. If yesterday there were calls for CC every 10 turns, nobody's calling for a CC now.
No,
Everybody's
they're in it to win it. Nobody
Yeah.
is blinking.
It is unbelievable how even like Kakis with MCS crack are not gonna leave this alone. They're breaking apart Norway. They almost on their capital. Oh, I see that, and then CC to Sivger. Let's see if they're gonna pull this through. MCS
Ooh.
wants.
I don't know. I don't know about them second. I don't know about that.
I come kill you too. Kakis over here flexing.
Kak is minus. He wants that second place. He's refusing.
Oh, Chuck disconnected. Not even.
I don't think we give Russia and Egypt second. At this point, I don't think so.
Okay.
On the
Yeah.
caster's desk,
They
like
plus,
we
they
see
plus.
everything,
They
right?
plus.
So we have more information than they do. So what do you guys think?
No, they plus. That's it. Golden agreed to third place. They gave second place to Kakis and MCS Crack. Unbelievable. Can you imagine MCS Crack fighting against Spain from the beginning, managing to take him down, barely taking him down in the like fourth place in the teams, now managed to crawl their way up to second place.
That was sick, dude. Oh, what an end. Oh my god.
This
Yeah,
really
Persia.
was just such an
Go ahead.
amazing and beautiful game. Like to see the underdog story of Greece and Persia, to see the dominance of the Korean England, and to see Russia come so close to winning, but then to falter back down to third place on the very last turn of the game. That was just a pleasure.
Yes, indeed. I asked them if they want to do some post-game chat if they're not too tired. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Post-game 1. I'm gonna.
This is where
Movie?
I'm gonna drop off though. So
Oh,
thank you
okay.
guys for inviting me and having me on. Really appreciate it. This was super exciting.
A pleasure.
And I will happily come back if you'd have me.
Yes, sir. Thank you for stopping by.
It was a pleasure.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna
Thank you
move
both.
to
Have a good night.
post-game 1 and drag you.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
please do drag me. I want to talk to the players.
Okay, have a good evening. Hello, give me a second so I can drag people. Man, GG, by the way. GG.
There's a long one.
Yes. Post game
I don't know
chat.
how
Wow.
you defended so well. I was like kind of shocked.
Wait, did he say he can't drag me?
I did.
There you are. Oh, hey, how's it going?
Okay. Hello. Well,
Hey guys.
Hey man, question. Were you ever gonna come for me? Because when you said that peace deal, I was like, oh thank God, dude, I'm safe. That was the best.
Did you mean us?
What'd you say?
You mean Cree?
Yeah, you and Kree. Like I never knew if you were gonna come for me or Persia.
I mean, I guess if it went on, I probably would have gone for Persia too, but like, the point was to stop Russia from winning culture, so we thought we'd go through Egypt, and he might give up if we go through Egypt, which he did, so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was mainly that like the tourism's been, or the culture defense has been at a stalemate for the last couple turns.
Yeah.
Like 100 or so tourism off. You've actually gained even slightly more than me, which I don't know how. I guess it just has to do with the formula where 3 people are dead, right? So if 3 people survive, I probably have a much better chance.
I mean, some of my cities have been spamming projects for like the last half of the game, but.
Guys, we should this post game is only moderator chat.
That's quite
We,
fun.
Not abuse.
Yeah, not abuse, seriously.
Yeah,
Is there one that we can? Maybe we go down to. Oh, you guys see the
Wait,
hawk
why don't
one
we
below?
just make this non-admin on?
Okay, go for it.
I gotta say, I was impressed by the level of play in this game. Golden's attempt at a culture victory was like incredible, but I feel like there was just far too much war in the game for him to pull it off. And then England's defense was like heroic, and then Greece and Persia coming back from near death was incredibly impressive. I really enjoyed watching this.
The entire time the entire time me and Persia were just like, okay, we're just cockroaches this game. We're not fighting. We're not doing, don't mess with the big guys.
Yeah, well, we were talking about it a couple of times that you guys could theoretically be kingmakers. If you distract one of those 2 teams long enough, you'll lose the game, but then the other team will win. So I kind of predicted that you guys would be jostling for the second spot.
Yeah, that's what we were going for. I mean, if the game went really long here, it could be interesting between me and Kree. He used his nukes up there, right? And I'm building jet bombers. So it could be an interesting fight.
I had 3 other nukes coming out, so...
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know how much uranium you had. I hadn't watched, I wasn't watching the uranium tab like a hawk, so I saw that you were down to, none, and I was like, did he just use his nukes?
So, to be honest, I was going to use them on probably Russia, because we figured Russia's the one who's actually going to win the game, though it looked less likely at that point, but, yeah.
Yeah.
The Rock Band's actually were the thing that lost Russia the one.
They started hot, but I didn't get a lot of good RNG later.
Yeah, you got
I kept getting terrible promos too.
Oh, dude, that's the bad part about rock bands. Feels so bad. That sucks. Did you have a bunch that died?
Well,
10 of them.
I mean, yeah. I only have 1 remaining now, and they cost me let's see how much they cost me that I'm in fascism. 1,050.
Well, you didn't have insane cult or faith gen, right?
No,
because you went.
Well, what Michael and Potato knows that I spent 20 turns just holy site projecting to reach 300 something faith per turn, which I just stayed in theocracy and was just buying rock bands, which I thought was gonna yield more positive results. And there was 1 turn where I had a 5,500 tourism rock band that had the 50% tourism to civs within 10 tiles that I did in Egypt's land that was within 10 tiles of Eleanor and Kree, I think. And I got a 10 tourism boost then, which was 10%. It's oh yeah, baby, oh yeah. And then from then on, it was just shitty. It was just so bad.
Well, because I was watching and I saw one of your turns, you lost 4 rock fans.
I know.
And I was just oh man.
Oh, dude, that feels so bad.
And I tried to micro as best as I could them. I was doing them on wonders first, and so generate the most tourism. If I don't have any promos and stuff, I was doing all the theater squares when I had the theater square promo before moving on. I was trying to do it as best I could, but.
What Pantheon did you get? You went Open Skies, right? Not
I mean, did you ever see my cap?
No, we don't see it actually. We never got that far.
Here, I think I can. I'll share it to you. I'm still in the game, showing people. Oh God, how do I stream?
Oh wow. Okay, so open pastures was good. I was really confused.
I went builder
originally.
first, and I improved the because I started with these 2 sheep and this sheep, so I started with builder first, and I improved this sheep.
Wow.
And then obviously I got Artemis selected. My cap is pretty good.
Cap's pretty good.
You got like what,
my
plus
cap
6,
alone
plus
is
7
getting me
Artemis?
300 culture.
Holy shit.
I mean, I also have like the Moksha, and like I have the themed art museum. I have Broadway. I have Apadana. What I didn't do, I guess, and what I could do now is put my music that I have in Bolshoi into the National History Park. Where is it? Where's my
Golden? What have we learned about pursuing victory
top seven.
conditions?
Top
yeah
7.
fall? I mean, like, what do you want me to do here? Like, try to out symbol? Like I don't know. Like, you gotta have a victory condition, right?
I don't know. It's the problem with the game type because the same thing happened to Lala. He was 4 turns from CV in our first 2v2, and then got hit by 4 people.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
that's rough.
I mean, but like, I have like, if you don't have a win condition, right? Like, nukes is a win condition, sure, but obviously my build was to go for culture early. I did make one pretty big mistake, which was that I was so focused on getting like the fact that I needed writers because I was going against Pericles and Eleanor, that I settled a city and like immediately popped down Oracle, and then like a turn later I was like, wait a second, this would actually be a great city for Colosseum, and then like I didn't have any other city that could do Colosseum, so
Yeah,
like,
that's
I don't
rough.
know, if I had gone Colosseum early, maybe that would have helped me. I also got cocked so hard by Norway. I'm like, Norway really wants coral, like I want feed the world, I don't need a project, blah blah blah. And then
Wait,
lo
did
and
he go
behold,
feed?
he went feed the world, so I had to go coral.
Oh
And,
my
like,
god, I was so curious why you went coral. I was really like, this makes no sense.
Yeah, and like, look, I have all these plains and all this tundra that like
It would've
I
been-
really
yeah.
like. Tavura is stuck on 7 pop. Now, granted,
Yeah.
I took my governor out, which I had Victor in here, but then I obviously needed to swap it to this front-facing city. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, that if I had feed the world, I think like
Yeah, it
a
looks
lot of my
different for
cities
sure.
are better. I go holy site first in like almost every city, which like I did not do. Like, I went holy site first in my first 3 cities, and then they were sort of afterthought.
Yeah, that makes a
my
lot of
first
sense because
monumentality was pretty good.
we were really I was really confused watching because you went pen and brush second golden age too, right? So you had you had
Yeah.
open sky, you had coral, and then you had pen and brush, and I was like, man, he's really trying to make like an early culture victory. I thought you were going for like a turn 80 culture victory with just like the amount of culture, but
Well, yeah,
so
I mean, I had rock bands like hitting. I had like 8 rock bands hitting like turn 88.
yeah, it was just So I mean, it's tough when there's 2 other people in the lobby with like. I mean,
Well,
having
that's
Eleanor
also
and...
tough when there's like 3 paid actors who just die.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
true. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
You gotta admit, Spain over there put a hell of a fight.
Me and Chuck don't see Spain like at all.
Oh,
Dude,
really?
he put up a
Yeah, I
fight.
don't think we saw much of that either, to be honest.
But
We
like,
saw
I knew
them,
that
like, loads of
Scrag
cities
had to be
being
the
created.
one.
Yeah, it was
I
Scrag.
shouldn't have done that. I grieved so hard by going for that.
Dude, at one point.
Even still, like, even if I kill Spain there, like Norway's just comes in, then like makes my life miserable, you know.
Yeah.
The cities aren't even worth it.
So Michael, did you like my good use of Magnus early? I thought I really maximized the value of it.
Yes, we did see that, and also we drooled all over that Artemis that you had at the beginning.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Did anybody else go for Artemis? Like, I
No,
went to 2 settlers and holy site before Artemis, which is obviously pretty greedy. But
Oh,
I was
somebody.
considering it, but I was really late as well, so I didn't try. But I actually maybe could have got it if I had, because you were so late anyways. But
yeah.
Colosseum.
Dude, you
though.
guys,
Colosseum
Korean
was-
Mamaletto, you guys high rolled so hard on the spawn there, being next to each other with the traders.
Me and Egypt.
yeah,
had
the 2
pretty
teams
good
did
high
as
rolls.
well.
Yeah, both of you
Yeah.
guys high rolled so hard. I had nothing to trade to the entire game. Like, we're sitting on like 50 GPT. Sucks.
My whole economy is coming from these 2 cities. These are the only cities that have a commercial or a harbor.
But
I
Egypt's got to be making like how much a turn? I mean, crazy
I
amount.
don't
right?
know. Obviously, gold was never an issue for me and Chuck. Like, I was also like, I got so much gold from rock bands. Like, I guess I didn't get lucky with like the tourism promos, but like I had a couple that had the pop star 50% gold or 25%
Oh, yeah, dude.
gold. So like a
Mileto
couple
special.
rock bins were like 1,600 gold. So I like bought a ton of builders. I bought like just a bunch of stuff, and like I gave Chuck a lot of gold too. So you know, my gold was not really a problem for me this game, even though I didn't go tithe. Look, I also tried to like maximize the babies to get culture like tourism.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's good.
Oh, I'm at
really
computers now. I'm at 1,500, but it's just too late.
Yeah.
I was lamenting that I only won 7 cities. Like I kind of realized like turn 90, I was like, wait a second, I only have 7 cities.
Were you watching these guys uranium? Because I'm pretty sure you guys had 0 uranium.
Yeah, no, I saw they had uranium before coal.
No. I'm like they have. They don't have any uranium in their land.
Oh.
Like, so that nuke that hit you was probably like the only one for a while, right?
No, he had 3 in production.
I had 5 nukes being built, and I fired 2 of them. There was 1 coming out the next turn, and 2 the turn after that.
I think they just unlocked uranium so early. Like I've never seen him so early. Like before industrialization, I was like, that's insane.
Yeah, you did have uranium before coal.
We were tracking it for a while. You were only getting 1 a turn. I guess you found somewhere.
I haven't had 1 a turn as well, but
there's also like the Reina promo.
Yeah, there is. That's true.
Yeah, there's lots of oil in my lands.
Dude, now I didn't have a single oil tile. I had to go like this random city over by Cree, all the way down in the tundra. I had to build 2 cities down there just to randomly get some oil. I don't even think you can see it. It's like way down in the tundra.
I was wondering why you'd settled that city, but it makes sense it was for oil, because I was like, what is that about?
Yeah, it was for the 2 oil spots that were next to it.
I only got one after Kamasi flipped to me.
That was so funny.
That's what happened. I was wondering what happened.
I was telling Scrag, I was like, that's the Eleanor bonus, is that it's not going to go, because he was like, oh, I'll just liberate it. I'll let it flip, and then I'll liberate, and we'll get a bunch of Diplo.
Yeah.
Have you seen
that did not work.
Have you seen the Torres of Eleanor, by the way?
Yeah, we saw it. We were pretty fucking salty, honestly. That was such a god spawn from you, Mileto. Yeah. Like, that was such a bullshit spawn.
I mean, we had good land too, though.
Like, I can't complain about my land.
Yeah, I mean, you have an amazing alchemist as well. I don't think it's that imbalanced.
No.
We had lots of hills.
That's true. I had, yeah.
Which is all you can ask for is Persian, man, because it's pretty easy to get flat grassland.
Oh, what was a super cherry on top is that Chuck found a relic, so I had a relic turn 26.
Dude, we saw turn 3, the relic thing pop up, and it was like, oh god, really?
Yeah, 2 players actually got a relic right off the bat here. I think it was Netherlands and Russia.
Oh, Netherlands got one too?
Wow.
Yeah, I know Chuck is the one who got it on our team, not me, but same difference.
I got a 10 faith hut, and I got like my Pantheon like turn 12 or something, and God of the Sea was already gone. I was like, what the fuck?
Yep.
Typical.
I don't know, part of me wonders if I would have been better off in the end going Goddess of the Hunt, because like obviously the extra culture right now is limited. I just saw like the tempo that I had on culture was super high.
I think I would have if I were you, looking at your land. Pasture seems weird because you're just gonna get.
Well, you know, these look great now, right? But keep in mind that this is after St. Basil's. This is after mercantilism. You know, like these were 1-2 deer tiles. Like when I was.
But you
making
have
the decision.
you've got 4 deers and a truffle in your first 2 cities, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this was my first. This is the first city I settled.
Oh, that was your second.
Because I had a 2-2 here, 2-2 here, 2-2 base. This was my 3rd city because we weren't sure if Norway was connected to the sea yet, so I didn't want to commit to a coastal city so early. So I settled over here, which had this deer, I guess, but no other deer.
Maniletto always goes open sky, or not. He goes whatever the tundra faith adjacency one is.
Yeah, I mean, I could have maybe done it here.
I feel like it's pretty underrated if you're gonna do the culture victory. Like, that's his play every game. He never goes Goddess of the Hunt.
I don't know, but like look at I don't really have that much.
Yeah, River Goddess is pretty okay as well.
Yeah, it's true. You don't have a lot of tundra. The tundra is pretty small.
I guess I was just like so enamored by the idea of like, you know, like one builder. I improved these 3 sheep. And
it's really nice tempo for sure.
It is nice tempo. 3 cultures, no joke, early game. It's really good.
You were something
and
like,
I settled
like
here.
15 science, 100 culture. That's
Yeah.
Yeah,
pretty nuts.
It was pretty nuts.
Well, I mean, my build with like coral, right, and like, you know, I go coral into theaters. Like, where's the science coming from eventually? And like look at my campus. This is terrible. +2, +1. Like I just built this one here to buff my theater even more. Like
I built a holy site and a religion to get a heroic age at one point, and I noticed that even though my religion was the 5th religion, tithe was still not taken.
yeah, I mean I wouldn't lay ministry because like neglecting to go like River Goddess or Sacred Path or like any of those. Like I wanted extra faith to get just a better monumentality.
Well, guys, I'm gonna jump off, but GG. That was a really fun game.
Yeah,
Yep.
GG.
GG.
Very good.
Glad it was close. It was fun.
Me too.
I do have a couple of questions for a couple of you guys if you want to answer them.
Yeah.
Oh, for God's sake, the World Congress appeared. Jeez. I can't look at the map anymore.
Just shift
A lot of people. A lot of people didn't settle a whole lot of cities here. Like Russia, you sat on pretty low cities. Even Norway, I think. You know, what was the logic behind keeping your city count low?
I was not enamored with like any expand really, and like
You had a lot of flat land.
Yeah, and like if I had Feed the World, I would have expanded a lot harder, because like I can like settle in the tundra or like in the, work those hills.
Yeah, because all you got to do is slap down that holy site, and then the city's fed. Like.
Yeah, and like I even settled like other places too. Like, I just really felt like after I didn't get Feed the World that having a high number of cities wasn't gonna be like just wasn't great for me.
Yeah, the return that makes sense. I even thought just like to have a couple of blockers, but you went for your national parks really late. Was that just because your rock bands got so expensive and it didn't work?
I just went rock band all in, and I didn't have really great national park tiles. Like I had to work pretty hard to get those two in Tula and Kazan. Yeah. The only easy one is in Tver, and I thought I got that one actually relatively early.
Yeah, you got that one super early.
But I wanted to. It was really just an all-in rock band strategy, which can work. It just, I think I got a little unlucky.
Yeah, you went for the casino play, and
I don't even know if it's a casino, right? Because I don't think I have another option given the game. Like,
no, I think
people are dying. Like,
I think you made the right choice, because even going for culture, you basically forced England to play your game, in having to defend against it, like playing a map. Now I know it's Eleanor, so she loves going culture anyway.
Yeah.
But you probably forced her to invest more than she would have otherwise liked.
Oh,
yeah,
I have to, man.
We were definitely worried at one point that you were going to win culture, to be honest. It was relatively, like, you were getting on for, I think it was like 150 out of 200 or something at one point.
I think it was just really once, like, Happy Dragon died, and then the Bishop died, and then Creed just, like, it's demolished, right? Like, that was a lot of tourism that I built up over the first 70 turns that just totally did nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, vanished.
Yeah, definitely. It felt a little bit like I don't want to say this, but it felt a little bit like Spain and Netherlands kind of griefed your game because they
and they're like, no offense to them, but like, I've seen them play before, and they're I think in real life friends from like England, but they're just not the same level of players as Mamoletto, Altala, Kakis, McScrag.
Oh no, they gave a heroic defense. I just meant like, if this was like a pub game, you'd be like, God damn it, these guys ruined my game.
I mean, I'm sure you guys noticed that after I minus their RL, they sent horses to Tver for no reason. Like,
yeah, I saw that. I didn't want to call it out while I was watching, but I was kind of like, is this like a little bit of a grudge?
It's definitely a grudge, and I had to accept it, right? But I don't know. Maybe the play for me would have been like recognizing that, like Gorgo would take. I don't know. I also just didn't want to, I felt like if I got aggressive, it was gonna like totally ruin my culture victory. So I didn't want to push into Netherlands, but I also didn't want them to become AI so that Kakis could just roll them over. But then with the Congress, it seemed like they just got rolled over anyway.
Yeah, definitely. It was an interesting moment because there was a moment right before their irrelevant vote where I was like, Russia could kill these guys easily and take these cities, but then I was like, then Norway.
But I couldn't kill Pericles, like I was never so far ahead of Pericles where I felt like I could kill him.
No, for sure. You were always kind of like, you were in this position where, man, I'm really, really strong, but I can't kill anyone.
Well, if I kill anybody, then I lose the win condition that I've played the whole game for, right?
Yeah, true.
I was really happy with my Great Bath. I thought that was a good Great Bath.
It was a fun Great Bath to watch you build it. I was like, man, this guy is on like 2 cities, 3 cities, and he's just building wonders. Like I think you had like Oracle and Great Bath queued up at one point.
You did invest a lot in the early game in the wonders.
Well, that's where Magnus came in, though, right? Like, part of the reason I don't have a lot of cities, right, is I really prioritize my early monumentality into just chopping all the choppable tiles I had with Magnus.
We were wondering if you're going to invest in settlers, and why did you invest so much into the builders?
Well, I mean, I kind of answered it. I just didn't.
Yeah.
Like, where else do I settle that's like juicy?
Yeah.
Mamalotto was playing England, right? Who was
Altalik was Cree.
Was Cree, that's right. So that's these guys, the guys who won the game. When did you guys think like, okay, we got them? Was it like unlocking nukes or finding uranium?
I never felt like we like had them. Or wait, are you asking them? Sorry.
I'm asking them. Like, when did they feel like they had you by the balls?
Oh, okay.
I think when we defended the tank push, like when I pushed into Hungary with tanks, and then Mamalotto did kind of as well, and then Egypt kind of like replied with some tanks of his own, and then that didn't really go anywhere. So I think when that happened, we realized that our science was like far enough ahead that we would get nukes before them. But at that point, also Russia kind of looked like he still could maybe win just through culture. But like once it looked like Russia couldn't win through culture, we just figured we were going to win.
Yeah, man.
I kind of made a mistake, I think, because like me and Chuck were a little worried about your guys' push, because you guys went like straight for tanks. So I didn't go industrial. Like I was 1 tech away from industrialization for a long time, and I'm 1 turn away from tanks, and I've been 1 turn away from tanks for like the last 20 turns. When I could have, if I had just gone all in on computers, I could have had computers earlier.
Yeah, we decided to both go bottom tree just because last game we played yesterday, Man went top tree, and then it just didn't end well, so we decided to both just push it once, and then yeah. The thing is, you did have a lot. Egypt did actually have a lot more army than me when I had taken Hungary, but the problem was, like, yeah, he probably wouldn't be able to push because I don't think he had that much artillery at that point. It was just a bunch of tanks.
Well, we were more worried about defending, right? Like we weren't actually in the push mindset at all. Like
yeah.
So I actually thought that we had successfully defended you, you know.
Nah, we just decided to wait for nukes.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, later on, I realized.
There was a moment, I want to say a few turns before you guys moved on Hungary, that I was like, man, if Egypt like moves now, they can snatch up a couple of these Hungarian cities and like make it really hard for you guys.
What I was considering was like making a bunch of Cossacks and trying to surround Rotterdam, and like telling Chuck to do the same for Hungary, to just try like desperately attempt to keep them in the game.
Oh yeah, for the extra tourism.
For the extra tourism.
That would have been a heroic play. It probably would have ended with you.
It would have been like almost impossible to defend Rotterdam eventually against the coast, because it looks like Norway. Like, we don't see Norway, but I saw Norway took Utrecht at some point, so I assume that he would have decided to take Rotterdam.
Oh yeah, he had a huge fleet over here. He basically controlled the entire sea. No one could really stop him there. I think Persia did eventually push his land.
I did have a few questions though for Norway. I was expecting him to have at least 4 more cities on that coast. Not sure what stopped him from settling that. It's stuck in my mind that he didn't do that.
Who was Happy playing? Happy was playing
Spain, I think.
Spain.
Yeah, it was Spain.
Spain, yeah. Man, he had such a good start, and then he got RNG spawning with Norway and Persia on top of him. Oh man, I felt so bad because he actually played the defense so well.
Yeah, that little bit that he spawned on, like the little peninsula, looks pretty rough.
Well, he spawned in Madrid, and then he captured Valletta, and he seemed to be happy to like stick to the coast. And then when his galley found Norway, I could almost see like the cogs in his brain turning, like, oh god, Norway's here.
Yeah, one thing that's really strange about these games, because I've never played like 2v2v2 before yesterday, is like trading. Like, that's why we picked Cree, because we really weren't sure like well, obviously we did end up like high rolling and spawning next to each other, but like the last game we just had no gold, and it's just because like you don't know whether or not to trade with someone, or like someone might just declare in grief and like take all your traders. So
Yeah,
we're
for
like,
sure.
this time we need to have someone that can trade internally.
That was the Pericles Khmer game yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I meant to ask you a question about that game yesterday, just real quick. You stayed on 5 cities for like a very long time there. Was it just a case of like you didn't see a good expand?
That was Mom. He can answer
Oh.
it, but yeah, basically, I think that was the answer.
Oh, all right, fair enough. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember you were on Khmer.
I was Khmer, Mom was Pericles, so maybe he can answer.
I didn't want to go forward against Gorgo either. That was the reason. I didn't want to go towards him because there was quite a big gap until I got to like the first fresh water. And my scouting wasn't so good because we're not allowed to ask for open borders in this format. So I actually had no idea like how many cities he had near there. I think I should have made a couple more towards Rome though.
Yeah, see, it's easy for me to look at the map and be like, dude, you could just expand like another 4 or 5 cities and you'll be fine. Whereas you're kind of operating with imperfect information, so you got to play it a lot more safe.
Yeah, I think I screwed myself yesterday at the start by going into Manaki. Like, I kind of had to, but on the other hand, my tempo on my Acropolises was so slow.
I thought that Pericles' tempo on this game was pretty slow too. Like, I was able to have Oracle and 2 theaters out before he placed down or before he finished an Acropolis.
Yeah, I didn't see what he did at the start, but I just remember seeing your culture was stupidly high, and I was thinking, am I going to get a single writer from Classical?
Yeah, it was 70 on turn 40, I remember, because we were both really confident we were doing really well, and then we were like, oh, Russia's actually doing really, really well as well.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe, like, to be honest, I don't play Russia, like, a whole lot, right? Like, we just kind of, like, Chuck didn't want to play Russia, and, like, looking at our civs, like, we wanted to have one, like, goal generating civ, and then one, or, like, / like, early defensive civ, and then one, like, win condition civ. And, of all the civs in his draft, we had, like, a Zulu in his draft, but then, like, my draft was, let me pull it. I mean, it was... Yeah.
I'm just going to say thank you guys so much for the post game chat. I'm going to go probably go get some sleep.
Yeah, have a good evening, man.
Have a good evening.
All right, catch you guys later.
Bye bye.
GG.
See you.
But yeah, I mean, like I thought that for our strategy we wanted a win condition civ, and looking at our spawn, right, like Egypt was so close to me that I knew that I wanted to win culture victory by like turn 100, and I just couldn't do it.
No, I mean that's a hard challenge for you. I did want to ask about something that it just flew out of my mind right now. About Egypt, by the way. Did you have any other choice of going something else other than Egypt?
So my draft was Egypt, Vietnam, Arabia, Scotland, Mapuche. We were thinking about Mapuche, but like,
okay,
like an all-in mid-game grief is not necessarily like a winning play.
Zulu and Mapuche at the same time. Oof.
Yeah, well, I mean that wouldn't. I don't think we would have tried that. I don't remember exactly what was in Chuck's draft, but he wanted to play Egypt. I didn't really want to play like a ton of like. You know, we had Vietnam, which wouldn't have been too bad, but it's not really like a win condition civ. I don't know. Like, I think ultimately, like Egypt, Russia, like we couldn't have asked for a better synergy in terms of our spawn and stuff.
To answer your question about Pericles, he did not chop at the beginning. What he did was try to use his land as much as possible, settle like 5 cities, and then try to get Acropolises with good campuses. And then stopped. Actually, for a good time over there, he stopped. I was surprised about this, why he didn't settle more cities. He definitely had the land, like to the east, to the west, and to the south. He had quite a bit of land to keep on settling. But yeah, I mean, he still did get the second place here, just the different tempo. Maybe he was scared about Cree. Maybe he didn't want to settle too close to Cree. Maybe he didn't know how Dutch would play this, because Dutch had honestly like good land to settle. he just stayed on 3 cities for too long.
Man, I'm like really disappointed. I thought it was like super bad form to like need to get a sub in like 2 hours. I guess that's like part of the CCC, but I don't know. Like the whole, like I'm super salty about it because I think if maybe even just he stays alive, I have a much better chance.
No,
He was way behind in the stats at that point, though.
Yeah,
No, I
yeah,
know,
it
but
was
like when
too
you
late.
come into a game with the mentality that you have to like you're gonna get subbed out in 2 hours, like how hard are you playing?
I get it, but it was kind of rough. It was a surprise pick anyway. Like from the beginning, seeing Netherlands in the game was kind of surprising.
I thought so too.
And then second of all, he did get quote unquote a high roll with multiple rivers that he could use, and he got a relic, and then he could use that to get some production up and so on, which is definitely good. But then we saw him stop at 3 cities when he could have at least doubled, like go 6 cities, take Caguana, and keep on expanding. I think the major mistake was allowing Greece to get Ephesus. Greece got a connection city where he could just block that. If he got his second city over there and blocked Greece from coming towards him, I think that would have won him all of that space to the west, and he could have been as important to you as you wanted him. As in, not die immediately.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not trying to take away from Amuleto and Altalik. They played a great game, obviously.
I mean, that culture defense was on point, man.
Yeah, I'm just like, I guess I don't know the formula, right? But I thought that, like, I would be generating, like, at least 1 tourism per person per turn at the end there. And he was, like, generating, like, 2, even though he had half as much culture as my tourism.
Did you guys ever go anything other than Millie Alliance, by the way? Because
we started with research.
Yeah, we went research for one span of alliances, I guess.
That's exactly what we did. It really helped, obviously, like, getting, like, my science was crap.
Yeah, we just timed it so, like, when ours ran out, I just attacked Hungary, which was kind of weird because it was halfway between cuirassiers and tanks. So he actually kind of defended it a bit better than he should have, because he had the ability to get stuff up easier.
Yeah.
And I'd had cuirassiers for like probably 6 turns by that point, but he still died relatively quickly.
I guess I just like sort of hated the attitude from like the mid game when like we were having those issues, right? And then like they're like, oh, we'll CC to whoever. It just sort of like, I don't know, like the sense I got was that they weren't playing their hardest.
Yeah.
Obviously, you guys were playing hard. Kakis and Scrag were playing hard. Like I love.
Oh, it's Scrag who said CC to whoever.
No, I know, but like it was also like Curtis Love, right? And he's like, oh, I gotta protect the king in an hour. Like it's just annoying to me, like that we hopped in a game and like 2 people on 2 different teams, just like, I don't know, seemingly wanted to get 1 foot out the door immediately.
Maybe,
as you can tell, I'm just super salty.
Yeah, we got it. I mean, it's understandable. You almost had the win over there, but honestly, you did get defended, and I don't think it was on them leaving. Mamaletto did get a lot of culture, and to be fair, he did start to get war machines out, like tanks and bombers, and try to get nukes and so on. He could have kept on defending you with more more theater squares and so on.
Yeah.
Also, regarding Egypt, did he just not have the tech to get like anti-air? Because
he did.
We kind of expected him.
No, he had it in his.
He
had anti-air defending Mysa.
He was on the way. Like, you hit him 1 turn before he got that anti-air into the city.
Fair enough. I did have stealth bombers, so I don't know if he could have defended them, and I did have.
I don't think an anti-air blocks a nuke really easily.
Yeah, probably.
I think he probably have a 75% success rate every shot, and he started with 2 nukes off the bat, so I guarantee at least 1 hit.
Yeah, I think once that city died, like it didn't really matter. We just needed to kill the actual city, even if some of the units had lived.
Yeah.
When you open up the way
we were
towards
thinking that you
Russia.
didn't have a lot of range, and that maybe you couldn't nuke me, but obviously you'd eventually get the
Well,
airstrip.
one of the cities I took off Hungary, one of the ones nearest you, was actually a decent city, so I managed to build an aerodrome in there relatively quickly.
Oh.
And also, yeah, the nearest city to you is obviously like not good. But I think with stealth bombers we'd still be able to hit it. I don't know. I think Mamco knew at one point we could.
I mean,
think you need to
regardless, I
build
think
a-
at that point you can just destroy Chuck, right? And then if you destroy Chuck, then like I can't rock bend anywhere. Like you know,
Your economy's dead as well.
yeah, my economy's dead.
Yeah.
Like, the
Yeah, the
game's
thing is,
over.
as soon as like lots of his units are dead as well, Mam can just start pushing. It wasn't just like me. Like
Yeah.
Mam
I
actually
mean,
had more military strength than I did overall. I think at the end of the game.
I mentioned pretty early to Chuck that like when my science, like both our science was pretty low, I was like, well, if I can't win before they drop a nuke, then we lose anyway. So
Yeah, I think I need to go because I'm absolutely starving. But good game.
Yeah, same.
GG, guys.
Have a good evening, guys.
GG.
GG. Bye bye.
GG.
So there we have it, guys. We heard from both major contestants over here, Mamaleto with Alcoholic, and of course we heard the Golden RPG telling us his story about what happened over there, his point of view. Very interesting to see how he played this out, how he planned this out from the beginning, how Mamaleto also and Kree thought and debated every counter move and move they wanted to do there. I do hope you guys enjoyed the show, and of course I have to thank in private and right here on the stream, Potato Sandwich, Potato MC Whiskey to join us. Oh my god, I need to get that out of my brain. Potato MC Whiskey for joining us and giving us such a good read on the game, not to mention asking so good questions throughout the game. I'm sorry for the Pepega moments in my brain. And of course, you know, it happens. Moisos, again, nice to have him on the stream. It was awesome to see him also interact with the multiplayer scene, since he's so used to that single player type of game, and also, you know, like just being over there and having fun instead of being I should say hardcore competitive like this competition is on CPL. We are in the second game of the CCC 8th edition, and it is an honor to have Potato MC Whiskey with us, helping us get the message throughout the community, and try as much as possible to gather new members over here in the CPL, in Civ Players League. I did want to quickly give a readout since I'm gonna close the stream. Let's actually take a look at what has been happening. What are the changes in the score screen, in the score tabs for every team, and of course just give me a second so I can refresh over here, and we're gonna see what has changed. We got Zone of Control 1670 points. Cars coming up second right now with 1585. They are fighting over there trying to get that first place. D2 with 1554 points. Barking Yats with 1462 points. The Germans with 1440. Civ Russia with 1385. Gilga Quit also coming up with 1282. We got the CAF with 1233, and it looks like the Sea Dogs coming up in the 2468 9th place, above 1,000 points with 1,050. It looks like also the Barking Axe did manage to get back up there in the 4v4 scene, tie with Cars, Germans, and Zone of Control. Girga Quit does manage to keep their lead in the FFA standings with 740 points. Really close second, Zone of Control coming up with 730. In the 2v2 standings, we do have Hue 3 with 400 points. Very nice performance coming up from the Brazilian League with the Germans on 375, Sivras 350. In the dual standings, Cars keeps the first place lead with 240 points. Girga Quit 210 at a tie with quite a few others. Sivras, Zone of Control, Brazil, Hue 3, and of course Barking Cats. In the MVP screen, we still have Task Force Fish with 340 points. It doesn't look like anything changed over there. Oh, it does. Stroke Z picked up the MVP of Cars with 290 points. It looks like also Demonar came up over here from Civ Russia with 250, and Apero Xana picking up 250 points as well for his team. Thank you very much for the follows. Thank you very much for the subs, for the support of the stream. Much appreciated. Tomorrow we're gonna have 2 finals. Probably it's gonna be the dual final, the 1v1 final, starting up quite early in the day. Let me actually take a look over here at the schedule. I know we were talking about it, but I don't want to see. It's gonna be at 1100 GMT. We're gonna have the 1v1 finals. Then later on in the day, I hope Potato Whiskey will also join us for the 4v4 finals. 1700 GMT is gonna be that hour of the day, when we're gonna find out exactly who's gonna get the most points out of the 4v4 scene. Really important to see how it's gonna pan out. $1,300 are put up on the table, available for the players to win here, and they are scratching their way to get as many points as possible until we get to that final result. Still 24 hours to go until we're gonna find, or I should say, see the final result. Thank you for sticking with us, and let's see each other tomorrow, 1100 GMT. This was Michael for On Sport TV Streams. Bye bye bye.